you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to investigate after gunshots fired Saturday night on the north side. One woman appearing to be grazed by a bullet. She and another woman drove to the Zone 1 police station and reported the incident. That woman was then taken to the hospital. No word on her condition this morning. Shooting happened around 10 o'clock Saturday night at the intersection of Cross and Strauss Streets in Perry South on the north side. Police did take one man into custody. They also recovered a rifle. That man is in the Allegheny County Jail this morning. A candlelight vigil will be held this evening for Caroline Hentz. She was killed, police say, by Royce Moser on Wednesday night. Police say Moser stabbed her inside of a vehicle and then tried to cover it up with help from his mother, Rachel Moser, according to police. Hentz was an 18-year-old incoming freshman at Penn West California University. The candlelight vigil will be held tonight, 6 o'clock, at Trinity United Methodist Church in Peters Township. Well, the heavy rain and thunderstorms on Saturday led to the cancellation of the Squirrel Hill Night Market. Organizers trying to reschedule the night market for next Saturday, August 29th from 6 to 10, but that date has yet to be confirmed. Severe weather on Saturday also forced the postponement of the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival's opening weekend. The Ren Fest opening weekend will now be next weekend out in Westmoreland County. Well, community leaders came together in Homewood Saturday afternoon with one message: stop the violence. This comes after 2 homicides took place in Homewood over the past week and 5 homicides total in the city of Pittsburgh so far in August. Adrian Young is with the organization Tree of Hope, telling KDKA-TV.
And we don't have to live in violence. We don't have to live fragmented and scared.
That gathering took place at Frankstown Avenue and Stair Street, where Bethany Baptist Church of Homewood held its annual Community Day celebration.
The church needs to come outside of the walls and come out here with these people and show these people that they care about them and that they are somebody.
There have been 50 homicides in Allegheny County so far this year. Another local school district delaying the start of the school year due to mold found in one of its school buildings. The Homer Center School District in Indiana County says mold spores were found in some elementary classrooms, so it's delaying the start of the school year to Tuesday, September 1st. In a letter, the district says the exceptionally warm and humid weather this summer created, quote, challenging conditions within portions of the elementary school building. KDK Radio News Time. It's 11:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
With the work that we do here at UPMC and Environmental Services, we are here to make everyone's work possible. With cleaning an operating room and keeping it sterile, it's not just one person, it's 5, 6 of us coming into the room, being part of the environmental services that keeps the hospital clean and up and running. It's a beautiful thing.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA, presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition, and brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
All right, first things first, we take care of the familia, obviously, Foch Fazio and Myron Cope for autism. The golf outing, Edgewood Country Club, which, of course, Coons Market is the signature sponsor of my family. We got some breaking news. Go ahead.
Yeah, because of all the torrential storms and rain and wetness that is out there, the event will be moved to October 5th.
All right, so October 5th, be there or be square. Joe Giordano, Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch, also streaming live on X. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, you need to. KDK 100.1 FM AM 1020. And the Odyssey app, which is a free app, downloaded on your phone, AUDACY. 5 straight. 6.5 out, wild card as of going into last night's game, taking on the Dodgers again. So here's the first question. Has the starting pitching let this ball club down? Joe Giordano, sir, you're first. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. Okay, Joe, we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know what's going on. So maybe your mic might be muted. If you want to unmute your mic, if not, all right, we don't hear you. So I'll tell you, if you can talk to him, have him call in on the phone, okay? All right. So what do you think, Greg? Has the starting pitching let this ball club down?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent they have, but if you look at it, giving up the 4 runs, you get us into extra innings on Friday. And Friday night was very disappointing with the you make the comeback. Boy, Cruz has been something special since he's come back, really hitting the ball well, and you notice how much you missed him, and you kind of realize you can live with him in center field now. I mean, he's got that great arm. The couple of throws he made the other night, outrageous the way that he can get the ball into the infield and toward home plate. But so maybe a little bit of questionable managing there, where you end up with having to have Henry Davis bat in the top of the 10th inning with the bases loaded, 1 out, and Henry does what Henry does and hits a routine 6-4-3 double play, and that basically ended the game for us. So did the pitching let us down? To a certain extent, but 4 runs to the Dodgers, the very powerful Dodger outfit, not that bad.
So we got to ask you again. They've said he's tired arm. He's a little overweight. They gave him extra rest. It didn't work. Should he shut him down or not? Many people think that won't help. Some even said he's saving his arm for his next team, which I think is preposterous. But Paul Skeens, the mystery continues.
Yeah, and it's a little strange, isn't it, Rob? It's almost like the emperor with no clothes, right? I mean, we see what we see, and yet the organization and Skeens himself kind of tend to say, hey, there's nothing wrong here, nothing to see here, everything's fine, I'm pitching well. But he's not the same guy. It's just, it's funny to see, Bubba Chandler throwing the 101 mile an hour fastballs the other night, and you think that's what we used to see out of Paul Skeens. So it's kind of crazy to have to go through this, with Bubba firing it the way he is, and then Jared Jones pitched okay yesterday. I mean, but the trouble is you get a nice cushion
and you blow the lead.
Yeah, you blow
3
it so
runs.
fast.
All right, Joe Giordano back in center square. Joe, so what about the starting pitching? Let's kind of go back with that question for you to start off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the the biggest thing is the consistency, and that's always going to be a question mark. Any championship caliber or playoff type team has to have solid pitching. I mean, you can't start a game down 3-4 nothing. We have the offense that can get back into it, and we have done that this season. But it's just that consistency. That's one of the frustrating things that when I'm watching a game, you're like, okay, this is really going well, and then boom, something goes off the rails, and unless you have somebody that when they get on the mound, you know what you got, period. And if you look up and down that starting rotation, that's been the big question mark. Is are you going to have back-to-back starts that are consistent, and not only back-to-back starts day to day, but is pitcher A going to come back 4 or 5 days later and give you the same performance? That has been, I'm sure, very frustrating for the staff as well, because I think we've all been there. It's like, okay, we had back-to-back series wins, and we're in. Let's go. We're ready to go, and then it's flat. I think that's been pretty much the story of the season so far.
Joe, it's kind of, you're talking about getting good back-to-back starts, and they did get them out of Ashcraft this week, and maybe this is picking nits a little bit.
Yes, they did.
Maybe it's picking nits a little bit to see him go, pitch a complete game. Then the following night that he pitches his next start, he's only at 80-plus pitches through 8 innings, and they take him out. I guess I get it, but where the science was behind that one, and it worked out okay, so you don't overly criticize, but I just couldn't figure that one out unless maybe he said, that's all I got tonight.
Exactly, and I apologize for not mentioning that, but yeah, he was terrific, and it was fun to watch. But I don't know if you noticed, when the Pirates, and this is what I key on, when the Pirates pitchers are pounding the bottom of the zone to get ahead in the count, that's when they're very, very good, because then they could elevate and throw that slider, cutter, whatever they want to throw, with a little wrinkle. But I noticed when the Pirates do well, when the staff does well, it's that bottom part of the zone that they're really, really good. The other frustrating thing for me is, I had this saying, on or out. We've talked about this, Counselor, on or out in 4 pitches or less. Right?
I love that. Yeah.
I've never seen a pitching staff go from 0-2 to a full count and a 10-pitch at bat with the Pirates. It's really amazing. I'm like, let's keep attacking, and I think that's what Ashcroft did. He just kept coming at them with hard stuff, and you saw the success that he had.
Joe, that's interesting. So your theory, when you get 0-2, I mean, my daughter was a fairly competitive softball pitcher, and we always talked, 0-2, you don't want to throw a strike, you want to get a chase. Now, I'm assuming what you're saying is, the 0-2, you try to get a nibble or something like that, and then that next pitch is one where you got to come in there. Or is your theory attack even at 0-2?
No, it's one of those things where, listen, the most important pitch in baseball, in my opinion, obviously, you want to get ahead in the count, first pitch strikes, right? But the 1-1 count is the one you have to win. Because if you look across all of baseball, there's about a 250-point batting average difference from a hitter that's 1-2 to a pitcher that's 1-2. So it's very important to win that pitch. So in other words, you have the scouting report. There is so much information out there. Yeah, maybe go with that little cutter or elevate. I never want to say waste pitch. I always say it's a purpose pitch, because it's going to set up your next pitch. So if I just look at when the pitching staff, and any pitching staff, when they stay on that attack mode, man, I'd much rather see a ball hit out of the ballpark. Well, maybe stand-up double. But I'd much rather see that than go from like 0-2, 1-2 to a walk.
Yeah.
And here's the other one. I want you to watch this. 2 quick outs. I used to always say this to my pitchers. 2 quick outs, the next batter, 2-0 count. Just remember that, 2-0-2. 2-0 with 2 outs. If you get back-to-back, it happens so often, it's incredible. But nobody notices it unless you're looking for it. But let's get them out. Get off the field.
When we come back, we're going to talk about the management. Is it flawed? Did they not think that this bench was deep enough? And also, should they have pulled the trigger earlier on a trade? All that and more when we get back. Bucks Dodgers again later today in that 4 o'clock hour first pitch on 93.7 The Fan. We'll be back with more in a moment. Your Pratt Pack.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday. That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, we're back. Joe Giordano, one more segment still to come. Ray Fittipaldo at noon on the Steelers after that debacle the other night. And, of course, Ted Arnott will be here as well. So in the front office, let's talk about them possibly being flawed. General Manager Ben Cherington stayed on course maybe too long with the trade deadline and maybe getting aggressive a little bit earlier and misjudging the roster's true depth. So, and a golden opportunity to go out there and get some players because of the pitching that he had to maybe give up. So, you first, Joe Giordano, is the administration, the management, the upper team, are they flawed? Are they responsible for what's going on right now?
Well, I think everything starts at the top. There's no doubt about it. And, you know, we don't have that internal knowledge of what they're thinking and what they feel they have in the minor leagues, what they're willing to give up, whether it be somebody on the current roster, etc. And are they possibly thinking that this is a setup year for next year? You know, there had to be, the question had to have been asked, what do we need? And do we believe this is truly a playoff caliber team that can go through a round or two in the playoffs? If the answer to that was yes, then I think they should have added more. If the answer to that was, well, let's keep steady, maybe fill in a couple of spots here or there, and hold on to what we have in the minor leagues, get ourselves healthy, and see where it's at heading into next year. But, you know, the next year thing, I think we're also hungry for playoff baseball back in Pittsburgh. I think the fans would be frustrated with that. But I think that's the determining factor from what's going on in those conversations that we're not privy to.
Joe, it seems like, you know, this team, and we've said baseball is part of the beauty of baseball is the long-term nature of it, the marathon nature of it. You can't make snap judgments. Everybody wanted to give Esmerlin Valdez a contract extension and $300 million because he had 3 good weeks when he, back in June, and now he has certainly cooled off. The league kind of figured him out a little bit. That doesn't mean he won't find it again. He's certainly got some positive attributes about him. But looking forward with how you decide what to do, and then you have that other wild card out there that is, what are we going to get next year? Is there even going to be baseball? And if there is it going to be under a new collective bargaining system that maybe changes the whole face of this, and maybe you are going to be able to sign some guys that you didn't expect to? So I really wouldn't like to be a baseball general manager right now because there's so many things that are up in the air.
I completely agree with you. I mean, I was talking to a couple of friends of mine that are in baseball, and they're scratching their heads. It's just like college baseball, right? With the transfer portal and the NIL, there's so much chaos and uncertainty. And I think that's where professional baseball is. And why do you think, and I don't know if this is a good parallel, but why do you think banana ball is so popular?
Oh.
Because it's just this entertainment piece, which for me, I'm a purist and traditionalist, and I love the game of baseball. But there's across the board in all of baseball. I mean, they're talking in that collective bargaining agreement to eliminate high school players from the draft. And there is so much uncertainty that maybe they know more than is being broadcast and publicized to us. And that's a part of the strategy. But I agree with you, Counselor. It's a head scratcher.
Yeah, and being able to kind of figure that out and stay ahead of the game, I fear that the Pirates administration is not really one of the administrations that's making any decisions with regard to the management council and what goes on in baseball. I think, they're just going to get whatever the new CBA is just jammed down their throats.
All right, let me jump in here real quick and talk about the big ticket item. And being that we have a lawyer in the room, this Walters guy, the Lakers, and now, Chelsea and all these other teams and loans and hedge funds and insurance companies, I can't keep track of it. But if I'm Ohtani, I'm starting to wonder if the money's even there, okay? And if it's not, can I get out of Dodge while the getting is good? And you got to believe he's going to be getting rid of the Dodgers real soon. So explain to me legally what he's been charged with, possibly by the feds, why he needs cash, and why he, within 14 months, bought the Lakers for 10 and sold them for 12. Go ahead.
Yeah, so from what I can gather, it has something to do with borrowing from other persons to make the paycheck. It's almost a pyramid scheme type of, in essence, a pyramid scheme. You were giving people monies and then hoping they were going to give monies to somebody else and running it back up the ladder to you. So to my understanding, that's what it is. But it makes you wonder, did they talk Ohtani into, because Ohtani's money is deferred for like 40 years or some crazy number.
Is it going to be there, though? That's
but that's what I'm saying. So did they talk him into doing that and then not worrying about the 40 years from now? They're going to be dead anyway.
Yeah, but he doesn't really gamble too well, does he? So, I mean, do you understand? This is one of the most cherished franchises in the history of baseball. Vin Scully and Tommy Lasorda and all those great Dodgers, Sandy Koufax. I mean, this is really kind of scary that this guy, and then he had his hands on the Lakers too. And Chelsea, as far as soccer is concerned, is legendary. How could he have done all of this?
Well, it's what you and our buddy Ted always get us into, and that's all this gambling stuff that's impacting on this. We need the gambling needs to be gamble on playing cards, gamble on roulette wheels. Quit gambling on sports. Sports can take care of themselves. We don't need to gamble on sports. That's my soapbox for the day, Joe.
Or go to the local, the laundromat or the barbershop and place your bet in the behind the curtain, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just awfully crazy. All right, last thing about the Pirates, and I'm just going to be blunt. Is Donnie Kelly really the future? And maybe we should have realized this was just the next step this season. Is he the future? Does he have the right stuff? I love him, but I'm asking you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can always, criticize the minutiae, but I think he's got the right abilities, and clearly he was going to become a major league manager at some spot. I think, Joe, you would acknowledge that he was going to get a major league job sooner rather than later, and now he did kind of get plugged in, and the criticism being he probably got plugged in at a low price because he was already in Pittsburgh, and he's a Pittsburgh guy and wanted to do it. But I think he's a quality guy, and he can get it done.
I agree. I said it from day one. He's got the knowledge. He's got the look. Listen, in baseball, quick story. I was at a convention. Walter Alston was the speaker. He gave a scenario. He said there were 3 scenarios. He said, all right, who would do this? Third of the team, third of the group, raise their hand. Who would do this? Another third. Who would do this? Another third. All good scenarios. And he said, exactly my point. Goes, when I make my decision, there's 2/3 of the people here that are good baseball people that disagree with me. End of story.
Yeah, and but again, another one of the beauties of baseball is you can sit back, you can analyze those things over time.
So I got home late yesterday, and once again, I still can't figure out. Pirates are playing the Dodgers, but they had the AAA Indianapolis team on television. Maybe I just was on the wrong channel, but I was watching them take on Louisville. Why do you think they just didn't try to bring up as many young arms as they could and took a shot and got rid of some of these guys in the bullpen sooner? That's what a lot of teams do, especially when they're taking on water. They, no pun intended, they roll the dice. Sis came up. We've got some. I just think they should have tried to mix it up a little bit more.
Yeah, but you look at how good Montgomery has been over the past couple of weeks. He's been lights out, and at the beginning of the season, we're wondering what the heck did they get this guy for? So it's just hard to know that, and I think they went with Santana far too long. That was the one that was the head scratcher, Joe.
We got 1 minute, Joe. All yours. Go ahead, Skip.
No, I just think that there are so many moving parts when you're in. I think it's almost like a perfect storm this year, where there was early success that was maybe a little bit more than anybody anticipated. Then you hit a couple of bumps. You finish strong prior to the All-Star break, and then you come out of it and you struggle a little bit. And the inconsistencies and the injuries, there are a lot of pieces to this that I think the anticipation maybe was elevated, and the expectation from a fan perspective was elevated early. And once the real bumps of a baseball season kind of raised their ugly head, so to speak, this is what we got. So, again, the decisions that are made at the higher levels, that there's some type of system that they're thinking. I'm sure budget is an important piece of that. But it's been a good season to watch, a tough season, a lot of high points, a lot of excitement. But boy, it's like that roller coaster.
It is.
It just crashes every once in a while.
All right, Skip, I'm out of time. I got to get to a break. Thank you so much. We'll catch up with you next week, okay?
Love being with you guys. Thank you.
All right.
See you, Joe.
Former manager or coach of the Pitt Panthers, now special assistant, IMG Academy. What do you make of that train wreck the other night against the Jets? Do we even have a quarterback? Maybe Aaron Rodgers would be the option when he's 63. Stay with us. That's next on KDKA.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix's first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Another local school district delaying the start of the school year due to mold found in one of its school buildings. It's the Homer Center School District up in Indiana County. It says mold spores were found in some elementary school classrooms. So it's delaying the start of the school year for all students until Tuesday, September 1st. In a letter, the district says the exceptionally warm and humid weather this summer, quote, created challenging conditions within portions of the elementary school building. Heavy rain and thunderstorms on Saturday in parts of our region led to the cancellation of the Squirrel Hill Night Market. Organizers working to reschedule that market for next Saturday, August 29th from 6 to 10. That date is yet to be confirmed. Severe weather also forced the postponement of the opening weekend of the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, but the Renaissance Festival says it will be open for opening weekend next weekend in Westmoreland County. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of
we're
Pittsburgh.
hearing a lot about
News Radio,
data
KDKA.
centers.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I like about having the most effective treatment protocol on the market for peripheral neuropathy is the stories that we hear. Like Karen from Export, she suffered with neuropathy for 3 years, and it got so bad that she couldn't even wear her normal shoes. In fact, she got rid of them and can only wear Skechers. After going through the program, now she's able to wear any shoes she wants, and she's very disappointed that she got rid of all her other shoes.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Karen. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, so I'm going to call Jerry Jones, counselor, and I'm going to trade Joey Porter for a couple of first-round draft picks next couple years. Listen.
But what do you have that's going to play corner for you this year then?
That doesn't matter because you're going to be over. Listen, if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt, we're done. You were absolutely right. I'm watching that game with the sound turned down because I was working, getting ready to do videos of my show, and I couldn't be distracted, but I watched the video, and every once in a while I listened to what Pomp and Charlie had to say, meaning Mr. Batch and Pompiani. Those quarterbacks were horrible.
Well,
listen, horrible. When your coach says, well, like last week, this guy, deer in the headlights, Coach McCarthy, has done everything to give these guys a little bit of a bump. Will Howard got a shot through 2 picks. The offensive coordinator was blaming it on the rest of the team. He threw the football. We're in trouble.
Well, what you think is maybe we can at least put the brakes on the canonization process for Mike McCarthy because the offense did not look anywhere near like the first week.
That's an excellent point, too. So what we're going to do, Ryan, open up these phone lines. I'm going to give you and the audience a chance to really vent. I can't be the only one. Drop balls. Offensive line bouncing people around like gumballs.
I was because we gave Broderick Jones some kudos for the first week, but
taking it all back.
He did not look good. Looked kind of out of place and bent over.
Cut him. Dylan Cook. Cut him. Cut one of these quarterbacks.
Oh, wait, you can't cut Cook and
I know. We're keeping Cook.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Jones is gone.
Yeah.
He's gone. I'm sorry. Let him re-find himself for the Arizona Cardinals or somebody. I'm done. That quarterback play, both of those young men, with all due respect, they got a chance. Their coach believed in them, said, look, Mason, you're sitting down. The only one that walked out of there with a good game was Mason Rudolph because he didn't play. And he pretty much, now they're talking about trading him to the Jets. Don't let him go now.
Yeah. Well, the Jets looked okay. Geno Smith looked
one series.
decent.
The Jets stink. And I know this was the second, third, fourth team, special teams.
Yeah.
They were horrible. They got shut out by the worst team in all of pro football and their worst second and third string teams. Most of those guys were just playing to get on the special teams. But Mike McCarthy, I'm telling you, I'm concerned about him too in this whole offensive thing. I didn't see anything redeeming in those. And I know it's preseason and we've got Buffalo this week, but the quarterbacks should have been playing like it was the Super Bowl. This was their chance, and they didn't show me anything.
Yeah, there were some redeeming factors. I thought that Mark Bruner's son played pretty well at linebacker in the game itself, and it maybe is kind of standing up for a spot, especially because he can play some special teams pretty well. I think our buddy Heidenreich is going to be in trouble.
He's done. I love him. He's done.
He's a great kid. Looked like it's going to be tough for him to make it.
And Johnson was showing some things, and Dowdle got in there, and, Javon Warren. But, man, I tell you, you're in front of the home fans. It's summertime, your second preseason game. You got a team that you can really clip, knock them out, do some amazing things, stretch the field, run the football. Darnell gets in for one segment. I just didn't see anything. But it goes back to these two quarterbacks. Now you were right why they drafted him in the 6th round.
Yeah.
And why Drew Aller was in the 3rd round. And I keep hearing people still say they may have found their franchise quarterback. This is the telltale sign while neither one of them are going to make it. Their footwork was horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, I don't know enough. I'm not expert enough to know if it was. I do know the one play that Aller did have a nice maybe 45, 50-yard completion.
But both
he
feet
got
were
outside
off the ground when he threw that football.
Well, he got outside the pocket. He was rolling left.
Both feet were off the ground. We used to do that in Hunky Alley in New Brighton, okay, when I was throwing to the guy by the 64 Buick.
Yeah.
Come on, Greg. They're in trouble. Listen, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, and he was joking with Cam and all them on the sidelines, they were roughing him up a little bit. I'm looking at that offensive line thinking, oh, my goodness. I'm in trouble. I mean, that offense. Why were they bouncing these guys all over the offensive line?
I guess they were trying to get a look just to see. The starting line is pretty well set. So I guess they were trying to get a feel for who can they have at that swing guard, at that swing tackle position for that 6, 7, and 8 offensive line spot on the roster, and that's what we're going to find out. If Broderick Jones. To say one thing for him, they've given him a shot. They gave him a lot of plays in this preseason. He was in the game until late in the game, into the fourth quarter. So they're clearly either trying to break him or give him enough opportunities and enough repetitions just to see if he can come around.
No tackling during training camp. They left training camp early. They're eating ice cream in Latrobe. I mean, look. I don't know. That'd be like me asking my dad for $1 before I cut the grass.
Yeah, but it's a different. Football is a different game now. Even in college,
two guys that have an opportunity to secure themselves as a second-string quarterback, force the hand of the organization to trade the veteran Mason Rudolph, and have the chance, because he's not coming back, to be number 1 going into next year. And you literally just fell asleep at the switch.
Well, that was one game. The week before, they were both great, and everybody was saying we're in great shape. So, it can't be that bad. They had one bad week.
Off the radar. They literally went off the radar into the abyss. I could see if, maybe a pick or two. They didn't even score a point.
Yeah, and not only that, throwing the ball to the wrong team is hard to live with. Yeah.
But it wasn't his fault.
No.
The offense coordinator, it was everybody else's fault. They were out of position. Even though that guy on the bench who was drinking Gatorade, it's his fault too.
My first criminal case, I had a guy, he said, it wasn't me, it was some other dude that looked like me.
Listen, I just love the Steelers, and I love Coach McCarthy, and I know they're going to give us more. But he's not happy. I can tell you right now, tomorrow's going to be a different day over there on the South Shore.
I would imagine, yes. That will be interesting. Who do we have this week? We play Thursday?
Buffalo, Thursday,
okay.
At Highmark.
At the new field, huh?
Yeah. Why was I lulled into such a false sense of security?
Yeah, but it's preseason, right? I mean, I can see
preseason quarterbacks.
I can see a day when they
any seasoning.
I could see a day when they don't even play these preseason games anymore. The bleachers are half full. Nobody's there. Nobody cares. Pompiani's even falling asleep broadcasting the game.
Not.
No.
We're kidding.
I'll tell you what, he does a great job. Like, even those lower end of the roster guys for the Jets, he's giving you information on those guys. I'm thinking, I don't know if I would do that much homework for a preseason game, but he does.
That kid from Steel Valley's pretty good too.
Charlie's good.
He really is good. But Merrill Hodge has been doing some stuff. Boy, he's strong, man.
Good to see him come back.
Listen, when I heard stories, and correct me if I'm wrong, God bless him, that he used to have his address written down and he put it in his pocket so he would never forget where he lived. I heard his concussion issue was so bad. That's what I heard back in the day. I don't know if it's true or not, but I love Merrill Hodge.
Yeah, and he was one of those hot guys on ESPN for a few years with the analysis that he could do.
You know how long it's been since him and Bubby played football here in Pittsburgh?
It's hard to imagine that.
35, 40 years?
It's been a long time for a lot of those guys. And you start to realize, the ages of guys that you're looking up. I was looking up Jim Nance last night. We were talking with a few friends about one of my cousins is going to Pebble Beach to play some golf in a few weeks. And I was telling him that Jim Nance has a house on the 17th fairway at Pebble Beach, and we can both remember when he was like the young buck in broadcasting, and now he's toward the tail end.
I know, it's hard to believe, but Pompiani could sit in that chair for Jim Nance and they wouldn't skip a beat.
Agreed.
Especially with golf. No one does it better. All right, here's Tim, Penn Hills. Come on, Tim. I can't be wrong about this deplorable, display of football the other night, even if it was a preseason game.
Hey, Rob, I just FedExed you the Valium. They said it'll be there by noon.
Good. I'll wait.
I don't. Did you see Fernando Mendoza threw an interception? It's preseason.
I'd much rather have Fernando Mendoza as opposed to those two guys.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like Greg said, they were moving linemen around and stuff like that. They're probably trying to put guys in situations to see how they play. But I don't
Yeah, how do you react when you fumble the ball? How do you react when you throw an interception? How do you react when you miss a tackle? How about how many balls these guys dropped?
Well,
you can't blame the quarterback for that.
they can't all be Larry Fitzgerald's.
And Johnson, he has a couple of nice runs. Well, looks like he's going to maybe have a chance to make this team. He didn't show me nothing either.
I know.
I mean, come on.
It's funny you mentioned about you turned on the Pirates and it was the AAA game. I did the same thing.
Yeah, why would they do that?
But they were on what, Prime or Fox or Apple or one of those?
No, it was
on the next channel up.
Okay, they were on Fox. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Because I eventually I found it. But it was funny the night before, after watching the Steeler game, I was watching the Pirates, and it was 4-2, and I forget it was late, and I was like, I got to go to bed, and then I woke up, my Dexcom went off. I came downstairs, had a glass of milk, and I asked, the voice activated thing, what the Pirates did, and it said it's 4-4 in the top of the eighth. Turned it on, and then I missed O'Neal Cruz hitting a home run, but Brandon Lau just missed a home run, and they would have won the game, and then they ended up losing in the. I went back to bed. They ended up losing in the 10th, but like I said, back about the Steelers, it's preseason, and Roman Wilson, I guess he's the one he cut off his route, and you expect the quarterback to expect him to run a particular route, and he changes it.
Don't expect Roman Wilson to be here.
You might be right.
He's gone. He might be gone as early as tomorrow. I'm telling you.
Well, there's no cuts yet.
Well, they may decide to change the rule.
Yeah.
No, by next Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Next Sunday, go down to the 53-man roster. Look, you got. If you want to trade Mason, so be it. I'd trade Joey Porter for 2 first-round picks, maybe even to somebody who might end up with. Give me 2. If you got 2 next year in the first round, like the Jets, I think, or Cleveland does, give me those 2 because he's supposedly the greatest, cornerback since Mel Blount. I love the kid, but is he worth $30 million?
Well, that's quite. And Tim, you've probably seen some of the reports now. A lot of the analysts are saying that Porter has kind of priced himself out of the opportunity with the Steelers because he wants to get to that $30 million level, and
he hasn't played
they're
even
saying
at all this preseason. Is he even going to be ready till like week 4 or 5?
Well, he's holding in.
He's got a sore back.
He's got a bad back.
I know, but he's not been on the field executing, and obviously neither has this team.
Well, Rob, I'll leave you with this. Greg mentioned about they're going to ban high school football, baseball players from getting drafted. The Steelers next year, I think they're going to switch it in the NFL. Steelers should draft that kid you interviewed last week from Central.
They just lost their big offensive lineman, their center.
Central did?
Yeah, 6'6". That kid was going to Penn State.
Oh.
Yeah, he did something to his leg.
Was it Kalis?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, his dad
I hate
played
to hear
in
that, but glad he's not going to Penn. He's going to be injured at Penn State.
Listen,
shouldn't say that, but
he was going to go visit.
That.
He was going to go visit Pablo Plejkovar.
Hey, and what's his name? How did Tyke Hayes end up in Nebraska, and now he's out? Why don't he come to Pitt?
There's somebody in Nebraska that's been recruiting this end of the world recently because there's been a few guys that are headed that direction.
That's a guy who used to be at Penn State.
Is that?
Yeah, that's their coach. But listen, Tyke.
Not Terry Smith.
No. No, not Terry Smith.
Okay.
I'll tell you in a minute. The guy coaching at Nebraska, but Tyke Hayes should be coming.
Oh, you're talking about Matt Rule?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Former assistant at Pitt. That's who's doing that. And how do you think Tyke ended up out there? Now he's out. Bring him to Pitt. We'll take a break. Stay with us, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rural Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at RomeMonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Creams Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Just to give you an idea how tough it is to get a franchise quarterback. So these are the people, some did okay and some did more than okay. One got us to a Super Bowl. After Bradshaw to Big Ben. Cliff Stout, all right, 83, one and done. Mark Malone, 84 to 87, who was one good-looking dude. Who
Magnum PI.
Who ended up in Chicago, a great sports anchor.
You remember, Rob? He had the longest catch in Steelers history for a long time. It was like a 90-yard catch.
And he blew his knee out.
I didn't realize.
And he was never the same. No. Bubby Brister, I was right, 40 years ago, 86 to 91. He was a stud. Now, according to Joe Walton, God rest his soul, the offense coordinator, he had a little bit of a challenge learning the playbook. I'm just saying, that's what Joe told me years ago.
Northeast Louisiana or one of those schools like
that. Had that same southern draw like Terry Bradshaw. I loved him. And then Neil O'Donnell, who leaves us and signs the big deal. Was it with the Jets or somebody?
Yes.
I don't even know how he got him to the Super Bowl. Number 14 didn't even look good on him. That was Y.A. Tittle's number. He never did anything for me.
Well, you thought that the interceptions that Howard threw the other night were bad. The two that he threw to the kid at Dallas, they got that guy a big contract because it was the only 2 interceptions he ever had, was crazy.
Mike Tomczak, still a cool guy, 96, 99.
He's working at Youngstown State now.
I know he is. And here's the other thing. If this guy's playing today and you're his agent, he's making $50 million a year. Cordell Stewart, 97 to 2002. He comes up today. He is, as we used to say, that and a bag of chips.
No, he fits the current offensive system so much better.
Here's another one. Tommy Maddox.
Oof.
Listen, do you know he was a former number 1 pick in the NFL out of UCLA?
I probably knew that somewhere in the back of recesses of my mind.
But this is how it works. And Ryan, my producer, who's smarter than me, take a listen, young man, because I'm actually going to teach you something. All right, so Joe Hardy, the legendary Joe Hardy, 84 Lumber, who I loved, and Maggie and that family, good to me. If I ever am lucky to build a Ryan home, I'm using 84 Lumber, okay? So anyway, he says, I'm having this bash down at the Heinz Field had just opened, a couple of years. Ooh. He said, I want you to come down and MC it. Well, I'm not going to tell Joe Hardy no. So I get down there, and I have a chance meeting with John Daly, who says, you want some of these beer tickets? I'm like, no, I'm good, man. I'm good. So me and John Daly are hanging out, just chopping it up, having a great time. And it was a charity that Tommy Maddox charity was going to benefit from it. So I look up, and there comes a guy in, tall, blonde, with a canary yellow leisure suit. I mean, he looked like a test pattern. Comes walking.
Tall, blonde with the...
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this. I said, who's that dude? And he said, that's the guy they just got in the draft recently. I'm like, who? They call him Big Ben Roethlisberger. That Sunday, Maddox gets popped. And guess who comes in?
There you go. Wally pipped him.
Because Maddox had a really nice little thing here for a while in Pittsburgh. He could really sling that football. Machine Gun Tommy Maddox.
Yeah, he was okay. But you bring up John Daly.
Loved him.
Remember?
Still do.
Remember when they first opened the facility on the south side, the training facility? There was an agency that had an office in there. It was called SFX, and they represented John Daly. He was one of their clients, and they had a little contest. They built a little tee right alongside the banks of the Monongahela River, and Daly was hitting balls across the Monongahela River over toward the Parkway.
No kidding.
I don't know if he was successful because that's a long way, but I know he was trying to hit balls across the river.
All right, here's some other honorable mention quarterbacks. David Woodley, who you may remember came from Miami, 84 to 85. Sure. Scott Campbell, Steve Sonny Bono, Todd Blackledge out of Penn State, Jim Miller, and Kent Graham.
Steve Bono was one of Ralph's guys, UCLA quarterback, Philadelphia guy, and the way that he got his chance in the NFL was he was willing to cross the picket line during the strike. And he was the Steelers quarterback in the strike years, and then, kind of made name for himself. Ended up being Joe Montana's backup for probably 10 or 12 years and got the starting role at Kansas City after Montana was gone. So he actually parlayed that whole thing into a pretty nice career.
So I'm watching Drew Rosenhaus, who I've had on many years ago, this last couple of days on a national broadcast. They're saying how he's dealt billions and billions of deals with that kind of money, which makes sense. But, and I don't know your business. You're a professional. This is what you do, Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, Travis Kelce, and a whole lot of other first-round picks, free agents who ended up playing multiple years in the league. I believe Ralph Sindrich, if he wasn't the guy who wanted to help the common man, could have been on the same level as some Scott Burrows or any of these other guys. He was that good, in my opinion.
Well, he was in his day. When Ralph was at the height of his career, he was voted on Sports Illustrated as the 49th most powerful person in all of sports, not just football, but in all of sports. 2 years running, Sports Illustrated had that, and that was in the days when Ralph had Al Toon, Bill Fralick.
Al Toon, the Jets receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah, and because Ralph was an artist in those days, people held out their first-round draft picks because there was no salary window that was preordained. So you basically could do the deal that you as good as you could make it. So he kind of broke the ceiling of the windows of where you would supposedly sign players, but he had the guts to hold guys out. And many agents didn't.
Everybody knows the Bobby Bonilla contract. He gets the annuity every July. Did Fralick get a deal like that?
Yeah, Ralph did that deal first with Bill Fralick and the Atlanta Falcons. A guy named Tom Bratz. Ralph took him fishing in Lake Avella.
Here's a cold one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ralph used to talk about that contract. He said there was fish guts on the contract after they signed it.
I love Ralph Sindrich, and I know he's out in California, and he's doing okay, and that makes me happy. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. On the other side, he is the guy who really, in bold print, knows a whole lot more than we do about the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know him from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. So honored and very grateful that Ray Fittipaldo will join us again for another segment, one of the few before the season starts, because he is a busy guy. That's moments away after Rob Taylor checks the noon news next on KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Honor the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by visiting the Remember Me Rose Garden, a living memorial to the heroes of Flight 93. Based in Somerset, the garden features thousands of roses and perennials, wildflowers, 50 flowering trees, a walking trail, and more. See the new Visitor Center. Enjoy live music during this September 11th commemoration, just a quarter mile east of the Flight 93 Memorial. Visit remembermerosegarden.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 71 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A candlelight vigil will be held this evening for Caroline Heinz. She was killed, police say, by Royce Moser on Wednesday night. Police say Moser stabbed her inside of a vehicle and then tried to cover it up with help from his mother, Rachel Moser. Heinz was an 18-year-old incoming freshman at Penn West California University. Candlelight vigil will be held tonight at 6 o'clock at the Trinity United Methodist Church in McMurray. Another school district delaying the start of the school year due to mold found in one of its buildings. Homer Center School District in Indiana County says mold spores were found in some elementary classrooms. It's delaying the start of the school year to Tuesday, September 1st. District says the exceptionally warm and humid weather this summer created, quote, challenging conditions within portions of the elementary school building. Well, the rain and thunderstorms on Saturday nights led to the cancellation of the Squirrel Hill Night Market. Organizers working to reschedule the market for Saturday, August 29th from 6 to 10 p.m. That date, though, not confirmed as of yet. Also, Saturday night, forcing the postponement of the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival's opening weekend. The Renaissance Festival's opening weekend now will be held next weekend in South Huntington, Westmoreland County. Scary moments aboard an American Airlines flight that landed at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport Friday night. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee with the details.
Passenger Jessica Ergens was seated 2 rows behind the fire.
I said to the person sitting next to me, "Oh, shoot, his laptop's on fire." And I just remember I just saw the smoke first, and then it all happened really fast, and he was trying to get it away from him into the aisle.
She says several passengers tried to put out the flames.
There were 2 individuals that had their hands in bags of ice, and they were, shaking. They were visibly just very, shocked.
American Airlines says only 1 person needed treatment. Flight attendants eventually sealed the laptop in a thermal containment bag, according to the FAA.
A major decision Saturday in a case that has gotten national attention and divided a Texas community. ABC's Allison Cossack with that story.
A Texas judge has denied convicted 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony's motion for a new trial, rejecting claims that an alleged agreement between trial attorneys impacted his ability to testify in his own defense.
Get out of the roadway, you're going to jail!
Protests in June when a jury found Anthony, who was 17 at the time, guilty of murdering 17-year-old Austin Metcalf from an opposing team at a high school track meet in April of 2025. Allison Cossack, ABC News, New York.
KDK Radio News Time. It's 12:02. The AccuWeather forecast next.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details.
Slot in some me time with the Hollywood Casino app. Get ready to immerse yourself in all your favorite casino games, including over 2,000 slots, tables, and live dealers. Spin into daily cash jackpots where you could join thousands of other winners. The casino floor is now at your fingertips. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Take a moment. Take a holiday. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition. And brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
All right, hopefully we'll have a chance to hook up with Ray Fittipaldo in just a bit, but he's a busy guy, so you and I move forward. So if you were running, and Omar Khan, let's give him a little credit. You know, Benton recently gets the new deal, and Herbig, another part of that class, they all kind of came in, his first draft class. I think he's doing the right things, but in this league, I really believe it comes down who's the signal caller. And I think until they find that, it's going to be hit and miss. And again, they won the conference, and we haven't seen Aaron Rodgers yet, and we haven't seen Pittman or DK. So I think they could be competitive, but it will always be in the National Football League who's behind center, I think.
Yeah, what's the cliche? It's a quarterback-driven league, but football's always been that way, right? Except, I guess in the early days, if you had a good enough running game, all you needed to have was a manager that could, manage the game itself. But you still, it always came down to, if you come down to a 2-minute drive, you need a quarterback that can handle that and handle the pressure. And that's what the criticism of Aller has been is, he'll get you up and down the field in a game that's, not playoffs on the line, that type of thing. But then when you get to a crucial time, is he stand up, face the pressure, or does he kind of cave and turn into a guy that can't handle it? And that's what we're going to find out. I still think that he, especially coming off the heels of that game, even though neither of them played great, he played better than Howard, and I think that he's probably pulled into that third quarterback position right now.
So what would the thought process be? Because it's starting to really pick up steam. They trade Mason Rudolph maybe to a team like the Jets. You got to get a decent draft pick, if not anything else, right?
Yeah, you're not going to – actually, you probably don't even want bodies right now. You're probably pretty well content with what you have going into the season with your roster, so you could always cushion that with some type of high draft pick. But really, what are you going to get for a Mason Rudolph? Maybe a 5th-round pick?
If you're lucky.
Yeah.
If you're lucky.
So why trade him? Just keep him on a roster.
So with Aaron Rodgers and the people that I just mentioned, do you still give them a puncher's chance, like the Pittmans and the DK Metcalfs? Can this team compete and maybe repeat in this conference?
Yeah, you can't overreact to a poor exhibition game and think that, okay, our season's kaput. I think we'll have a better opportunity to figure that out once we get into the regular season and it starts to roll. And it is going to come down to, number one, does Rodgers still have what we hope? And if he does, can we keep him upright with this apparent lack of solid offensive line play?
All right, Ray Fittipaldo joins us right now. He's on the KDKA Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. Ray, before we get into anything, thanks for joining us. And if you can, observations. I know it's a preseason game, but that quarterback play really left a lot to be desired. Go ahead.
Yeah, Rob, it was not good, and it really stood in stark contrast to what Will Howard and both Drew Aller did in that first game against the Packers. But I think that comes with the territory. When you have two guys who are getting their first NFL, experience, you're going to have ups and downs. So I think in the big picture, I don't think it's a huge concern for them. But I do think they both want to end the preseason on a better note this weekend against the Buffalo Bills.
Hey, Ray, you can feel free to say this isn't a fair question because it's hard to know this answer, but was the Jets defense playing a more of a tricked-up defense as opposed to the vanilla that we saw in the first week of the season? And is that what maybe caused some confusion for these guys, or was it just a lack of performance?
Yeah, Greg, I definitely think on that first interception, they disguised that pretty well. And you usually don't get a lot of that in the preseasons. They were also bringing a lot of pressures too. So, I know a lot of times, not every preseason game, but a lot of times these coaches will talk pregame and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. So I'm not sure if McCarthy and Aaron Glenn had those conversations or not, but whatever the case, the Steelers offense did not handle it well. We just talked about the quarterback play. I didn't think the offensive line play was great. As an extension of the quarterback play, I don't think the receiver play was great. So, yeah, a lot of things to clean up here on Thursday night in Buffalo before they concentrate their efforts on getting ready for week one against the Falcons.
Yeah, Ray, I think we need to adjust some rules and make it like the Senior Bowl. You get a 5-yard penalty if you blitz in an exhibition game.
Yeah, I guess in some ways that's good, Greg, because you're exposing your young linemen to a lot of different looks. But by the same token, Mike McCarthy and his staff are not game planning. It's going to look much different when they do start game planning, and it goes without saying. DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman. When you're missing two guys like that, that's a pretty big deal for your offense overall.
Ray, what's the deal with Broderick Jones and why he's getting so much playtime in the preseason? Are they trying to figure out whether he has it? Are they trying to showcase him for maybe dealing him? I mean, he seems to be playing more plays than anybody in the history of the game in the preseason.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. He played a lot against the Packers as well. And, unfortunately for the Steelers, if they are trying to showcase him a little bit, he's not putting any good tape out there, right?
No.
At this point, they'd probably say, okay, we'll just wait till you release him. And, the Steelers are not going to have much recourse. Greg, it's a really difficult situation. You know the way front offices operate. You do not want to admit a mistake, but he's the number 14 overall pick from the 2023 draft. He had the neck surgery. Clearly, he's having a hard time coming back from that. So, there's two options. You can release him and hope that, maybe you can bring him back and you can continue to work with him on the practice squad, or you just carry him and hope that he does gradually get better throughout the season. It's a really tough spot for Omar in that front office.
What's the story, Ray, behind what appears to be a drastic weight loss? Was it just that he couldn't lift because of the injury, or was it an intentional aspect?
No, I think he could not work out for months after that surgery. And you think about it, for an offensive lineman, the upper body strength that you have to have, the work in the weight room that goes into that, he just wasn't able to do that. I think he just got cleared to do that. I want to say in May or June, guys. It might have been late May that he finally got cleared to start working out. And he doesn't have an NFL offensive tackle body right now. He's got a lot of work to do, and he admittedly has to put on weight. So I'm sure it's hard for him to go out there and to try to do his job. However, I will say, if you just look at his footwork and his handwork, his ability to keep edge rushers off him, it's still kind of the same old story that we saw from him pre-injury too. So there's a lot of issues going on. A lot of it does have to do with the neck surgery and the rehab, but a lot of the same issues that he was dealing with as a pass protector for his first couple of seasons, those technique issues are still there as well.
All right, so running back Johnson Heidenreich, who's on this team when they make the decision next Sunday?
Yeah, I don't think Eli's going to be on there. I think he's a great candidate to be on the practice squad. You know, they can carry 16 guys in the practice squad now, so that's a natural for Eli. The Caleb Johnson thing is, I thought he showed on Friday night. He's a pretty decent between the tackles runner, but I don't know if you guys saw this. It looked like he got to the edge a couple of times, and he just didn't have the speed to turn it on for a big gain.
Yes.
Or he just couldn't elude that one cornerback who maybe got him by the shoestring. You know, so he doesn't have that big play ability. I know a lot of people in Pittsburgh don't want to hear this comparison, but to me, he's kind of looking like a Najee Harris type of player. That's not bad. Najee Harris was a useful player, but not worth a first-round pick. I think Caleb Johnson, obviously, right now in that same category. I'll say he's not on the 53, but I do think if the Steelers cut him, there'll be another team out there that will give him another shot.
All right, Greg's going to get the final word. Just a twofold for me because it's the big-ticket item. Mason Rudolph, talk about maybe to the Jets. Is he with this team? And Joey Porter, no deal. Some saying that he priced himself out of the market. He could be dealt for maybe a first-round pick if anybody's willing to do that. The question is he willing to get a first-round draft pick for? So go ahead. Those two things, and then Greg, and then we'll let you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think with Mason, they like having the veteran presence back there. I think they would have to be bowled over with a pretty good trade offer, probably a mid-round pick as opposed to a late-round pick. And the Joey Porter thing, I know there's a lot of talk out there. I still think I think the Steelers will try to get that done before the start of the season, but Joey has to want to do it too. You know, if he's really hung up on matching what Witherspoon and Gonzalez are going to make, he might have to be prepared to go into the season, in the last year of his contract, and then looking forward to probably getting tagged here in March.
Ray, this may be too far into the weeds for anybody to be interested that's listening to us, but I thought that Bruner played a really solid game, running through a block and getting a sack. Really seemed to be salivating getting through there. Has he solidified an opportunity to make this team?
Absolutely. He was one of their best special teams players last year. I think he's got a chance to be the special teams captain this year, Greg. I mean, that's how much they think of him as a special teamer. And you know who he reminds me of? And it took this guy a couple of years to become a starter. But he reminds me of Robert Spillane a little bit. You know, Robert was like an undrafted free agent, made his way onto the roster via special teams, and then he became a starter for the Steelers. And he's since signed some pretty good contracts with both the Raiders and the Patriots. And that's a good comparison, too, because Patrick Graham, the new Steelers DC, had Robert Spillane in Vegas. I think he values that type of hard-nosed inside linebacker. So we'll see if Bruner has a role in the defense. Perhaps not this season, but down the line with Patrick Queen playing out the final year of his deal.
Ray, I thought you were going to hit me with a Jerry Olszewski there.
He's a little bit like Jerry, too, but that's going way back.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Ray Fittipaldi, PG, we appreciate it. Thanks very much, okay?
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
See you, man.
All right. Short break. We'll come back. And we got Ted at the bottom of the hour, and we'll wrap up this week's edition of the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Summer is winding down, making it the perfect time to get your home ready for the fall and holidays with beautiful custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, giving homeowners superior quality, fast turnaround times, and factory direct value. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms. Schedule free shop-at-home service by calling 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, another legal question. So what's the scoop about players who get cut might have a chance to go back and get some name, image, and likeness in college football? What's the legalese to that?
Are we talking about the fifth year? Okay,
Yes.
So initially what happened was that the new ruling through the courts was that they were going to change from a former system where you had 5 years to play 4 seasons of eligibility to now just going with a straight 5. So guys like Desmond Reed at Pitt would have had an opportunity to come back, and it would have really helped Pitt's offense a ton. And then you get a federal injunction that comes down late Friday night that says, nope, the NCAA has every right to enforce their 4-for-5 rule that they had in place for years to come, and it doesn't get the 5-for-5 doesn't get retroactive to the players that have already completed their eligibility, in essence.
So I think they're also trying to maintain some sort of hand on the deck of cards.
Yeah, and they're making a mistake. The NCAA is hanging on by a thread as it is. They were smart enough to expand the playoff field for football national championship to 12, which was really bright because that kept the SEC and the Big Ten alive instead of just breaking away and going to a super conference. But now it looks like that super conference idea is kind of reinventing itself, but it's probably going to be somewhere around 60 teams, and we'll probably see that within the next 3 or 4 years.
Listen, I know you're a purist, and believe it or not, Teddy, who's an entrepreneur and a capitalist, he too is a purist. But my question, we know Arch Manning's making like $8 million this year, quarterback at Texas. If you're the quarterback at Ohio State or Notre Dame, you're not a household name, but you're the guy. What are you making?
Going rate for Power 4 quarterbacks is a little in excess of $3 million on average. But then you have like Darian Mensah at Miami, who left Duke. His number was 8. So the super elite guys are at 8.
So did they get someone like you, cold call, and say, go get me some money and I'll sign with you? How's that work?
It's not usually a cold call.
Yeah.
I mean, we have our contacts, so we reach out to these guys. And yes, so they are permitted to sign agreements with agents for NIL purposes. It can't be a professional contract. It can't be a standard representation agreement through the NFLPA, but they can sign representation agreements to negotiate both their revenue share agreements with their schools and their NIL agreements with their collectives that the schools run or individual arrangements like you have with the Heisman House and things like that.
Does it have to do with their pizzazz, Madison Avenue, selling a product, or they're just a good football player? And if you're great on the defensive line, or you're a linebacker or a wide receiver, you can make as much, if not more, than the quarterback? Or is it just, I'm the coach, I want this guy, get him some money?
Two separate questions. So the quality of play is going to get you your rev share deal, your money from your college based upon your ability to play. Your NIL money from third-party endorsers like trading card companies or car dealerships or cell phone companies or clothing companies, that's based upon your social media presence. So you as a high school player should be developing your social media presence, getting as many followers as you can get, because if you have a number of followers, that's what these people want to do, and that's who will give you NIL money.
Well, like our Ben Tenuta, who does all of our stuff at Odyssey, gets millions of views. I mean, he may be one of the best, and I've been at it on both sides, behind the microphone, in front of the camera. So social media, and Bill Chirpek, the coach at TJ, told me years ago, college coaches don't come to recruit anymore. They just follow people on social media.
Yeah, that's true. There is a lot of reach outs through the DMs, right? That's how these coaches direct messaging.
So if I'm a coach and I'm sitting in my easy chair on vacation down in Florida and I'm scrolling and I see a kid out of Tupelo, Mississippi, I want this guy. Can you basically put the fishing rod out there and take a shot at it?
As an agent or as a coach? Yeah, it certainly.
How would you do that? Just make a call?
Send a direct message. Yeah, nobody calls anybody anymore in that level. It's all through text messaging or Instagram.
Do you think the schools matter? And is that one of the reasons why Pitt struggles at this? Or is the bottom line, as it always has been, cash is king?
Cash is king.
So,
but those things kind of go hand in hand. The good schools are the ones that have the good money, big money.
We'll just use Mendoza, who ended up at Indiana last year.
Right.
Say if I'm a guy who discovered some app and I've made gazillions of dollars, I'm talking like Mark Cuban money, and I was a graduate of Slippery Rock, and I wanted him to come to Slippery Rock. So say Indiana's going to give him $5 million. I say, I'm going to give you 20.
Right.
You think he'd lean in on that?
Well, that's the question becomes, what are his future goals? If his future goals are NFL and greatness in professional football, then you're going to have to weigh the instant gratification of the 20 as opposed to the 5. But if you go to Slippery Rock, you may not get that NFL shot like you would if you stayed at Indiana. But if you're good enough, you're going to get it no matter where you go.
Like the legend, the best recruiter that ever lived, former defensive coordinator at Penn State, Tom Bradley, said, if you're good enough, they'll find you.
I agreed. But it's harder to find a guy that's playing at Elon University as opposed to playing at North Carolina.
All right, you being an agent, is it greed and is it okay?
Both. Yeah,
I agree.
It is greed, and it's okay to be greedy. I mean, hey, and now you're a different breed. You would have stayed at KDKA no matter what. But 9 out of 10 of your coworkers, if they were to get a 50% pay raise to go to another radio station or to go to TV as opposed to radio, 9 out of 10 of your cohort would do it. As would I. If CAA came and offered me to double my salary, I'd probably leave Milk and Honey.
So you're telling me if ABC reached out to you to do College Game Day for $1 million a year, you'd leave the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show?
Well, can't I bring it with us? Can't we do the same? Keep it together?
Not me, man. I want to sell Isley's chipped ham, baby. I'm staying right here. Anyway.
With the barbecue sauce. I love the way they display that on the top of the
I had some
counter.
Sweet Baby Ray's on rotisserie chicken last night.
Oh.
And some carrots and some cauliflower. Man, I thought I died and went to heaven. Then I woke up and my back's all messed up. So I don't know what's going on.
I'm telling you, everybody's missing out on the rotisserie chickens, but then you have that turkey breast that's in the same. That stuff is
I've been looking for it. I even went to Frank. I said, Frank Dentisi. He said, it's seasonal. We'll get it. That's my favorite.
They got to get that back in that shop. I love that stuff.
I don't know what it is. You're clairvoyant. Not that means he plays the clarinet, but he's reading my mind. All right, stay with us. Ted's coming up on the other side. It's your Pratt Pack. We're kind of chugging around to the final lap or two before we wrap up our marathon weekend here at KDKA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
August special, 3 rooms for $129. That's $96 in savings.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Coming up tonight at 6, a candlelight vigil will be held for family and friends of Caroline Heinz. She was killed, police say, by Royce Moser on Wednesday night. Police say Moser stabbed her inside of a vehicle and then tried to cover up the crime with help from his mother, Rachel Moser. Heinz was an 18-year-old incoming freshman at Penn West California University. And that vigil, again, to be held 6 o'clock tonight at the Trinity United Methodist Church in McMurray. Another local school district delaying the start of the school year due to mold found in one of its school buildings. The Homer Center School District in Indiana County says mold spores were found in some elementary classrooms, so the start of the school year to be delayed to Tuesday, September 1st. District says the exceptionally warm and humid weather this summer created challenging conditions within portions of the elementary school building. KDK Radio News Time, it is 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on On sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thundershower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, here he is, Mr. Ted Arnaud, back with us on KDK and Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Weeks away from picking our weekly winners against the spread. Who won that thing last year? Was it Teddy or you?
It was certainly not me, so it must have
Mike
been
Leon?
Could have. I'd have to go back.
All right. Anyway, Teddy, your observations of preseason game number 2. How about those great quarterbacks, huh?
Hey, don't totally rag on them. I mean, the line was pretty weak, if not atrocious. A lot of the receivers were not running their routes. Mostly my boy from Michigan. There were a lot of drop passes in the second half. So, I mean, it's not just the quarterbacks. I don't think really that game decided anything, in my opinion, other than the fact we know who the first 2 quarterbacks are.
Hey, Ted, talk this guy off the ledge, would you please? I'm a little worried about it. I'm going to put some nets under the bridges between here and
Somebody has to be a fan in these rooms, because you two are the professors, the Ivy Leaguers. I'm just a kid on the end of the street corner selling, produce to make a living. Bottom line is, Teddy, I know, and I said it was the entire team. Even the offensive coordinator said the exact same thing. But when you have an opportunity to play against a team that really isn't any good to begin with, and you're trying to solidify yourself as the backup to Aaron Rodgers, who is headed to the Hall of Fame and is going to exit on the turnpike at the end of the year, you may have a chance to show the Steelers throughout the year that you don't need to worry about getting a quarterback. I'm your guy. You can't let opportunities like that slip through your fingers. It's like when I was a kid and they said, look, you have a chance to do a network prize fight. Are you going to take it? Yeah, I'm going to take it. Was it perfect? No, but I at least did enough to make the show. You can't fall as flat as those guys did, and they both fell flat.
Well, you got to go look at the whole team. There's no doubt that some of their throws were bad, but the 2 bad throws that Howard had, the line actually gave him one heck of a pocket, so he can't blame that. So there definitely was kind of like the words from Cool Hand Luke. What we have here is a failure to communicate between him and his receivers, because I don't think they ran the right routes. I think he should have adjusted. I think one of his problems is that he does not look off his throw. I mean, he almost is laser focused on where he's going. As far as Aller, I just think he's young and really is not ready for prime time at that level, even against the second string. He'll get better. I think we have to wait until this game coming up. And I'm hoping that they play the 2 of them as much as they did. I don't think there's, other than maybe a series or 2 from the first 2 quarterbacks, I think this is going to be a really pivotal game for the 2 younger guys.
Hey, Ted, I like watching this last of the preseason games to see the different approaches that organizations take. Some will run out their first-team offense for a significant portion of the game to kind of have it as a full dress rehearsal for the regular season, keeping in mind that they don't have that 4th exhibition game or preseason game anymore, so you have like a 2-week window now where there's no football. There's nothing to watch from this coming weekend until the Labor Day week. So it's going to be a long time, and I think it's a little bit of a mistake. One of the few mistakes that the NFL makes is giving that much of a downtime in between, because everybody's getting excited for the season right now. You got this other game coming, even though the team wasn't performing well, you were still watching it. And then you have this whole long lull. I'm surprised that the NFL allowed that to sneak into their posture.
Yeah, and that's something the players wanted, right? I mean, they wanted that period of time, and so they were able to get that into their contract. And so that's where it is. In some ways, the NFL is so injury conscious that really takes a priority. I agree with you. These guys are going to be not maybe the best primetime shape, although they're NFL, they're pros, they'll be ready. But I certainly would like to see another game. But I think we're going to have to do with what we got. I would not expect to see much out of either one of the first two quarterbacks.
But it's interesting, guys. These guys, not only do they get like a week off from having to play, but it's like a bye week where they can't be required to be in the facility. So they go home, go to the beach, go wherever they want, which is kind of cool. It's like a preseason vacation before you ramp up for the grind of a 20-week season, hopefully 20 weeks, because that gets you into the playoffs. So we'll see how, and we're still adapting to that. This is only the second year of this.
All right, so let me ask you, Teddy, you love special teams, and if you're Danny Grossman, do you see anybody on this team, because we've seen a lot of those guys that are hopefully going to make up a special team player during these first 2 weeks. What do you think about this special team as we move forward? Is it special enough to do what they need to do?
I think the two second-team linebackers gave me the most hope for the special teams.
Yeah.
They played well, and they're special team experts, if you will, or players. I think they're the ones that really, I think, are going to be fun to watch. As far as the running, I still think it's too early to tell exactly what's going to happen with that. I think you're going to have a mixture. But there's going to be a lot decided on this next game. Certainly the special teams are going to be out there and have to figure out who's really going to be doing what. I think you might see some different players in different positions. But I don't think we know yet what the special team is going to look like.
I felt kind of badly for the kicker that they kind of brought into camp, and he's missed a couple of fields. I feel like, oh man, don't tell me.
At least he could have kept it in the stadium. I mean, it was.
Yeah, it was tough to watch that poor fella fall off the edge.
We used to play a game as kids. You're too young. Teddy might remember, called Kick the Can Under the Streetlights.
Yeah.
Believe me, we weren't picking that kid. I'm telling you that right now.
No.
All right, Teddy. Mike McCarthy, this offensive playbook. I know it's only 2, but that's what we get paid to do, is to talk about it. What do you make of the offense? There's a lot of moving parts. And do we even have a running game anymore? Go ahead.
Well, we haven't looked at the running game. The one I felt terrible for is Jones. I mean, he looked terrible.
Oh.
I don't know if he's even going to make the team, guys. We're worried about him, whether he's going to start. He looked that bad. I think our offensive line is still in flux. I don't think we know exactly where that's going to be. So I don't think we can determine or really get a good analysis of what his playbook is going to look like. And I think McCarthy's going to have to be doing a lot of switching out. He didn't run his top running backs. We didn't have the whole offensive line that you're going to see out there at once. So there's a lot of gamesmanship, a lot of analysis going on, not what we're going to see in the regular season.
All right, let me get one in here, then you and Greg can take us to the break. So we were talking about Broderick Jones not having a chance to really work out because of the neck injury, and he's a lot thinner. Ray Fittipaldo of the PG, and, of course, Greg Diolis. But on the defensive side of the football, Patrick Graham is all about big. You got Black, you got Benton, you got Cam, you got Harmon. So, and Darnell Washington actually slimmed down a little bit too. Look, if you can use height and you can put some weight on that height in the National Football League, I'd rather have someone who is not worried about being a model on the front of GQ, but someone that actually can bulk up and lay some people out in the National Football League. I like the fact that the defensive line is big this year. Great.
Yeah, as do I. Now, I will admit that I played some pickleball and then had put my IC light blinders on while I was watching the game Friday night, so I didn't see it as clearly as I should have.
That's okay.
But I didn't notice Rubio like we did in the first week, Ted, and I'm not sure because I thought for sure he was going to make it after week 1.
He had a couple of good plays.
Okay.
I think he's still in the mix. I don't think he came out shining, but I don't think he hurt himself. But he had a couple of good plays.
Yeah, and that may be the type of guy that they try to slide through, and release him, put him on the practice squad because he was a 7th-round pick. Not a whole lot of people were on him, but he might have hurt the Steelers' chances of being able to do that by his good performance in week 1.
Yeah, because I think somebody would scoop him up. I would not be surprised if he's wearing a jersey on Sundays.
Yeah, he's a big hoss, I'll tell you that much.
We're going to take a break. We're going to talk some other NFL stuff that's caught my eye, including if you think we have quarterback issues in Pittsburgh, how would you like to be in Cleveland?
I was just going to say I saw some of those highlights from yesterday. That looked brutal.
Listen, they booed him, obviously Watson, because he's just giving them every reason to boo, but he's got $250 million to kind of go home and basically cry himself to sleep. But, man, I mean, and look, with all due respect to Deion Sanders, Greg, you said it before. You're a professional. You're an agent. There's a reason why he dropped in the draft. There's a reason why Will Howard dropped in the draft. Shedeur Sanders is not a franchise quarterback.
They don't have one.
I know.
They don't have one. Dylan Gabriel looks bad. They just, oof.
Bad. All right. Maybe Bernie Kosar could still suit up for him.
Yeah.
He's hanging around.
He's coming back. He's getting healthy.
Man, Bernie.
Oh, I love him, man. I love him. All right, short break. We'll come back. One more segment with Ted, then we're going to wrap up this marathon weekend. And don't forget, we're here all week. Tomorrow night, we've got Rachel Heisler joining us, the city controller, talking about what Stephen Zappala has been talking about, these finances in the city. Also, Pittsburgh Public Schools going back tomorrow. This is the first day of the year in which those buildings are going to be closing at the end of the year. She's been all in on their finances. And coming up on Tuesday night, the Honorable State Senator Jay Costa talks about this executive order about these data centers and the governor. And listen, some of the points that the governor is making make a whole lot of sense, and we were talking about that earlier today as well. And we have a chance now because of the money that could be coming to our region because of these mega billion-dollar operations, especially names like Meta and Apple and Amazon and Microsoft. Now's the time to get it done so we can take some of that money and put it into our school districts and our roads and bridges and to a much-needed injection of business when it comes to Main Street America. We do it all. We wear many hats. It's your Pratt Pack. Back with more on KDKA in just a moment.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater. One platform to feed them all and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Dreams Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, I'd be thinking rugby when I think Australia, but that's where the National Football League is going to open up. Big argument, no longer an argument. Everybody who knows anything about the NFL, gentlemen, Greg Dale, Ted Arnott, back on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show with your Pratt Pack KDKA. The NFL, sooner or later, is going to have teams actually in Europe or other places around the world. If you're a rookie coming in and you're a top draft pick and you end up moving to Germany or London, are you okay with that, Greg?
How green is the cash that you've given me? Yeah, I could learn to speak German.
So travel absolutely has nothing to do with it, Teddy. That's a foregone conclusion. They're doing it. Next year, they say they're going to do maybe a game throughout the entire schedule, each and every week in a different part of the world. So what do you make of this brand that is going to go worldwide sooner than later?
I think we predicted it, just like we predicted it at some point in time. Streaming is going to be the way you watch football, but I think it's inevitable. I think they've had a growth program, and they're going to stay on the growth program, and it's going to evolve. And if history is any idea what's going to happen, it's going to be very successful.
Ted, isn't this classic NFL and classic big business? Don't worry about your asset, which is a human being. Just worry about your asset, which is build the brand, build the money. Don't worry about the piece, because these owners view the players just like they do pieces of furniture. And once that furniture wears out, they move on and get the next piece of furniture. And to me, this is a step too far. This game in Australia, you're talking about 22 hours of flight time. It's going to cost, even if it's not injuries, just the effectiveness of the play for these guys, it's going to affect them for 2 or 3 weeks into the season.
Yeah, but all businesses today are looking at future cash flow. And if you start putting pen to paper and you start analyzing the costs associated with the potential revenue stream down the road, that's what they're looking at. That's why you're getting these high multiples for these franchises. And we've just seen, some of it with the Lakers, and you've seen some of it that Jerry Jones is estimating that thing is worth $15 billion, whatever. The numbers are just astronomical, and it's all based on future cash flow.
Yeah, but I just I get the idea of playing in London, especially with the high quality of the jets that they're flying in. And it's not any different than Miami playing. It's no different than Miami playing in Seattle.
Right.
But I think this one is just a step too far.
All right, so let me ask you something else. Some good things, and you were talking about these players and looking at them as human beings. One of the things that I heard that Matt Hasselbeck is one that has decided to sign on to this think tank, this study, when it comes to people being alive and CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy testing, to see if they can actually diagnose it in someone who is still alive, because normally they have to wait till they pass away, then they donate their brain. Wouldn't that be amazing if they could actually diagnose that while somebody and actually treat it while they were alive?
I was going to say better if they could figure out a way to treat it, because even diagnosing it isn't going to doesn't necessarily help us right now. It's how to figure out how to treat this horrible.
So when I see these players, because the Hall of Fame just took place, the guys that we know and love coming back, and their knees are bad, they're hobbling. I mean, I've never played that football at that level, and my knees, I hobble sometimes. But imagine how many are right now still in just the post 5 years of playing that in the early stages of CTE and don't know it.
That's the scary part. The knees, the hips, all those things are replaceable things. But the brain you can't fix, and that's the one that's most troublesome to me, because not everybody, a lot of athletes that are around, a lot of people that have been playing sandlot sports and training and running marathons and going to the gym 3 days or 5 days a week for their entire lives. Their bodies are breaking down when you get to be 60, 70 years old anyway. I don't feel as badly for the players with those parts of injuries, but it's those ramming your head against somebody else's head for all those years that really is costly. And nobody knew that when they first started that this is what the end was going to be.
Well, when I used to have, Cyril Weck on my show, one of my really close friends, and we were talking about this stuff when the movie with Will Smith was being made, and Mike Webster, and obviously Teddy, that connection there as well, talking about it. I've been run over by a truck. I've had multiple, head injuries, wrecks, and banging my head on countertops and all sorts of things. And as he would describe what would happen to you, I kept thinking, dear God, when I get into my 60s and 70s, am I going to start dealing? I mean, I can't tell you how many times my head was cracked off the concrete. It just, it happened. So, Teddy, this is something that could actually help everyone else, those construction workers, people that have had bad wrecks and accidents. So I think the NFL, with all the extra money they're making, and I believe Roger Goodell has a good place in his heart for this type of stuff. Mike Ditka used to harp about it. You got to put money not just into former players, but to research that can help your fan base too. I think that would go a long way to make people say, okay, they want to make more money, fine, but they're also doing some stuff that is the greater good by possibly giving the average person an opportunity to be diagnosed and maybe treated who may be dealing with CTE. That could actually be another reason why dementia and Alzheimer's disease develops. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think, what we're seeing with artificial intelligence and other things that are coming and allowing faster analysis of this stuff, we're going to be surprised in 2 or 3 years that, we're talking about being able to treat it and diagnose it. I think at some point they're going to have help in preventing it as the very first step along those lines. And I think, we're really on the precipice of I think, great things that are going to happen all the way around the globe as far as medical research goes.
All right, Ted, you brought up AI. I got an ethical question for you guys. You got to do a speech for your daughter's wedding. Can you go to AI and have it do the speech for you and then just read it?
You got to interject or at least her name.
Yeah, I mean you got to.
Yeah. I mean then you know it's yours.
I was at a beautiful wedding yesterday, and all of the speeches obviously were written by the individuals who delivered them. But I was thinking, man, I'll bet you there are weddings out there now that people are just putting in the AI. Here's, and the AI will come up with it.
But here's what's amazing about AI. Nobody will ever confuse me with a Rhodes Scholar. Even though, I have traveled a little bit in my life, but I've never learned anything at an Ivy League school. I use AI a lot for questions, this and that, research every day. But I still believe if you put me in front of that reception and said, talk, I would do a better job than anything AI could write because I observe things and it comes out. How it comes out, even the grammar at times amazes me, grammatically correct, this, that, whatever, because I'm a person that does observe things, but I do have a heart and I do care about people and have compassion. And I think that's the one thing that artificial intelligence doesn't have. And knowing you could stand up in front of that reception with your daughter who will be getting married down the road, that second daughter, and I think you would do a great job.
No, I get it. I just threw it out there because I was thinking, because, they say AI learns. So it will know you and it can do crazy things.
Listen, I've done crazy things and I'm not artificial intelligence. So I absolutely love it. And I think it's going to be a game changer. Teddy, let me ask you, do you use any artificial intelligence at all?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty much every day I do to try and project different things, but it's getting better and better.
Well, like when I
I was thinking of, Greg, when you were talking about that, AI may be able to write the speech, but there's not any of those speeches that you don't ad-lib with little memories of your past with your daughter that are going to come out ad hoc and are going to be more meaningful than anything else that could be written.
Yep.
Listen, I was driving home yesterday, surreal experience, and I saw 2230. And I started thinking about all the years going to West Virginia and Ohio after being done here on the weekends and coming right back, covering games, doing coaches shows, the people that I've met along the way, obviously like Teddy, Frank Dawson, sadly, many of them no longer here. My mom, my dad, who were there, going to their house for a sandwich, going home, seeing my children who were waiting for me at the door. I mean, it goes by so quickly, and AI can definitely make you know certain things, but it'll never be able to replace the memories you have in your mind about people that really meant a lot to you and those times that you really blocked out because you were so busy. But as you get older, those pictures start to get painted every day in front of your very eyes.
Well, that's one of the things that fascinates me. Like, we'll go to a ball game and it'll be a big at bat, right? Everybody's standing up cheering, and you'll see 10,000 people around you with their phones up watching their phone, recording what's going on. And I'm thinking, just watch it and remember it in your head.
Yeah.
Create it. Just watch the play. Don't try to watch it through your phone.
The visual will always be the video. You'll be able to see it, but what you store in your subconscious is better than anything you have ever shot via video. Believe me.
Yeah.
All right, Teddy, good stuff, buddy. We'll talk soon.
You got it. All right. Have a good one, guys.
What are you cooking today?
We're going to Lucchese Nel Mondo picnic today. It's an Italian organization that comes from the town of Lucca in Italy, and we're going to go and have some picnic food.
A lot of Tupperware there today.
Yeah.
All right, Greg. Have a great week. Folks, that's it. Stay tuned. News coming up. We're in all week, 6 to 10. Until then, it's your Pratt Pack. Make it a great week.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Coming up tonight at 6, a candlelight vigil will be held for Caroline Heinz. She was killed, police say, by Royce Moser on Wednesday night. Police say Moser stabbed her inside of a vehicle and then tried to cover up the crime with help from his mother, Rachel Moser. Heinz was an 18-year-old incoming freshman at Penn West California University. That vigil, 6 o'clock tonight at Trinity United Methodist Church in the McMurray area. Pittsburgh police say at least 6 gunshots were fired Saturday night on the north side. One woman arriving at the police station appearing to be grazed by a bullet. She was transported to the hospital. Shooting occurred around 10 o'clock Saturday night at the intersection of Cross and Strauss Streets in Perry South. Police took one man into custody. Police also recovered a rifle. That man is in the Allegheny County Jail this afternoon. Well, another local school district delaying the start of the school year due to mold found in one of its school buildings. It's the Homer Center School District in Indiana County.
It says mold spores were found in some elementary classrooms. It's delaying the school year till Tuesday, September 1st. In a letter, the district says the exceptionally warm and humid weather this summer created, quote, challenging conditions within portions of the elementary school building. KDKA Sports, the Pirates dropping the first 2 games of the series to the Los Angeles Dodgers. Can the Pirates get one today? First pitch about 4 o'clock from L.A. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 1:02. The AccuWeather forecast next.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or My Reset.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together. Where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Hey, enjoy some of these end of summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $3.99 a pound. In the produce department, jumbo cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, all natural grande provolone cheese is $7.99 a pound. In additional savings, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
Happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Healthy people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
The following program was pre-recorded. The following is paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is celebrating with fresh deals every week from August 3rd through August 30th. Easy Cater makes workplace food ordering easy, leaving more time for important office debates like, is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco? From breakfast sandwiches and banh mi to turkey clubs and veggie wraps, every order of sandwiches for your team comes with a side of surprise rewards for you. And that's the best thing since sliced bread. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit easycater.com to place your next order. Restrictions apply. See offer details at easycater.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The following is paid for by Schultz Ford.
100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. This is Cars, Stars, and everything in between. Derek Daly is our star and our guest, and you've got a new autobiography called Serial. Survivor, which just launched in the United States on July 14th. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Big time for me. It's called Serial Survivor because I made every mistake you can possibly make. I fell into every pothole. I went over every speed bump. And when I began to capture all of the experiences, I realized survival mode was something, I think I was born with it. I'm sort of a trailblazer, but I'm a focus forward person. When you're a focus forward person, no matter what happens, you have to focus forward, overcome, and continue to make things happen. So Serial Survivor was the obvious name. It sort of grew organically when people read the manuscript.
I'm going on vacation at the end of August. Tell me why I should buy your book and make that my vacation read.
Because it's raw, it's honest, it's blunt, and it's written in such a way that you will come on the journey with me. I have written it, and some people say some of the chapters are quite shocking. There's a whole drug use episode when I was a laborer in the iron ore mines of Australia. That's a bit of a skin crawl chapter. And when you go through that, you're just going to get deeper, deeper, deeper into it. Because all you know is the facade of Derek Daly, race car driver, did a bit on television. I share all behind the scenes stuff.
So it's more of a metaphor of life.
At the end of the day, haven't we all crashed?
Yes.
Haven't we all had
absolutely.
bad
I had this
days?
conversation early this morning with somebody, actually.
Yeah. And a lot of people in my business, when they make it to Formula One, that's the zenith, that's the mountaintop, that's the pinnacle of their life. For me, Formula One was just a chapter. Because when I went to IndyCar racing in America, wow, did my life open up? Did it get more difficult? And then there's all sorts of things happen between then and now today that, quite frankly, are fascinating. By the way, within 2 weeks, it was nominated for the William Hill Sports Book of the Year in England. Then it was nominated for the Royal Automobile Club Sports Book of the Year in England and the Irish Sports Book of the Year in Ireland. So there's 3 good reasons, Bubba, for you to grab it and take it on vacation with you.
Done.
But if you stay on the technical part of race car driving, and I look at a young guy, Kimi Antonelli, at 19 years old. To me, that man, that guy, that kid, I'll call him, he must be very special to be able to achieve at his level and be able to stay focused like that. I remember me at 19, I could have never handled it.
It's an unusual situation. And don't you find athletes get better younger because they have access to more equipment, more training, more coaching at an earlier stage?
Yes.
And that's what Kimi Antonelli exemplifies right now. You have to have the mental skills to be able to go emotionally neutral and numb while you're in that car at those speeds with global television watching you. You better be mistake-free.
Yes.
That's what he's best at.
And that's the part that I don't understand for a 19-year-old driver. That's the part, not the technical skills, but to be able to get in that zone.
Yes.
And stay in it like that for 3 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Wow, man. That's just amazing to me.
And his dad is there all the time with a hug to keep him grounded. I saw a great quote by him 2 weeks ago when he said, Mercedes as a team protect me. They put a guardrail up to protect me from whatever might creep in that could potentially derail me. And so I love to see the team able to do that. And as they protect him, they then give him the best car. When you give him the best car, he goes out and wins, then you unlock another level of confidence. Another level of confidence unlocks another level of skill. And so you see how it builds upon itself till you're at an emotional high with the best equipment and the best support team. And after that, you're pretty much untouchable, which is what we see him be right now.
As Ford Motor Company have jumped back into Formula One racing. Our driver is Max Verstappen. He's had a couple struggles this year, and I'm wondering, I want Max, and I love Kimi, but I want Max, I need Max to win. If you were giving Max advice right now, what would that advice be?
Have your team manager or your team controller hire the most skillful design engineer that's ever been around Formula One. Go find the new Adrian Newey, the gifted older designer now who's at Aston Martin, who has created more world championship winning cars than any other designer, because Max has to have the car. Formula One is an unusual situation whereby you have to have all of the things right. It's cumulative. You have to have the best driver. You have to unload with the best setup. You have to have the best engine. You have to have a car that uses the tires properly and doesn't wear them out at an unusual rate. And the cumulative need of Formula One is ultimately what determines the winner. And you know what? That's the way it should be. It should be difficult at that level. It should be a proving ground for engineers, for people to come together under pressure to see what they can do.
By the way, we're talking to Derek Daly, and if people want to find out more, what is your website? I want to get that out right away as well.
Very easy, derekdaly.com, DerekDaly.com.
And this could be a great segue, but when I looked at your things, I see culture plays a really big piece, and it would be part of your success model.
Yeah.
You know, running a business with almost 500 employees, everybody having a consistent culture sometimes can be difficult. How do you think, what's the best advice you have to create that winning culture within any organization, be it race car driving or being a car dealer?
And in fairness, I hear the word culture all the time. It is, as you mentioned earlier, one of the buzzwords. But culture in my sport isn't some abstract concept, but it's something that has to be encoded into the DNA of all the team players. And in Formula One, what I say to people, it's not just a culture of success. It's not just a culture of winning. It's a culture of extraordinary. Where do you think extraordinary lives? That's the key. And giving people the choice of whether they would like to operate at the extraordinary level, have them buy into it, is the key. I call it Culture Formula One, WON. It's not magic. It's very simple. And when you understand what it's like to operate right on the edge of what might be possible within the culture of extraordinary, you get the best from yourself. And isn't it great to think everybody that goes to their place of business, to their job, will have the opportunity to become the very best they can be? And that's the key. You can't tell somebody, I want you to behave this way. No. You say to them, look, here's the personal advantage to you. If you adapt this culture, it's now up to you. You have the choice. And choice is one of the most powerful words in the English language, because the greatest power we all possess is the power to choose. Choose whether I personally want to be the very best I can be. And if you get people to buy into that and they become the very best they can be, you've succeeded.
Wow. Derek Daly, your book and your new autobiography, Serial Survivor, is the book I'm going to be taking on vacation. DerekDaly.com. You are absolutely amazing, and thank you for being on Car Stars and everything in between.
My pleasure.
The preceding was paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. The preceding program was pre-recorded.
Hey, NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia, as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix's first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells. like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Gain, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Gain Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Hey.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by D'Onofrio Law Office PC. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Welcome to estate planning during these uncertain times. I'm attorney John D'Onofrio. I'm located in Pittsburgh, and I have been practicing law for 40 years. The last 37 years right here in Pennsylvania. My practice is limited to estate planning and asset protection. My goal for every client is to make certain that they have the proper estate planning documents. The way that I achieve the goal is to take the following steps. I offer everyone who contacts my office an initial complimentary consultation. At the meeting, I discuss the various aspects of estate planning. I find out the needs, goals, and objectives of the person. I find out what type of assets the person has and what the value of the estate is. Of course, I answer all of the person's questions. After that, I give my professional opinion as to which documents would best serve the person and protect their assets. Then and only then do I quote them a fair and reasonable fee. Person may retain me or not. I do not sell services, rather I give options. You may need a simple will, or you may need a more advanced estate planning, such as revocable trust. Again, I explain the different types of estate planning documents, answer your questions, give my professional opinion as to which documents I feel will best suit your needs, but then you decide on how you would like to proceed. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help. If you've been concerned about the past and that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice for you. Planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help you. If you've been concerned in the past that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice specifically for you. Planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. You just need the right attorney to guide you. The government wants you to think that doing nothing is easier and cheaper than creating a good, solid estate plan. I'm here to tell you that they are wrong. They have their own reasons to make you think that, but it's not quite true. If you ever thought the government wants you to go through the legal process when settling your estate, you are correct. Families in Pennsylvania spend millions of dollars each year going through the probate process in Pennsylvania. If you avoid probate, the government doesn't benefit from you. They want a share of your children's inheritance, just like the IRS wants a share of your income. There are approximately 7,000 probate cases in Allegheny County annually, at a very conservative average of only $600 in costs and fees such as filing fees, recording fees, and inventory fees, collected per case. That is $4,200,000 per year. This does not count ancillary fees for will contests and secondary petitions and other ancillary filings. And that's just one county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 counties in Pennsylvania. What is 67 times $4.2 million, you ask? Well, I just so happen to have done the math for you. It is a staggering $281,400 in probate costs going to the county rather than to your loved ones. That's one crazy number. My goal is to help you keep your assets away from the government. Estate planning is part legal planning and part financial planning if you truly want to protect your assets the proper way. Because of this, I associate with professionals in the financial services field who will review your investments at no charge and make any suggestions on how to properly protect your life savings from the ups and downs of the marketplace, as well as assist you with protecting your assets from Pennsylvania inheritance tax and capital gains taxes where possible. Of course, there is nothing wrong with paying taxes. However, there is something wrong with paying too much tax when the amount could have been reduced or avoided with proper planning. Are you beginning to see a pattern? It costs money to die, money that you worked a lifetime to make and to save, money that should go to your loved ones and not to the county or the PA Department of Revenue or to the Internal Revenue Service. When you file your income tax every year, you don't just say, "Here's what I made, take what you want." Of course you don't. So at the time of death, why should you say, "Here is what I saved after a lifetime of hard work, take what you want, and give the scraps to my children"? No, that would be absurd. So, just like when you file your taxes and you take every deduction and credit that the Internal Revenue Code allows you to take, and you pay the least amount of income tax that you may legally pay, you have the same option when it comes to paying the government when you die. All that you're doing is properly planning, properly legally planning. The probate process in Pennsylvania is very simple. It's just that it can also be expensive. Not the process itself, but the result of going through the process. If you have a last will and testament, you go through the probate process. If you have a living trust, you do not go through the probate process. That is correct. A living trust avoids the probate process. Here is an example of how I can help you. A lady owns a house that she bought in 1995 for $300,000. She is now an elderly lady, so she puts her son's name on the deed with her. Why? Because her friends did the same thing. By placing her son's name on the deed, she made a gift to her son. He didn't pay her one penny. When she died, the house was valued at $650,000. The son sold the house for $650,000, and moved to Las Vegas. Sounds pretty good for the son. Wrong. Because the house was titled jointly in both the mother's and the son's names, and the son didn't pay fair market value for his portion of the house, the son had to pay capital gains tax on the $350,000 increase from the original purchase price of $300,000 and the sales price of $650,000. Just because of the way that the house was titled, the son ended up owing $52,500 in capital gains tax to the IRS. Could this have been avoided? Of course. How? By use of a trust. Keep listening and find out exactly how this works. The right type of trust may lower and in some cases eliminate inheritance tax. The amount of money that various government entities collect due to people failing to properly plan their estates is staggering. Don't be a statistic. If you fail to plan, then plan on failing. It is legal to use trusts in Pennsylvania to lower or eliminate capital gains tax and inheritance tax. Just make certain that you are using the proper type of trust. As I already stated, when you file your income tax every April 15th, you take as many deductions and claim as many credits as you legally are allowed within the four corners of the Internal Revenue Code. Why? Because you want to lower your taxes. The same concept holds true for estate planning. By using proper legal estate planning documents and strategies, you are simply protecting your hard-earned assets and lowering the taxes, court costs, and legal fees that your loved ones will have to pay when you pass away. Okay, it's time for the legal disclaimer. In this radio program, you will learn general information about estate planning, trusts, probate in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania inheritance tax, and capital gains tax, among other estate planning concepts and strategies. Of course, I won't cover every aspect of these topics, as that would be impossible to do in this short format. The information contained herein is not legal advice and doesn't create an attorney-client relationship between you and myself, Attorney John A. D'Onofrio, or my law office, D'Onofrio Law Office, PC. The stories and examples in this radio program are for informational purposes only and do not mean that they will apply to your specific personal situation. Okay, lawyer stuff is out of the way. Now back to the show and let's see what's in it for you. But before we do, 1, 2, 3. My main goal for this program is to hold you by the hand and walk you through some simple concepts that will save your family tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, in unnecessary attorney's fees, inheritance taxes, and capital gains taxes. When you retain my services, my goal isn't to provide you with a stack of legal documents. No, it's to provide you with peace of mind. You will gain peace of mind by having an estate plan drafted specifically for you based on your particular needs, goals, and objectives, as well as based on the type of assets you have and the value of those assets. If you're not sure what type of trust can help you and your family, I'll help you make that decision. Also, please understand this. I am a firm believer that some clients just need a simple last will and testament, a general durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. As I stated earlier, this is not cookie cutter. As such, I want to make certain that you have the legal documents that you need, not legal documents that the internet tells you that you must have. In fact, I have thousands of clients who just have a simple will. Of course, I have thousands of clients who have various types of trusts. Preparing for incapacitation or death is all about planning. I will show you how to plan the proper way, painlessly and efficiently at a fair and reasonable cost. Before I go any further, who am I? Again, I'm Attorney John D'Onofrio, and I'm a well-established and recognized attorney located in Pittsburgh. My law office is located in Foster Plaza in the Green Tree area of Pittsburgh, and I serve Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas, including Allegheny County, Beaver County, Butler County, and Washington County, as well as most of Western Pennsylvania. If my office is not convenient to you, don't stop listening. Because, like an old-fashioned country doctor, I make house calls. If you'd like to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation, call me at 412-928-2068. My phones are answered 24 hours per day, every day of the year. If I'm not in, my answering service will send me a text and an email with your message. So no worries. I will call you back as soon as practical and schedule your complimentary appointment, which is the first step on the road to peace of mind. I can't wait to talk with you. I truly love what I do, and I enjoy meeting new people and assisting them with fulfilling their dreams of a better life for their family by properly planning their estates. My practice focuses on estate planning and the settlement of estates, including, but not necessarily limited to, wills, powers of attorney, healthcare directives, living trusts, residence trusts, special needs trusts, guardianships, probate matters, estate settlement, and of course, trust settlement. Okay, let's really get started. First off, how do you own your house? A simple but very important question. You probably own your house right now in one of these 4 ways. 1. Under your own name. 2. As tenants in the entirety with your spouse. 3. As tenants in common with a third party. And 4. As joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children. If you own your own house under your own name, you probably thought your family would automatically become the owners of your house when something happens to you. The truth is, they won't. They would be forced to go through the probate process and might waste dollars that would have otherwise been inherited by them if your estate was properly planned. If you own your house with your spouse, yes, probate will be avoided, but only for the time being. When the second spouse dies, that is when the house will go through the probate process. If you own your house as tenants in common with a third party, you guessed it, take it to probate. If you own your house as joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children, or with anyone else for that matter, the first ones to die avoid probate. The last to die gets the golden ticket. One of the best ways to avoid the probate process and keep 100% control of your assets is by using a living trust. Also, the way your house is titled will influence whether or not your loved ones will have to pay capital gains tax when they sell the house at the time of your death. This is very crucial. A lot of families don't know how expensive the probate process can be and think, what's so bad about probate? Isn't probate easy in Pennsylvania? Well, as a matter of fact, it is easy. Indeed, it's very easy, but there are still expenses involved. So the question becomes, how much would it cost if you don't have a living trust to avoid the probate process? Legal fees to probate an estate must be fair and reasonable, but they are still expensive. How much you end up paying during the probate process depends in most cases on the value and nature of your assets, based on the value of your home at a modest $275,000, a $125,000 bank account, $300,000 brokerage account, a $235,000 IRA for one spouse, and a $135,000 IRA for the other spouse, the legal fees may be in the $25,000 to $35,000 range, plus the Register of Wills fees and costs as outlined above. Those fees and costs equal a year's worth of child care or a good portion of college tuition for one of your kids. You're probably thinking, I'm still young and healthy. I plan on living well into my 80s and 90s. I can do this later. Well, unfortunately, death and dying is not just for the elderly. Sadly, we have all heard the stories of infants dying from crib death. A 3-year-old plays in the driveway and the unimaginable happens. A 12-year-old drives her bike in the street and gets hit by an automobile and dies. A 20-year-old drinks and drives and tragedy occurs. A lady in her 30s dies from breast cancer. A man in his 50s has an unexpected heart attack and dies. And so on and so on and so on. Death and dying is not just for the elderly. When you have a living trust, you are able to set parameters as to how and when your children get their inheritance. As an example, I have 3 sons. My living trust specifically states that they will divide everything equally, but they will receive their shares in stages. A third at age 25, 35, and 45. This stops younger adults from receiving an inheritance and being broke in 18 months. If they have certain needs prior to attaining those ages, my trustee has instructions to pay for their health, education, maintenance, and support from their share and then make the proper deduction from their share. Though they are still taken care of, the money is just not given to them all at once to blow on a whim, such as alcohol, drugs, ladies, and their so-called friends. Some people think, I'll just give my house to my children right now to avoid probate and taxes. That'll take care of me. Let us share a quick story about our client, Jenny. Again, we won't use her real name to protect her identity and to avoid breaking the attorney-client privilege. Jenny is a sweet 76-year-old retired nurse who lives in Ambridge. Someone told Jenny that if she wanted to avoid probate and save a lot of money, she should gift her home to her son right now while she's healthy. Jenny thought it was a great idea because she had a great relationship with her son and knew he wouldn't kick her out of her house. So she signed a new deed and transferred her home to her son. Now, her son is the owner of the house that Jenny and her son are living in. Unfortunately, her son recently hit someone with his car while driving drunk and is now being sued for $2 million. His car insurance policy will cover only $300,000, so he'll be responsible to pay $1.7 million if he loses the case. Jenny came to my office to see how she could protect her house from the lawsuit. I explained that since her son is now the owner of the house, the car accident victim can force her son to sell the house to pay for any judgment. Jenny asked me if it was too late for her son to transfer the house back to her. Unfortunately, it was too late. That would be called fraudulent conveyance since the son is already involved in the lawsuit. You're probably thinking, what could Jenny have done? Well, if Jenny would have created a living trust instead of gifting the house to her son, then she would have full control of her house. But now, Jenny could lose everything and get kicked out of her house. Where does she go at the age of 76? Where will she live? Jenny's story is an example of what happens when you give up control of your house. It's also another example of what happens when you take bad legal advice from people who aren't lawyers. Let's say Jenny didn't gift the house just to her son. Rather, Jenny and her son are now joint owners of the house. The son dies first. Guess what? Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on half the value of the house. That's right. Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on her own house. So the point is, use a living trust to take care of both yourself and your children. Plan ahead so you can keep 100% control of your home today and even in the future while you're relaxing in heaven. We covered a lot of ground today, and it comes down to this. If you could avoid probate and save the cost of attorney's fees, court costs, a portion of the Pennsylvania inheritance tax, and capital gains tax, do you think your family will be in a better position financially when you pass away? Well, I certainly think so. If you answered yes to the question above, it's now time to decide between your two choices. Choice number 1, do nothing. You could lose your home and potentially waste tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you don't properly plan your estate. Choice number 2, create a trust. Consider this a lifelong investment for generations to come. Again, everyone has different needs, goals, and objectives. Everyone has different types of assets, and everyone has a different asset value. This is not cookie cutter. I will not advise you to have a living trust or any other type of trust unless you absolutely need one and can benefit from one. Now, my gift to you, when you call my law office to schedule an estate planning appointment, I will see you at no cost. That is correct. The appointment will be free. You will tell me what your needs, goals, and objectives are. You will tell me what types of assets you have. You will tell me the approximate current value of your estate. I will listen to your questions and I will answer them all. At the end of the process, I will give you my professional opinion as to which documents I think you need to properly protect your hard-earned assets as well as properly protect your family when you are gone. I will then quote you a fair and reasonable fee based on the work that I will be doing for you. You may say yes or you may say no. There's no obligation. If you say no, we simply shake hands and I wish you a pleasant afternoon. If you say yes, I will begin the process of giving you and your family peace of mind. Is that a fair way of handling the consultation? I thought so. So what will you receive? If you only need a simple last will and testament, power of attorney, and healthcare directive, that is all that I will tell you that you need. Again, this is not cookie cutter. Everyone doesn't need a trust of any kind. If it is appropriate for you to have a living trust, I will include not only the living trust, but also your power of attorney and healthcare directive, as well as other necessary ancillary documents. If you need more advanced planning, including the use of an irrevocable trust, I will tell you what is the best option for you based on your specific situation. You are spending a fair and reasonable fee today to save your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, at the time you pass away. What a special gift for a parent to give to his or her family. During your free consultation, I will show you how to save a lot of money by properly and legally planning your estate. I will show you how to properly and legally reduce or completely eliminate Pennsylvania inheritance taxes due and owing to the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue on certain assets upon your death. And I will show you how to properly and legally eliminate the capital gains taxes that would otherwise be due and owing to the IRS when your real estate is sold following your death. Number one reason why people don't take action. You might be thinking you don't need to plan your estate today because you don't have time and it's too complicated to do it. You're healthy, and so you're just going to wait until you get older or perhaps when you get sick. What if you get COVID or have a bad accident or become incapacitated or develop dementia or Alzheimer's? You guessed it, it will be too late to sign your estate planning documents because you may not be of sound mind. Yes, it may be too late in all of those situations for you to then plan your estate. The law says you can only create a will or a trust when you are 18 years of age or older and of sound mind. And you never know what will happen to you or when it will happen. So I created an easy process to make it pain-free and fast to create the proper estate planning documents for you. Ready to get started? then call me, Attorney John D'Onofrio, at 412-928-2068 and schedule your free estate planning consultation. Allow me to meet with you in my law office or in the comfort and privacy of your home and provide you with your free consultation. Telephones are answered 24/7. If I am not at the office or if I am with a client, my staff or answering service will send me a text and I will return your call in a timely manner. Thank you for taking your valuable time to listen to me today. I appreciate every listener and I look forward to meeting you at your earliest convenience. For estate planning in uncertain times, I'm Attorney John D'Onofrio. Call me today, 412-928-2068. Schedule your complimentary consultation. Call today. Get peace of mind today. That's 412-928-2068. Thank you, and have a great day.
The preceding program was pre-recorded.
100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. This is Cars, Stars, and everything in between. Derek Daly is our star and our guest, and you've got a new autobiography called Serial Survivor, which just launched in the United States on July 14th. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Big time for me. It's called Serial Survivor because I made every mistake you can possibly make. I fell into every pothole. I went over every speed bump. And when I began to capture all of the experiences, I realized survival mode was something, I think I was born with it. I'm sort of a trailblazer, but I'm a focus forward person. When you're a focus forward person, no matter what happens, you have to focus forward, overcome, and continue to make things happen. So Serial Survivor was the obvious name. It sort of grew organically when people read the manuscript.
I'm going on vacation at the end of August. Tell me why I should buy your book and make that my vacation read.
Because it's raw, it's honest, it's blunt, and it's written in such a way that you will come on the journey with me. I have written it and some people say some of the chapters are quite shocking. I mean, there's a whole drug use episode when I was a laborer in the iron ore mines of Australia. That's a bit of a skin crawl chapter. And when you go through that, you're just going to get deeper, deeper, deeper into it. Because all you know is the facade of Derek Daly, race car driver, did a bit on television. I share all behind the scenes stuff. And
so it's more of a metaphor of life.
At the end of the day, haven't we all crashed?
Yes.
Haven't we all had
absolutely.
bad
I had this
days?
conversation early this morning with somebody, actually.
Yeah. And a lot of people in my business, when they make it to Formula One, that's the zenith, that's the mountaintop, that's the pinnacle of their life. For me, Formula One was just a chapter. Because when I went to IndyCar racing in America, wow, did my life open up? Did it get more difficult? And then there's all sorts of things happen between then and now today that quite frankly are fascinating. By the way, within 2 weeks, it was nominated for the William Hill Sports Book of the Year in England. Then it was nominated for the Royal Automobile Club Sports Book of the Year in England and the Irish Sports Book of the Year in Ireland. So there's 3 good reasons, Bubba, for you to grab it and take it on vacation with.
Done.
But if you stay on the technical part of race car driving, and I look at a young guy, Kimi Antonelli, at 19 years old. To me, that man, that guy, that kid, I'll call him, he must be very special to be able to achieve at his level and be able to stay focused like that. I remember me at 19, I could have never handled it.
It's an unusual situation. And don't you find athletes get better younger because they have access to more equipment, more training, more coaching at an earlier stage?
Yes.
And that's what Kimi Antonelli exemplifies right now. You have to have the mental skills to be able to go emotionally neutral and numb while you're in that car at those speeds with global television watching you. You better be mistake-free.
Yes.
That's what he's best at.
And that's the part that I don't understand for a 19-year-old driver. That's the part, not the technical skills, But to be able to get in that zone,
yes,
and stay in it like that for 3 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Wow, man. That's just amazing to me.
And his dad is there all the time with a hug to keep him grounded. I saw a great quote by him 2 weeks ago when he said, Mercedes as a team protect me. They put a guardrail up to protect me from whatever might creep in that could potentially derail me. And so I love to see the team able to do that. And as they protect him, they then give him the best car. When you give him the best car, he goes out and wins. Then you unlock another level of confidence. Another level of confidence unlocks another level of skill. And so you see how it builds upon itself till you're at an emotional high with the best equipment and the best support team. And after that, you're pretty much untouchable, which is what we see him be right now.
As Ford Motor Company have jumped back into Formula One racing. Our driver is Max Verstappen. He's had a couple struggles this year. And I'm wondering, I want Max, and I love Kimi, but I want Max, I need Max to win. If you were giving Max advice right now, what would that advice be?
Have your team manager or your team controller hire the most skillful design engineer that's ever been around Formula One. Go find the new Adrian Newey, the gifted older designer now who's at Aston Martin, who has created more world championship winning cars than any other designer, because Max has to have the car. Formula One is an unusual situation whereby you have to have all of the things right. It's cumulative. You have to have the best driver. You have to unload with the best setup. You have to have the best engine. You have to have a car that uses the tires properly and doesn't wear them out at an unusual rate. And the cumulative need of Formula One is ultimately what determines the winner. And you know what? That's the way it should be. It should be difficult at that level. It should be a proving ground for engineers, for people to come together under pressure to see what they can do.
By the way, we're talking to Derek Daly, and if people want to find out more, what is your website? I want to get that out right away as well.
Very easy, derekdaly.com, DerekDaly.com.
And this could be a great segue, but when I looked at your things, I see culture plays a really big piece, and it would be part of your success model.
Yeah.
Running a business with almost 500 employees, everybody having a consistent culture sometimes can be difficult. How do you think, what's the best advice you have to create that winning culture within any organization, be it race car driving or being a car dealer?
And in fairness, I hear the word culture all the time. It is, as you mentioned earlier, one of the buzzwords. But culture in my sport isn't some abstract concept, but it's something that has to be encoded into the DNA of all the team players. And in Formula One, what I say to people, it's not just a culture of success. It's not just a culture of winning. It's a culture of extraordinary. Where do you think extraordinary lives? That's the key. And giving people the choice of whether they would like to operate at the extraordinary level, have them buy into it, is the key. I call it culture Formula One, WON. It's not magic. It's very simple. And when you understand what it's like to operate right on the edge of what might be possible, within the culture of extraordinary, you get the best from yourself. And isn't it great to think everybody that goes to their place of business, to their job, will have the opportunity to become the very best they can be? And that's the key. You can't tell somebody, I want you to behave this way. No. You say to them, look, here's the personal advantage to you. If you adapt this culture, it's now up to you. You have the choice. And choice is one of the most powerful words in the English language, because the greatest power we all possess is the power to choose. Choose whether I personally want to be the very best I can be. And if you get people to buy into that and they become the very best they can be, you've succeeded.
Wow. Derek Daly, your book and your new autobiography, Serial Survivor, is the book I'm going to be taking on vacation. DerekDaly.com. You are absolutely amazing, and thank you for being on Car Stars and everything in between.
My pleasure.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Are without power. Meanwhile, power restoration efforts in northern Indiana continue after severe storms there. Thousands have had to go without electricity for nearly 2 weeks now. John Schoen is a spokesperson for the power company ComEd.
This is really going to be probably the roughest part of the restoration. These are the customers that have had the most damage and are going to take a little more time to get up.
Some impacted residents have filed a class action lawsuit against the local power authority, claiming the company inadequately performed vegetation management in and around power lines. And moments ago in Washington, D.C., the green flag coming down at the Freedom 250 IndyCar race. The circuit winds through several downtown D.C. landmarks and runs for 147 laps. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The British government is investigating a possible cyber attack at one of their country's power plants.
In the UK, a small-scale energy generator attacked and shut down. The Telegraph newspaper is reporting it was an Iranian cyber attack lasting 4 days and taking place at the same time as a series of attacks targeting more than 30 water treatment systems in 7 U.S. states last month. U.S. authorities not identifying who was responsible, but also believing it was the work of Iran-based hackers. British officials saying there was no threat to the wider grid. Nobody lost power, but the government is taking this incident seriously. Lama Hassan, ABC News, London.
Data centers are becoming a key issue in some midterm races. Texas Governor Greg Abbott, running for Senate in that state, had once promised to make Texas the epicenter of the artificial intelligence industry. Now he's setting up a moratorium on new data center construction.
They had not been working in collaboration with the state. They'd not been working in collaboration with local governments. And so they basically dug their own grave for the problem that's been caused for them. And that's why they got the backlash they deserve. And that's why these new standards are in place to make sure they're not going to be able to operate until they come into compliance with the standards that I have set.
Critics have complained data centers will spike utility bills, drain water resources, and destroy farmland. And severe thunderstorm watches are now in effect across parts of Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Mississippi. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And now,
Often imitated,
but never
duplicated.
Lenny McAllister.
The way we bring back America and bring people together is by making sure we hold everybody accountable in a 360 fashion.
Yes, there is a change that we can believe in, but it will never come from a politician or a government program.
Lenny McAllister. Well spoken.
We got to move away from the American Idol soundbite nature of politics back to the American statesman of humble servant leadership that we used to see in politics.
If we get some common sense governing from both sides of the aisle, we can finally get Americans through the recession, not just Wall Street.
Principles or politics? I'd rather have principles.
I speak to the kids in the street. Well, I'm never going to lay down being conservative just as much as I'll never lay down being a proud African American.
I feel like a black Republican. Money I got coming in. Can't turn my back on the hood. I got love for them.
Welcome to another sunny Sunday, if you will. Definitely not a stormy Saturday like we had yesterday. Oi, was that a bad storm yesterday. That said, we got sun. We got you and me together. We got the next 4 hours, 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister here on News Radio KDKA. I got some things I want to get off my chest. This hour number 1 is going to be getting off my chest. This hour number 4 in this show is going to be a commemorative, dedicated, intentional, deliberate new segment here on my show. And again, it's not just my show, it's your show, because you are the ones that make News Radio KDKA pop, sizzle, sparkle, all those wonderful adjectives that sound very, very dangerous, but yet are not. That said, first and foremost, I need to talk about what transpired on Friday night. So, it's going to sound like I'm beating my chest. I'm not beating my chest. I am informing you all. I was named as one of the 50 members of the class of 2026 for the new Pittsburgh Courier Men of Excellence. You all hear Rob Taylor here delivering the news on the weekends. He is managing editor of the new Pittsburgh Courier. He had nothing to do with me getting named to that. I have to put that disclaimer out there. But I was one of 50 people that were part of that wonderful ceremony on Friday. It was an honor to be named to it. I got a wonderful plaque that was really, really cool to have. It was good for my family to see it just because it was, when you're doing as much as you're doing, sometimes you need something that allows you or prompts you to pause and relax and take it all in. Friday night was that for me. But two real big, cool things came out of it for me, aside from getting the award. Number one, a little unknown secret, because Pittsburgh is always 2 degrees away from somebody else, if not 1 full degree away from somebody else. So for years, I have told privately the story about Rod Doss, who is still running the new Pittsburgh Courier, has been doing that for decades, has been there since the 60s. Well, the story that I have about Mr. Doss is the fact that when I was going through my dad's old items years ago, now my dad's still alive, he's 84. But for whatever reason, I got an old address book. He was giving me my stuff, and he was throwing his old stuff in with my old stuff when he was cleaning out his house. And I look in the address book, and the name Rod Doss is in there as a singing partner with my dad back in the doo-wop days of the 1950s. So I have told that story privately. I have told Mr. Doss that directly. But because my dad went to the awards ceremony, and again, hat tip to Odyssey for sponsoring a table on Friday night, because my dad went to the award ceremony, he got a chance to see a friend that he probably hadn't seen since at the very least the 1990s in some class reunions, possibly the 80s when they were having more class reunions, and very possibly the 1960s. That was cool for me to see. There are no photos of that. There's no footage of that. But it's seared on my mind as a really cool memory for my dad to have, even more than he saw me win an award. Who cares about him seeing me win an award? I mean, he's my dad. He's 84 years old. He's happy when his kids do well, but he ain't that dude. He's not going to sit there and walk on cloud nine and tell everybody that I did this. And that's fine. Dads are supposed to keep you grounded, and he does. The cool takeaway for me when it came to him, other than spending time with my lovely wife and one of his grandchildren, is the fact that he got to see Mr. Doss. And Mr. Doss had a huge smile on his face when he saw my dad. So that was kind of cool. That's number one for me. The other thing is, it's this as well. I got a chance to be there when the Legacy Award was given to the one, the only, the Moore of Pittsburgh, Mr. Chris Moore. Looking dapper as always. Mrs. Moore was there, looking dapper as always. And to get the award as one of the 50 members of the Men of Excellence class of 2026, while at the same time seeing Mr. Moore there, and they had a tribute video. They gave him a chance to speak, and just to see the love in the building, and for me to get a chance to see him. And for those of you that follow me on Facebook or social media, and I'll put the post out probably on Twitter tomorrow, to be able to take a picture with him and hold my award, my plaque, and have him hold his Legacy Award, and we took a picture with that famous smile that Mr. Moore has. That was second to nothing Friday night. I told him, I got my plaque, I came off stage, and he was sitting basically close to where I was. So they had all the awardees sitting together at their tables at the front of the building, at the front of the room, and then Mr. Moore was like right beside us. So he had his own table with his family. Olga, George, Mrs. Moore, others. So I end up looking over at him, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I said, I'm able to get this because of you. Part of this plaque is also your plaque. And I had mentioned that to him earlier in the night, but obviously it really hit me when I got the plaque. And he just looked at me, and he just smiled, and he said, you're the man. You're the man now. And I bring it up not because I feel like I'm the man, I'm beating my chest and whatever, but because between that and some of the speeches that were given that night, Hiram Jackson and Jatara McGee, who's from WPXI, met her for the first time, admired her work over the years, got a chance to talk to her finally face-to-face, and others, Mr. Doss as well. When they talk about how DEI, how diversity, equity, and inclusion, when they talk about how diversity in the media, how they talk about opposing points of view and freedom of speech have been attacked over recent years. And then you see somebody like Chris Moore, the Moore of Pittsburgh, who's been doing this since 1980 in this market, starting with QED all the way through from there. Of course, he and I were colleagues at two different places. We were colleagues at the Pittsburgh Cable News Channel on TV. I was a producer and a host. He was a host. He was on there longer than I was, but we were both there at the same time. I was a guest on his show. I think he was a guest on my show. And then to be colleagues here, not once, but twice, on News Radio KDKA. When you hear about the importance of diversity and just being real, being an African-American man that's completely willing to stand up for black people and stand up for all people. And I've been doing that for years. And to have people from our community sit there and say, you're doing what Chris used to do. We see you, we support you. And then to see Mr. Moore there and to see the love and the outpouring that he got, it was an honor to be able to say, I got my award the same day he got his. It was an honor to say that I got a chance to take pictures with him on Friday and got a chance to work with him in multiple capacities over multiple years. But it also really made me reflective. You know, again, you all hear the March of the Black Republican, and some of you all get it twisted. It's very easy to forget that outside of partisanship, we are called to do the right thing. We are called to represent communities the right way. We are called to bring people together. Now, one of the reasons why I'm going to be playing some clips during the rest of this hour is because some of you all have missed some of the stuff I've been doing with the book tour. But I want you all to see that that's a consistent theme, whether I heard it on Friday night and the need from a DEI perspective, or I heard it after looking at the history and the career of Chris Moore once again. And I shared with him all of you all's love. All of you all that call in here and say, tell Chris we love him if you still talk to him. I made it a point to tell him that. But to hear those speeches from the stage and to see those African-American men that I'm part of the class with forever, and then to reflect upon Mr. Moore's career. As I said in my interview on the red carpet, it was a celebration Friday night, but it was also a reminder of the obligation that we have every single day we walk out of our doors. Every single day we get on a microphone. Every single day we get on camera. And that's not easy to remember. You know, I'll talk to you all a little bit about the last couple of weeks because it's been a fascinating ride doing this. You know, getting caught up in the business of selling a book, coupled with the public relations of selling a book, coupled with the message of selling a book, coupled with the competition of selling this specific book that people think is a Black Republican book, and it's not. And people think it's a partisan book, and it's not. And people on the right think I wrote it to bash the people on the left, and the people on the left thinking I wrote it to bash the people on the right, and in fact, it's a unity book. And what does that mean, and what's that like? I've been struggling with that over the last couple of weeks because it's nothing like watching something you put your heart and soul into and then have it be misused. By some, not all, by some. But to hear the message from Mr. Moore himself, from the people on the stage Friday night, and just the remembrance of who we are and what our obligation is, and the shoulders upon which we stand. That was healing for me. It was beautiful. I was honored, and I was grateful. 866-391-1020. Coming back, I'll catch up to Luciano and others. I'll play those clips, and I will tell you the new segment we're putting in to commemorate and thank Mr. Moore. But I'll talk about that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Slot in some me time with the Hollywood Casino app. Get ready to immerse yourself in all your favorite casino games, including over 2,000 slots, tables, and live dealers. Spin into daily cash jackpots where you could join thousands of other winners. The casino floor is now at your fingertips. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Take a moment. Take a holiday. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or My Reset.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills,
Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com, and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Need dinner sorted fast? Here at Dollar General, celebrate Paw Patrol the Dino movie with new Paw Patrol shaped tots. Crispy on the outside, fluffy inside, and shaped like everything pups love. Bones, paws, and stars. Air fryer friendly and on the table in minutes. Let the little ones pick their favorite shape. Find them in the freezer aisle today.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, like I said, let me go ahead and get to these phone lines. 866-391-1020. One dude that I had a chance to see on Friday night is Ross from Braddock. Ross from Braddock, you're on KDKA.
Thank you. I'm glad you're talking about how the more Pittsburgh was received. Because by the time I managed to, and thank you for signing my copy of your book, but by the time I was able to disturb you long enough to do that, my back was being
disturbed. I was disturbed. Hey, excuse me, can you please sign your book? That's not a disturbance. That's a request that I was honored to do it.
But can you imagine, specifically me, leaving that room? Now, say I had a chance to talk to Chris myself during the reception. I even brought your book down to the reception. But now I'll be quick. The span of time between Mr. Dawson and your dad, I chuckled, and sometimes it hurts to laugh because of the cancer and the back. But I chuckled, and that was great for you to see, and for your dad, Mr. Dawson, back in the day. Oh man! But the span of time between me and Miss Minette's seat was really not as long, but for me, tearfully enjoyable. I got to touch base with Mrs. Moore and Mr. Moore. But for me personally, to not even make an attempt to eyeball anybody else at that Odyssey table, that was painful. But not as painful as my back. So I had to go upstairs and change clothes. And I came downstairs to mingle a little bit. But I thank you. You're doing great. Oh, and here's one last time. And I know eyes roll. Yes, because of the way I grew up, one night I decided, hey, what's on this station other than baseball? Folks were downstairs in my dad's game room, and my sister was already in bed. I was 9. I was told, hey, when he comes on, I always thought it was Roy Fox, but then listening to the anniversary times, your 100 years, maybe it was Michael Levy. Anyway, the call screener, as they were called those days, said, hey, look, if he asks you your age, say you're 10. We don't want to get a flood of calls from kids. So roll your eyes. I don't care. Thank you. And for those of you who are at the Odyssey table and didn't know that. Well, as one young lady said at the reception table, you clean up nice. Yeah, that was me. I'm nowhere near my dad's stature, but I will always respect my dad for what he did when he was with J&L. And sometimes, nepotism doesn't work out. You go on your own way and do the best you can. Attitudes aside. You're doing great, young man, and I'm a little fan of all that managed to be on that side of the microphone, because I go back to the days when me and Mr. Marshall got along quite well on air and face-to-face situations. So I'll squawk at you later, okay?
I appreciate you, child of God. Thank you so much for calling. And it was good to see you. It was good to see everybody there. Ross is one of those folks that got a chance to pick up a Venn diagram of One: An American Story. You can pick it up if you do an ebook or you do audiobook, you'll have it immediately. If you order it online, you'll have it between 1 to 2 days. I can tell you, and this is part of the frustration that I was talking about, I can tell you that Barnes & Noble has it in their system, because if you order it through Barnes & Noble, you'll have it 1 to 2 days shipped to you. If you go into the stores, some stores have it, some stores don't. Some stores are supposed to have it within a couple of days. I can tell you that one store is supposed to get a certain amount of copies. They got less than those certain amount of copies. So again, that's part of what I was saying in regards to the business of selling a book versus the writing of the book versus the public relations of the book. And I can assure you that this past week has been it's been interesting. This week started, and it's hard to believe that this week started, because these weeks, particularly over the last couple of weeks, particularly over 2026. But, and I'm going to share 2 of the interviews. I'm going to share a clip from the Takeout with Major Garrett. You can find the full 23-minute interview online. Spotify, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, and CBS. I believe it's on CBS News as well, the whole interview. It was part of the broadcast for 6 minutes on August 14th, August 15th, somewhere in there. But the full interview is still available. I'm going to give you a snippet of that. That was less than 10 days ago. Monday started, and it was just released on Thursday. Monday started with a full 40-minute interview with the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, breaking down a Venn diagram of One: An American Story. One of the smartest men in the House of Representatives in the past 50 to 100 years, and one of the most famous speakers of the House over the last 100 years. So it's been that type of wide-ranging experience for me. I'll get into that after the news. I'll get to Luciano immediately after the break, but I'm going to news now. And I'll be back, though, I promise. You're on News Radio, KDKA.
Get in on some great end-of-summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, regular or bun-sized ballpark franks, 15-ounce packages, buy one, get one free. In the produce department, red or green seedless grapes are $2.49 a pound. In the deli, Coons Linguine salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Dannon yogurt, 4.5 to 5.3 ounce cups, 4 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic. Live from the Wolf Arena, August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKA-Radio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says the U.S. should brace for retaliatory tariffs after trade talks broke up this weekend. Yesterday, the U.S. imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott has what it could mean for the average American.
They could see prices increase. We could also see small businesses be hit. But this goes far beyond trade because this also impacts our relationship with Canada. And Carney did not mince words. He says that America is attacking Canada, at one point even comparing it to being at war with America.
Local authorities in Nevada now say they believe the Hawk Fire was human caused. That wildfire now growing to more than 10,000 acres and remains completely uncontained. 90,000 people are under evacuation orders there. And IndyCar drivers are currently lapping a new circuit around Washington, D.C. for the Freedom 250 Grand Prix in the nation's capital. This is ABC News.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or Kohls.com for details. The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Luciano in Wilkes-Barre, you're on KDK.
Yeah, thank you, Lenny, for taking my call. Did I hear you right? You said you had audio voice thing about as opposed to you have the book and the audio. Did you say you have an audio thing available at Barnes and Noble?
Yes, go to barnesandnoble.com, go to amazon.com, look for a Venn diagram of one, and download the audiobook. I know you listen to a lot of things. I think you would enjoy it, Luciana, because you're a dude that likes listening.
I prefer listening. I don't like to read. I went to Catholic school, but the only thing I like to read is the Bible. And I like audio. I don't like reading anything by anyone, just the Bible. But audio, I could go to Barnes & Noble, my local area, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, Barnes & Noble. Okay.
Or hold on. Or you can just go online. I mean, if you
No, I don't do. I like to go in person. So,
if you're gonna order the audiobook, you go online and you'll buy it. And go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble, go online, look for a Venn diagram of one, look for my name. You can download the audiobook right from the website. You'll have it within a matter of 5 minutes. You won't have to go anywhere.
Okay, but I still got to go to Barnes & Noble to hopefully pick up a particular, holder for the Bible. I'm trying to pick up a few holders. They got some beautiful holders at the Barnes & Noble bookstore for my Bible. But my only question to you is, this one. This was mentioned by 6 conservative African-American voters on YouTube. They said to this, tell any black Democrat this question. Do you think that the modern-day Democratic Socialist Party is compatible to black Christians that have traditionally went to church far more than white people and any other nationality? That's my question to you, that the YouTube 6 conservative African Americans said this, that they were saying that it's not compatible. The radical Democratic Party that's now being formed in 2025 and 2026 is not compatible, I'll repeat, to traditional black conservative to Christian Democratic blacks that go to church. That's what I'm trying.
What I'm going to say to you at risk of you not buying my book is, neither is MAGA. MAGA's not compatible with black traditional values. It never has been. Never has been. Not for 15 minutes. So I mean, hold on.
These 2 black women and these 4 black men.
Yes, they're wrong. Yes, they're wrong. No, what I'm telling you is that yes, if you're talking about the far left wing of the Democratic Party, is it incompatible to where the majority of black people are, the exhausted middle of black people? Just by its very definition, if you're in the middle, you're not on the far left or the far right. So yes. In that regard, they're correct. They're probably all 6 of those individuals. If I don't know them personally, I can almost assure you they're all MAGA. And MAGA is not compatible.
One was Vince Evans. One was Vince Evans, the black podcaster.
Yeah, that makes sense. Give me the other 5.
And Larry Elder.
Of course.
One.
Okay, that's one. Keep going. That's a MAGA one. Let's go. Ding, ding.
Well, and 2 ladies, 2 black women.
Who were they?
Black ladies.
Who were they? I probably know them.
Conservative. I don't remember. I know them by face, but I can't tell.
And who were the other 2?
Their name right now.
Who were the other 2?
One was a black pastor, Baptist or Methodist pastor, conservative.
Probably.
But anyway,
I get that. I get that question.
They give an example of the Florida Democrats. The Florida Democrats that won.
2 of them.
This past. 2 of them. They have very condescending and insulting remarks about.
But Luciano, I get that. And I'm glad they went on there and felt empowered to do that. At the same exact time, like I said, they are very, very quick to point that out and not say a darn word about how MAGA has been for 10 years towards black folks. Just like these same people that are all upset about Natalie Harp and how John Ossoff said something about her, and they're going through the roof, including Scott Jennings, and have not said boo about grabbing women by the P word, and that was 10 years ago. That was called locker room talk, but when John Ossoff says something, it's like, I can't believe he's beyond the pale. But Donald Trump talked about making Kelly bleeding out of her whatever at a debate in 2015, and that was still ignored and people voted for him. So I love you, and you know I do. But when you call here and you point out one side and you are ill-prepared to hold the same principle and standard across the board, I shrug my shoulders because I'm like, you're not really about that principled life. You're really about trying to blame Democrats for things, and that's not good enough. And to be quite honest, Luciano, one, that's why our country's divided. Two, if you listen to my book, you're not going to hear me bashing Democrats. You're going to hear me disagreeing with Democrats, but also with Republicans. And I'm just warning you now. I hope you still go get the book. But my
How long is this audio? An hour? 2 hours long?
No.
I don't know. You tell me.
The audio's over 9 hours long. It's a real book.
Oh my. Okay.
It's a real book. It's not
less than $25.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean to put you on the spot.
Oh no. It's the audio book is certainly less than $25.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Lenny.
Thank you,
Thank
Chowder
you
Guy.
very much.
I appreciate you, man. Bye. So yeah, the audio book's less than $25. I said it was 9 hours. I didn't say it was War and Peace. So anyhow, that said, look. And that's part of the reason why, and again, phone lines 866-391-1020. It's part of the reason why I'm willing to play the clips from both the Gingrich interview and the Major Garrett interview. I will eventually, over time, I will play part of the clips from the Reagan interview and a few other things that I've done. Why? Because what I've learned over the last 2 weeks, and I knew it, but I really learned it, is that a lot of you that are frustrated in the middle don't want to speak up. You want somebody to speak up for you. But I'm going to put myself out there. Now that I've done that, I need you all to catch my back. And for those of you that are on the fringes, you do not want, many of you do not want unification. You just want to beat the other side. And as long as that's all you want, this country will remain broken. The job numbers are coming out in about another week and a half or 2 weeks. They're not going to be good, not with the recent reports of what's going on now with tariffs with Canada. Look, I feel like we're living in a bad South Park episode. Remember the South Park episode from 25 years ago where the main theme song of the movie, it was a movie, was Blame Canada. And it was satirical. And yet we're living that in real life right now with another trade war to the north. With a country that has, I don't know, a quarter of the amount of people we have. Where we have all the leverage, and yet we're picking fights repeatedly in an ongoing fashion that you're paying for. Oh, by the way, the gas prices are still over $4 a gallon. Christmas is coming, so if this tariff war plays out like this, going into Christmas season, you're already paying for it going into school year. School year's here, you're paying for that. Many people on the far right or the far left want this division to continue. I wrote a Venn diagram of one to try to reunite. And that's, look, maybe I was naive into thinking that there were more people out there that would speak up and say, finally, I'm part of this exhausted middle and I'm frustrated, I'm tired. Somebody's finally speaking up for me. I can tell you that the fringes are very loud. And they will keep this just like this because their definition of success is beating the other side to death. And that's it. They monetize it. They get their self-esteem from it. Most of the rest of us get our esteem and our energy from being whole and united and functional, which we are not as a country. 866-391-1020. Gary in Georgia, you're on KDKA. Gary?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
I can, kind sir. How are you?
I'm sorry. Thank you for taking the call. I was not paying attention. I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
So what? Let's do this, Gary. I'm gonna put you back on hold for a second. I'm gonna go to break early, so I don't cut you off. So you're gonna get a redo, but you're gonna get a redo after the break. Again, phone lines 866-391-1020. I'll get to the clips in a little bit. But if you're going to call in, let's chat. I'm going to break, then I'm coming back, going to Gary, going to others here on the award-winning News Radio, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Slot in some me time with the Hollywood Casino app. Get ready to immerse yourself in all your favorite casino games, including over 2,000 slots, tables, and live dealers. Spin into daily cash jackpots where you could join thousands of other winners. The casino floor is now at your fingertips. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Take a moment. Take a holiday. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, part 2 with Gary. Gary's on KDKA.
Okay, Lenny, thank you once more. The first thing I want to say, I know I never met you, but I know somebody that's legitimate when they're speaking normally, and most people do. And at your core, you're trying to bring people. You're just trying to bring people together instead of apart. I'm exactly right, aren't I?
You are, and that's Luciano's a kind-hearted soul, but he is. My take is, and I love him dearly. He knows this. I think that his perspective on partisanship is so siloed. It's epitome of what I talk about in the book, is that people are so used to talking and interacting in their silos and their echo chambers that they can't work outside of that framework, and as a result, everything is always viewed one way versus another. In fact, Gary, a lot of things that I've been talking about. I just had an article, a feature in the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder. It's an African-American paper that's akin to the Pittsburgh Courier, and they talked about how the book is about breaking down those echo chambers, because without doing that, people just stay focused on what they're used to hearing, not versus, principles or anything else along those lines.
Okay, I like to comment on what you just said. I think that this is what makes you kind. I think you're kind. Your kind, generous remarks about what you just heard from the previous caller. I feel that way too, but I also feel another thing. I call it out what it is. There's a lot of hypocrites in this world too. I'm sorry, very hypocritical. And I just want to close with a quote by Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Here's what I believe. I don't talk. Here's what I believe. Here's what he said in 1934. The presidency is eminently the place of moral leadership. We don't. And yes, I'm just giving you the quote. I don't, across the board, whether it's Congress or, we don't have that right now. That's at the bottom of it. The presidency is eminently the place of moral leadership.
Gary, I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. And in fact, I saw a quote or a post from a good friend of mine, Mo Kelly, who you've heard here on News Radio KDKA. I've done the Meghan McCain podcast with him a couple of weeks ago. And he puts out there and says, hey, not wanting to call any of you all out, but I just want to remind you all that for all of you complaining about hypocrisy in regards to corruption and Hunter Biden, and you keep talking about Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
You all have said nothing about this administration. And by the way, we all can still see your Hunter Biden posts. For all of you that are complaining about, everything that transpired with Natalie Harp and Ossoff, just want to let you know we can still see your posts where you're still talking about locker room talk and it doesn't matter. And I'm not electing a pope, I'm electing a president, and moral authority doesn't matter. But to your point, Gary, when you're in politics, I talk about this a lot, and on the book PR tour I've been talking about a lot. There are two types of faith you got to have. You got to have secular faith and you got to have spiritual faith. And if you're president and your elected officials do not aspire secular faith that you can get the right thing done in your community, and spiritual faith where you're living for a higher moral code or ethical code, you're not going to have success in your communities. And if you don't have success in multiple communities, you're not going to have success in your region, your state, or your country. And the lack of, to your point, principled consistency is killing this country right now. It just simply is.
Leadership starts at the top. There's no way of getting around it.
There's a reason why it's called leadership. You're at the front of the line, and ideally you're modeling the behavior of which you want people to follow and grow into.
The presidency, as I said, that's at the top. I don't care who's in there. I'm not directing it all the Trump. Some, but not all. No, that is the place of start of moral leadership, and it spews onto the country. The country picks up on it. And we're picking up on it in a very negative way. And we can't go on like this. So that's what I had to say. I did my rant, I guess.
No, Gary, I appreciate your phone call. I appreciate you saying that. And not to sound like a big old commercial, but again, I've learned over the last 2 weeks with the book launch, it'll be 2 weeks as of Tuesday. I have learned that people are frustrated just like Gary, but they don't know if they can turn this around. And that's one of the things that's really been troubling to me, is that I have learned that people don't believe that this will turn around. It's so funny, and I don't have it on the Major Garrett clip, but Major Garrett asked me, do you think that this will turn around? And I said yes immediately. He was like, are you so sure? You said it really fast. And I gave my answer as to why. But you may hear it on this clip. I know we'll have it on social media tomorrow. Newt Gingrich asked me the same exact question. Major Garrett is a journalist. Newt Gingrich is clearly a Republican who wrote a book about Donald Trump, by the way. And they both have the same doubts. Other people that have interviewed me on the left have said the same exact thing. There is an exhausted middle in this country that is so sick of the dysfunction. But I gotta implore you all, and I'm not saying that acting is going and buying my book. That would be nice. But I'm not imploring you to buy the book. I'm imploring you to act. I'm imploring you to do something different. I'm imploring you to interrupt the dysfunction that continues to toxify our body politic, that has now become a cancer within our body that does need a major operation at this point in time, or several. Whether it's 2026, 2027, 2028, people are going to have to act, because the bottom line is people are tolerating what's going on and then wondering why things won't change. People are going to have to step up. I did that this year. 2026 has been one hell of a year for my family and for me. It's a blessing to have the book out there, but it definitely was not a $1 million advance. And, you know, a bunch of toys coming along the way. You know, Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire, owning a mansion and a yacht. So, that exhausted middle, you have some work that you got to do. You don't have to do big steps, but you got to do some steps. Just putting that out there. In the meanwhile, I will get to the clips during hour number 2. The one thing I do want to talk about to make sure I'm letting you know where we're going, because we had a couple of phone calls. So I'm clearing my throat because I'm going to speak with gravitas here. And in a way to say thank you to the Moore of Pittsburgh, Mr. Chris Moore, we are going to start a segment during what used to be the beginning of his show, 5 o'clock Eastern, here on News Radio KDKA. We're going to talk with the next generation of journalists, much in the vein that he did when he taught at Point Park University, his journalism program, each summer. So what I'm going to do, am I still talking that way? No, I'm not, because I don't really have a gravitasious voice. Is that a verb? I don't know. Is that a word? Still don't know. But I used it. It is what it is. At 5, because I was going to talk to Michaela about her news of the week at 3. I said, you know, we should do it at 5. And we should do it at 5 because that was the beginning of Mr. Moore's show. He was 5 to 9 here for years. At one point in time, he was like 5 to 10 for years. So what I said was, how about this? Let's pick 5 o'clock, which would normally be the beginning of his show, and let's start there. So stick around for 5 o'clock. Michaela will give her news of the week, and we'll go from there. In the meanwhile, I'm going to the news. I'm coming back, 866-391-1020. I'll play those clips so you can kind of get more of the feel of the experience that I've been going through over the last couple of weeks. But I'm going to news now here on News Radio, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple. Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM.
From ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. The Hawk Fire in Nevada has now grown to around 13,000 acres. Fire officials there say crews are preparing for 24-hour-a-day operations for the immediate future. They also now say they believe the blaze was human-caused. ABC News has learned the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to discuss a range of issues and where Democrats and Republicans could possibly work together on some issues. ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington says it's a significant meeting with the midterms just weeks away.
Republicans have a very historically narrow margin in the control of the House. A Reuters poll taken last week gives Democrats a 5-point edge in what we call the generic poll, which suggests if the election were held today, Democrats could wind up taking the House. So the idea of a meeting between the president's son-in-law and the top House Democrat in an effort to reach common ground, well, that indicates that perhaps they're thinking ahead.
Kushner and Jeffries collaborated during the first Trump administration on issues including criminal justice reform. Iran now says it's prepared for any scenario as the Trump administration vows to impose economic D-Day on the country. The president has not shared many details as to what that would look like, but it comes as American drivers are bracing for higher prices at the pump. ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Gas prices are climbing again, and drivers are feeling the pain again. The national average is now about $4.08 a gallon, up 93 cents, nearly $1 from this time last year. AAA says that price marks the highest national average ever recorded on this date, with August now shaping up to be the most expensive month on record to fill up.
And speaking of drivers, the Freedom 250 Grand Prix taking place in Washington, D.C. this afternoon, a 250-mile IndyCar race through the nation's capital. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
There's growing backlash against the construction of new hyperscale AI data centers across the country, with now a number of political leaders reversing their support. More from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze.
In a private memo this week, the National Republican Senatorial Committee warning top AI companies that data centers could be killing the party's chances of holding the key Senate seat in Ohio. In Michigan this week, Republican Senate candidate Mike Rogers backtracked, coming out in support of a 1-year moratorium on new data centers. And in Pennsylvania, Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro, who spent years courting data centers, this week imposed new restrictions on them. Some Republican governors also joining the opposition.
Data centers are nothing new, but have come under increased scrutiny amid significant investment in artificial intelligence. Back to school season is in full swing, and ABC News medical correspondent Dr. Darian Sutton says alongside the books and the backpacks, don't forget about vaccinating your kids.
Check your child's routine vaccine schedule. Make sure that they're up to date. If they aren't, talk to their pediatrician. And remember, exposure is almost inevitable to these types of things. Your question is, do you want to be exposed with immune protection or without?
Vaccination rates among kindergartners are around 93% right now, down from 95% pre-pandemic. And power company ComEd has deployed 60 workers to assist with efforts in northwest Indiana, where thousands of residents have been without power. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
St. Anthony School Programs is thrilled to announce their upcoming golf outing on Monday, September 28th at Old Stonewall Golf Club. A great day supporting a great cause. St. Anthony provides inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development for students ages 5 to 22 with Down syndrome, autism spectrum disorder, and other special needs. For over 70 years, St. Anthony's has empowered students of all faiths to reach their full potential, live independently, and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more at StAnthonyKids.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Another summer has come and gone too quickly, and kids are heading back to school for another year. While the first day of school is exciting, it's also a good time to remind drivers that thousands of kids around Western Pennsylvania will be waiting for the bus in the morning. Although it may seem like common sense to stop when a school bus with flashing red lights has its stop sign extended, Pittsburgh Public Schools reported more than 10,300 violations last year alone. Too many drivers are not getting the message. The latest study from the state shows more than 76,000 violations across the Commonwealth in 2024, resulting in $23.2 million in fines. Video evidence provided by Pittsburgh Public Schools shows too many heart-stopping close calls that could have ended in injury or worse. So, as a friendly reminder, remember to keep an eye out for kids walking to their stops as you begin your week, and no matter what side of the road you're on, obey the bus stop arm. It will cost you financially and could cost your community a life.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
All right, going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. David in San Francisco, you're on KDK.
Oh, thanks, Lenny. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I followed that previous caller. One of the issues that really founded America was the king was supposed to have what was called noblesse oblige. The idea that the king was supposed to look out for every sparrow, and he wasn't supposed to just hand out permits to be able to poison the river or, loot the county or whatever. And when you start to really study the American 13 colonies, they were all company stores. They all had company script, and you had to obey the boss man of that corporation. The 13 colonies were 13 corporations.
David, I'm on a short leash this week. You got to bring it to at least the 20th century at this point. Go.
Well, they now call it duty to care. And a lawyer, if you hire a lawyer, that lawyer has a duty to care for you. He doesn't look out for the other side. Your doctor has a duty to care for you, and the politicians have a duty to care for us. And they're not supposed to be selling us out. And the idea that, coming up with every strange whim that Trump is coming up with and selling out America is where this goes.
You think it's just Trump?
Well, you could say that the FAA right now, the FAA in Louisiana is just giving SpaceX the ability to have hundreds of thousands of acres and launch their rockets there.
Oh, hold on.
Say they want to launch a million rockets.
You're sounding very much like a Republican right now. that justifies MAGA. I asked you a very specific question. I said, do you think it's just Trump? Now, the first thing that went to my mind, David, is you went to Louisiana, and I can tell you that that Cancer Alley has existed in Louisiana, particularly in African-American communities, something that Mr. Moore talked about for years, and that has been around for decades. Well, who was running politics in the South for 100 years, all the way going through probably, I don't know, the beginning of the 21st century? Who was running politics at the higher levels? Was it Democrats or was it Republicans in 1976 in Louisiana? Or in the 1960s.
Well, it's funny you mentioned those very years. My mother was a Democrat in St. Louis, and they were fighting the old bigots. They called them Dixiecrats, the ones that were basically for the company store. And so my mother was a Democrat that was fighting the Dixiecrats. So I come from a long family of people who fight corruption.
Okay, but my question was, David, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the history of your family. I've heard it before. So I commend you all for being that, and you sound like you're cut from that same cloth, so I commend you as well for fighting for what's right. But my question was, now it's twofold. Number one, the first question was, do you think it was just Trump? You kind of avoided that question, which led me to go to the second question, which was, when they were constructing Cancer Alley, when they were constructing the makeup of, let's say, New Orleans, where the poor black folks were in areas that were going to flood the quickest, and area that was safer in New Orleans when a big storm would come, I don't know, like Katrina, it was segregated. Who do you think put those plans in place? Do you think it was, MAGA Republicans? Or do you think that, maybe both sides have had some treachery involved in this over the last 250 years off and on in different pockets?
Oh, well, that's an easy one to answer. You remember Brownie, the FEMA head under George Bush, who didn't show up and didn't send in FEMA aid for months.
Let me ask you, because you're answering like a partisan, and I'm just because I feel like playing with my food right now, I'm just going to go ahead and let you dangle a little bit. Who put the local policies in place? Because Brownie didn't put the local policies in place, and neither did George W. Bush. Who was the mayor? Who was the lieutenant? Who was the governor? I know it's too easy to answer, but you don't want to say it. All I'm trying to get you to say is that Republicans have not been the sole scourge of broken public policy and some selling out of the American people over the course of 250 years. We have seen pockets from both sides of partisanship absolutely, positively serve themselves and not serve the American people. In fact, one can make the case that both the Republicans and the Democrats worked to sell out black people during Reconstruction. We could say that the Democratic Party for 100 years were killing black people and driving them off their homes and stealing their land and everything else by way of legal and illegal possibilities. All I was asking you to do, David, is just kind of admit that it does happen on both sides. And you are fighting like the Dickens to say, yeah, Lenny, unfortunately, this is more the human condition than it is the partisan condition. Can you say that?
No, don't speak for me like that.
No, I'm asking you if you. I posed it as a question.
Who's keeping it going? Who's keeping it going?
You're telling me that it's only Republicans that are keeping it going. Because I can look around the city of Pittsburgh. Hold on, David. I can look around the city of Pittsburgh.
Big money, Lenny. Big money.
What do you think's running the city of Pittsburgh? You got a bunch of foundations. You got a bunch of old money here, and you can't find a Republican in office within probably 30 square miles. And yet, this is one of the worst places when it comes to the discrepancies between the rich and the poor, black and white. It's one of the most homogeneous places in the United States, and it's one that when people leave here and come back, they say, why is our region so far behind? Why can't we get better? And that's just one example. Okay, is big money just Republican?
Well, big corrupt money.
David, I got to let you go because, and to be fair, I love you as a child of God, and you know that. But honestly, if TJ from Carrot called in here and refused to just admit some things that Republicans do wrong, you all would be screaming at me to hang up on them. If others would call here at 866-391-1020 and refuse to admit very obvious facts, it's not that hard to say, yes, we have seen corruption on both sides of the aisle. Heck, I went to Louisiana. I gave you Huey Long. Huey Long, again, sitting down in Louisiana. There have been nothing but politicians that have been self-serving on both sides. All I'm asking for, David, in this instance was to hear unfortunately, that's the human condition. It's not the partisan condition. We've had it on both sides. I'm frustrated with what MAGA's doing, but yes, unfortunately, we've seen it everywhere. And you can't say that. And it's frustrating. I mean, look, and part of it is I apologize. I guess part of it is my frustration with the fact that I am speaking in the book and in my public persona against the very thing I just watched you do, which is I am more interested in ripping the other side from a partisan perspective than I am to be principled in how I approach a condition or a situation. The whole premise of a Venn diagram of one is pushing back against everybody that does that and saying in the process, you're going to permanently break the country if you don't stop now. If you really care about this country, you do not have to allow your hate for the other side to drive whatever you're going to do in everything. That's all I was asking for. It's all I've been asking for years now, on the air, from a radio perspective, from a TV perspective. I've written speeches, and now I've written this book. It's heartbreaking to me that we can't get people to get past their animus towards a partisan foe and get to a point of love to put some solutions in place. That's frustrating to me. 866-391-1020. I'll get to Dan. I'll get to Anthony. I'll get to Craig. I would like to eventually get to these sound bites. If we don't, that's fine. I'd rather talk to you than play sound bites. I will play them eventually. I am getting to Michaela at 5 o'clock because she's just looking at me like, you better. She's waving her fist at me. She's not a very tall person. I'm not a very tall person either. But I think she can fight better than me. I'm pretty certain about that. Plus, I'm an old man. She beat up on an old man. That ain't going to look good. And there's cameras everywhere. If I come back looking lumpy, it's because the sister on the other side of the glass. I'm just putting it out there. So pray for me as I go to break on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Want a health plan with access to the best care? With UPMC Health Plan, you have access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, as well as providers in your community, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. All this with award-winning customer service from our healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. For UPMC Health Plan award information, go to upmchealthplan.com/best.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The largest Jeep selection in Pittsburgh is at Monroeville Jeep. They have over 300 in stock, and you're going to pay less. And they're the highest rated Jeep dealer with 4.7 out of 5 stars. Make this the summer at Monroeville Chrysler Jeep.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back to the phones, 866-391-1020. Dan in Mount Pleasant, you're on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny, how you doing?
I am doing well, child of God. How are you?
Good. Well, first of all, Lenny, congratulations on your book and all the interviews you're getting with it. That's I'm glad to hear all that.
Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate it. I'd be honored if you got the book. You're somebody like you, Dan. I'd be curious as to what your perspective is, because I know there would be things in there that you would definitely disagree with, but then you would find things in there that I would have to believe that you would also agree with. So if you do decide to give me the honor of buying the book, I'd love to get your feedback eventually.
I will, and I want to touch on some of what you're talking about. Maybe you could tell me it's in your book. Let's go back to that quote from FDR. The president is eminently a place of moral leadership. FDR, who was a racist, a white supremacist, gave us redlining. Hugo Black, who was a leader of the Klan in the Supreme Court. Give me a break.
So Dan,
Lenny,
so let me address that, because I see where you're going. That's literally what I was just trying to tell David, which is like, look, don't just put this on from the king all the way through and say this is nothing but basically just different iterations of the Republican Party, because Woodrow Wilson was not anywhere near a Republican or a conservative. And you know, before you say, well, that's a different party back then. No, because Teddy Roosevelt was literally one of his predecessors. So immediate predecessors. And Lincoln wasn't that far away from him. So there, you know, just to be able to say there were people that were on the left, and some of them far left. I mean, Woodrow Wilson was considered a progressive until it came to race, and then he was just like, screw those N-words. So
that's right. And not to get off subject, but just real quick, the reason we got a Woodrow Wilson is because the Utopia Group was looking for a third party.
Yep.
And that's what Roosevelt did when he ran for the Bull Moose Party.
He split
and that's
everything.
What happens with these third parties. Yeah. But no, I am going to go, I think, towards your book. You know, Thomas Paine once said, government under the best of circumstances is a necessary evil. Under the worst conditions is an intolerable one. And I think that's where we are and have been. We've been divided. You go back to the American Civil War. There were 26 million people, pretty heavily divided. We got, 340 million, and we're still divided. I'll tell you why it is, Lenny, not because of parties, because we have too much government. A government works off of force, threat, intimidation, and coercion.
And that's not
anybody
that's
and
not
anybody
empowerment.
that thinks that's overstated, I give you till April 15th to fact check me.
Well,
do you know who more than anybody understood to have a limited government was the framers of the Constitution, Lenny? If you read it, Congress shall not infringe. Congress shall not despair. Congress shall make no law. Those are very negative words towards Congress. So this idea is us as a society looking to government to be these moral leaderships who create all these moral, it's not going to happen. And the framers of the Constitution understood that better than anybody.
Well, I will say, number one, even the Federalist Papers go back to talking about how you have to have a certain structure of government to counterplay so that the best angels on both sides kept the common good moving forward versus one faction's desires pushing the other faction out of the way. It completely talks about that all the way back before this Constitution was ratified. So that's number one. Number two, you know, in regards to just the whole role of what we're supposed to be in the United States of America, I do talk about that in the book. I talk about three themes, and it's very much been an honor to hear everybody from Newt Gingrich to Major Garrett to the Reagan Foundation and others pick up on those three themes and say, man, these are themes that we like. One of the themes, Dan, is empowerment. If you're not allowing your people to be empowered and you think all the power should rest in government, it doesn't matter who leads from a partisan perspective. Either it's the Republicans or the Democrats. Somebody's going to be full of power and not empowering people. I mean, the same argument that people hate about the federal government when it comes to the triumvirate with Republicans right now, you can make the case in most urban environments in the United States. They're one-party systems too. They're just on the other side. And yet when you look at the school education systems, you look at the tax rates, you look at the job situations, you look at the housing situations. It's not exactly utopia there either. But yet it's one party system the other way.
And if you look throughout the history of mankind, you will find that the majority of suffering throughout this world has come from the government itself, the Nazis in Germany, Stalin in Russia, Mao in China. I mean, this is why we've got to get through to our fellow Americans that less government is better. I didn't say anarchy. I said less government. We need a strong, centralized government in a very limited manner. The problem is, Lenny, you can't flush a toilet in the United States of America without the federal government telling you how much water can go through the back of the tank. That's the damn problem. We have too much government.
Dan, I appreciate your call, and I think it's so funny because when somebody like Dan calls, and again, if you pick up the book, A Venn Diagram of One, Dan, I'd love to get your feedback once you get done, ebook, audiobook, or reading it. There are times when somebody like a Dan will call in here and be like, Lenny is such, I know he won't use the word rhino and others won't use the word rhino, but I know it's in the back of their head sometimes. At the same exact time, there are calls like this where it's like, yeah, that is to me, that's not even a far-right conservative from what he was saying. That's a center-right American, and the majority of Americans used to be right there. We need a strong central government. We need government for certain functions or certain frameworks, certain protections of constitutional rights, whether it's a federal constitution or state constitution or local laws. But we don't need you involved in every single thing that I do. Sensible, at least to me. 866-391-1020. I will get to Anthony. I will get to Craig. As you can see, the clips are good clips, but they're there now. Again, if you want to hear the full interview, go to Newt's World, Gingrich 360. It's a 40-minute interview on a Venn diagram of one. It's a good conversation. If you want to go to the 23-minute conversation with Major Garrett, the takeout with Major Garrett is out now. The 40-minute conversation with the Reagan Foundation and Presidential Library, that's out now. I will play clips over time. I'd rather take phone calls at 866-391-1020 because I'd rather talk to you all. So going to the news, then going back to the phone lines, here on the award-winning News Radio KDKA.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at KDKARadio.com.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Tabusky. Fire officials out with an update on the Hawk Fire in Nevada, which has now grown to 13,000 acres. Authorities now say they believe that blaze was human-caused. Two people familiar with the matter say Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries met privately with President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. ABC's Stephen Portnoy reports from Washington.
Sources tell us that this meeting happened in recent weeks. We know that they discussed a wide range of topics, including ways they might find common ground. What's really remarkable about this is it indicates outreach on the part of the president's inner circle with the man who would very likely become the next Speaker of the House if Democrats take control in November.
Gas prices are once again on the rise, with the national average for a gallon of regular now sitting at $4.08. That's about $1 higher than where it was a year ago. And just a few laps to go now in the Freedom 250 Grand Prix taking place in Washington, D.C. this afternoon, a first-of-its-kind IndyCar race. This is ABC News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thundershower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, back on the air, 866-391-1020. Lenny McAllister, you and I together until 6 p.m. Going to Anthony in Oakland. Anthony, you're on KDK.
You know, I feel vindicated today.
calling you because I was one of the first critics of Mayor Gainey. I said he was incompetent. I said there was a lot of nefarious activities going on around him with SEIU and some of this grant money that was going to causes that there didn't see any conclusion to. And now he's being investigated. But I don't know why anyone's shocked. Anyone who lived in the East Liberty Garfield area, Wilkinsburg, we as a state rep, we knew he was incompetent. He was a legislator. He didn't know anything about executive position, and I was called names, similar to what they do with Stephen A. You know, if you don't regurgitate the Democratic talking points, the left's talking points, they call you all kind of names.
Well, hold on, Anthony. Hold on. I love Stephen A. and you know I love you dearly, but I would not put you in the same category as Stephen A. And the reason why I would not do that is because Stephen A. from time to time will kind of go back and forth. I will give you the benefit of the doubt, certainly, on being much more consistent with your point of view, even when it's unpopular, versus Stephen A., who, you know, his reputation's a little bit different. And on top of that, I've never heard you come on here and bang on certain demographics just to be banging on them, which he has a reputation for doing. So
that's because you don't see what I do on the internet. Because if it's pertaining to Jasmine Crockett and Jamil Hill and that crowd and Kamala Harris, I rip these people to shreds. I rip them to shreds.
But you're not doing it the way he does it.
I'm not making the money he's making either.
Well, yeah, but let's just be honest. I like to think, and I've known you long enough to know, and I know we're going down a rabbit hole, but I'd like to think that you're going to just stay truthful whether somebody pays you $100 million or $100.
No.
Okay.
If you're paying me a lot of money, I will deviate to whatever you want me to.
Okay. Well, that makes you and me different, but okay, go ahead.
Well, that makes me consistent because that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Now, if you're paying me more, I may come to a different conclusion. But let me just say that. But I was right about Gainey. And now the district attorney, who he wanted to get points in the community when he was calling the DA a racist and all that. Well, the chickens have come home to roost now. Okay? Now, Mr. Gainey, what did your buddies in Harrisburg do for you? They gave you a cushy, fat, high-paying position in the so-called gaming area to travel the world and understand for all that kind of money. And what did you do? For what? What happened?
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody texted me. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Lenny. Lenny, this is what you, as you say about consistency. Yes, I try to be. I go on both sides. I am ask not what your country could do for you, what you could do for your country. I see $40 trillion in debt we are. The Republicans are no different than the Democrats on that issue.
And we hit that number 2 years early. The projection before was we'd hit it by 2028. We've hit it before September of 2026, which, by the way, I got to believe that Republicans just love having that come out before the midterms. But go ahead.
Well, it's the facts, though. Facts are facts. He's weaponized the attorney generals. I mean, the Justice Department. I mean, he's just gone on. But he's up to the stage where he's just boring. I don't even like to talk about him anymore because we said about Project 2025, he's going to implement everything he did, and we got talked down, called names, and he's implementing mostly everything they said. So, what the heck? But let me just say this.
Very quickly.
Folks, stop with the AI bashing. Are you folks paying attention to what the Chinese are doing to us as it pertains to AI and their robots? They could probably have a 3 million robot army, well equipped. The robots are going to do hazardous work. The robots are going to go to space. The robots are going to go to Mars. They're killing us while we're fighting community here. Oh, don't put these centers in our community. We can't. They're destroying us, people. It's a national security issue. If we don't do it, the Saudis will do it. you name but the Chinese are doing it now. The Japanese are going to sit back and allow the Chinese to get an advantage there. So you people who are, hey, they get put one of those things right in Homewood right now. Right in under the Lincoln Bridge and the Washington Boulevard with the Silver Lake. Do something. Don't sit on your Monessen, Charleroi, Rankin. You got plenty of space. But people, it's a national security issue. I'm sick of these wishy-washy politicians. Tell it like that, and the people will come around because the Chinese are kicking our behind.
But here, and Anthony, I appreciate your call. The difference is the Chinese can have a heavy-handed approach to that industry because of the way their society is formed, their government is formed, their government's empowered. There are people, I mean, look, the same business people from the right that want to spread data centers are the same people from the right that would not want government to be so heavy-handed in business, unless, of course, the Trumps had some kind of interest in it from a business standpoint. That goes back to the hypocrisy issue from before. David, there's your hat tip to kind of show you that, again, it's on both sides. That said, I do think that the AI issue is a national sovereignty issue, just like education's a national sovereignty issue, just like the economy is a national sovereignty issue, just like our military's depletion of weaponry because of this senseless interaction in Iran. And yes, it's senseless. You could have kept them without a nuclear weapon without this. The plans that were in place previously had done that, and then we apparently obliterated them last year, only for them to be unobliterated at some point in time around Christmas. And then obliterate them again, and yet we're still there. Because they're obliterated but not obliterated, or they're obliterated with an asterisk or something. I don't know exactly what it is. But that point being made, I do think that all of these things are national sovereignty issues. I do think that better, more efficient leadership would allow us to address this in a way that is more American. But the world is passing us by while we fight with each other. The Europeans don't look to us as much anymore, and they're not going to. They figure they got 2 more years of this. They can't wait around for 2 more years waiting for us. We have already proven in Ukraine that we don't really care, depending on who it is, who takes over who attacks who. We respect sovereign nations and borders, and no, we don't. Because if we did, the response to Russia would be different. First of all, we would have taken a different approach when they took over the Crimea, which is now going on 15 years ago. When we had unlabeled military personnel showing up in eastern Ukraine, we would have had a much different response then. Then from there, we would have pushed back on Russia hard, proactively, with European allies. They would have, speaking to Europe, they would have said, we will sacrifice, even if it comes to natural gas, to make sure you don't get aggressive, because we're not going to funnel money into your war machine. And this is how we're going to address that. Even if it was, we're going to have a nationwide cutback on energy consumption during summer months, so that by the time we get to winter, we'll buy your natural gas if we have to. But we're going to buy it at a 10% clip less in the summer when we don't need it as much, because we're not going to give you money to go then attack Ukraine. Because that's a horrible message to send to China. It's a horrible message to send to North Korea with nuclear weaponry, firing off weapons, saber rattling. And we won't even, by the way, get into the Korean Peninsula. And though, hey, I have a great relationship with a dictator, so I'm not going to back a democracy. When they're in a state of war, technically, still. All that to be said, back to the data centers very quickly. efficient leadership matters. We don't have a whole lot of that. We're, again, more inclined to bicker about the partisanship of everything, which goes back to why I've been doing what I've been doing, particularly over the last couple of weeks, with the ramp up to the book launch and then the book launch. We cannot continue to do things the way we've been doing it. If we do, it will be entertaining, bread and circuses, and then the fall of the Roman Empire via the red, white, and blue is coming. It's just going to be here. And that would be very sad. Because what will replace this, if that transpires, and what it is, might not be as effective as what we can be as a beacon of hope. 866-391-1020. Going to Craig after this on News Radio KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. They say if you say it 3 times in a row, people will remember it, it will stick. Maybe. That's why I tried it. Craig in West Virginia. First, hold on before I go to Craig. Tom in Ontario, Canada. You're on KDK. Tom once. Tom twice. Tom in Ontario, Canada. Call back. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Give us a call back. Anybody in Canada. 866-391-1020. Give us a call back. Now let me go to Craig in West Virginia. He's on KDK.
How you doing today, Lenny?
I'm doing well, kind sir. How are you?
Doing pretty good. You know, first of all, congratulations to you and Mr. Moore. Highly deserved. And that would be my compliment. But now I'm going to give a little pushback to you. Here's the part that gets to me, and you do this quite a bit. Even with myself, you do it. You always compare the far left and the far right as a wash, and it really isn't. It's two entirely different things.
How so?
I think the far left is done out of kindness, and the far right is done out of hate.
All right,
and I can give examples if you'd like. I mean, here's
hold on, Craig. So here's where I'm going to go with this. So when the far left redlined America, was that out of kindness? When the far left blocked African Americans out of unions for years, and it started. Whoa! I'm not done. When the far left blocked African Americans out of jobs with unions and other type of job riots for years, was that out of kindness? Even now, and you hear about it in the Democrat Party all the time, when you see, and they're fighting right now about this. They're taking the DNC, apparently they're taking the DNC out of Atlanta, where black Democrats wanted it, and the most loyal voting bloc for Democrats is black women, where they have a lot of power is where a black woman's running for governor right now in Georgia, but they're going to take it out of there. When the far left tells black voters, the number one voting bloc of the Democrat Party, to go stick it where the sun don't shine whenever they feel convenient, is that out of kindness? So spare me that, because that's not how that works on the left either.
Well, here, let me tell you exactly what I'm thinking. This is what I should have started my conversation with.
Okay.
Politics have nothing to do with policy, nothing whatsoever.
No,
if that was the case, you wouldn't be a Republican. It's no different than sports. It really isn't. Just like you said, it doesn't matter how you win as long as you win. In 1861. I'm telling you what I would be. I would have been a Republican in 1861. Andy and TJ would have been a Democrat in 1861. So that answers your question. Here's the way I look at this.
Hold on. Why would they necessarily be Democrats in 1861?
Because what have we seen since Donald Trump has been in office? But nothing but people of color being deported, jailed, you name it. The whole mindset of a Republican Party, and even let's go back to the data centers and just the environment altogether. Democrats, let's say we would put a fine on a steel mill to get the smokestacks to do the companies do the right thing with the smokestacks, the pollution, the whole ball of wax, to save a bald eagle. Donald Trump just opened up the wild horses range out west to where now they're going to start slaughtering wild horses. We are trying to do something out of kindness. The Republican Party is always doing something out of evil.
But you still didn't answer my question about the redlining that the far left did. Was that out of kindness? Was that keeping society balanced?
What year are you talking about?
I mean, you can look at most American. I'm going to answer your question. You can look at most American cities right now, and the redlining that came down from FDR, a far left progressive, they're still in place today. Go look at Chicago. Go look at Pittsburgh. Go look at Philadelphia. Go look at portions of New York that are not gentrified.
Can you name me a single Democratic president from the beginning of this country until today that has over 250 cases of redlining in the state of New York or any other state in this country? Any Democratic president from George Washington till present day.
I can name Woodrow Wilson playing Birth of a Nation at the White House. I can name. Hold on, whoa. You asked me, I'm answering. I can name FDR ignoring the lynching. I can name FDR with the redlining, like I've been doing, and you're walking around it.
I'm not walking around it.
I mean, I can name multiple Democratic governors that stood up and defended Jim Crow. Even if you want to go down to the state level, I can go down to multiple local level mayors and the like that watched people get lynched and otherwise be discriminated against or harmed and do nothing about it. My whole point is this. I am not trying to say whataboutism. All I'm trying to say is it is frustrating to me, Craig, that I sit out here trying to be a unifier and I continuously hear from good people that are more inclined to say your side is bad, we're not that bad, or we do things because we love you, but so it must not be that bad, but you all are wicked, without looking at the fact that, one, the human condition leads to a lot of this, and the human condition plays through the partisanship, and that you've seen this on both sides, and both sides have a pox on their house, which is why the exhausted middle in America are frustrated with politics, back to your point.
In 1861, would you be a Democrat or Republican?
I'd be a Republican because of Frederick Douglass.
Okay, let me ask you this. Has CNN ever been fined $787? But you always compare CNN to Fox. Has CNN ever been fined?
I don't compare CNN to Fox. I'm not the one that does it. Remember, I've been on CNN for a long time. What I did say was CNN, after a while, used to play in the middle. They try not to play in the middle anymore because they were always coming in third place, because at the time MSNBC was on the left and Fox News was on the right. Newsmax had not risen yet. OANN wasn't even a player back then, and CNN was trying to split the middle, and they were not winning. That's what I've said.
One of the biggest problems in this country, if not the biggest, and I'm going to say I do believe it is the biggest, is money in politics. Can you name a single Democratic Supreme Court justice that voted for corporate money in politics? I can name about 7 Republican Supreme Court justices
who broke the record in regards to raising federal dollars for their presidency in 2008. Was it a Republican or Democrat?
Once you have set the rules, you got to play with those rules, whether you like them or not, or you're going to get steamrolled.
You don't, because Angie Dixon just won a special election, or not a special election. She just won a primary down in Florida for the U.S. Senate, getting outspent 10-1. Mendami ended up winning the mayoral election in New York City without all the cachet that a Cuomo came behind him. So no, you don't have to do that. Obama chose to do that. And I'm not saying it's wrong. All I'm saying is I understand Citizens United. I do think that there's too much money in politics, and that's the reason why you get the leadership that we've been getting. At the same exact time, I'm not going to sit here and act like that teachers' unions don't run politics at the statewide level here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's big money there, too. Nobody complains about teachers' unions that are supposed to be protecting teachers' jobs playing such a big role in politics monetarily in Pennsylvania.
I complain about every single union from coast to coast, and I have been consistent since the day I called KDKA.
Generally, not necessarily you. I'll grant you that. I'm not saying necessarily you. I'm saying generally speaking, people ignore the money that comes in on the far left when it comes to politics, but they will say nothing about the far. They'll say stuff about the far right. No, ignore the far left.
Have you had a single Democrat call your station or call your show and say that the 24 election was stolen because of Elon Musk writing $1 million? A single Democrat called to say that the election was stolen in 24. You haven't.
Wait a minute. You asked me a question and you answered. Have I had people imply to me that they feel like something crooked happened with the 2024 election with Elon Musk being involved and then going to Doge? Yes, people have implied that here. In fact, one of those people that have implied that has already called this show today. That's the answer to your question. Not you. I'm just saying one of those people have already called the show today.
I know, but what Elon Musk did was such a gray area in the legal world. It's mind-boggling. But listen. The 2020 election, it was 70% of the phone calls to KDKA where the election was stolen by Republicans. Republicans would call in. You talked about Newt Gingrich being.
Well, they're still talking about that 6 years later. So that's the MAGA brand. So I mean, that's what they do. That doesn't make it true. It's just that's what they do. Hold on, I'm entertained. So I'm gonna keep. If you want to stay on hold, Craig, stay on hold. I got to go to the news. I will let you finish up your point. I will eventually get to the clips because Michaela otherwise is going to genuinely glare at me. And I'm in a sensitive point of time in my life right now. I can't take looks like that from people, especially young people. Because young people, I believe that children are our future. Lead them well and let them... I screwed up the lyrics. I'm going to break on here on this radio, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined Dad and my sister Sarah in the family business after serving 5 years in the Marine Corps. That was a rewarding but tough time, and my sister helped me through it. When I was in boot camp and then deployed in Iraq, I received a letter from Sarah every single week. Every week. She'd make me laugh with her stories about what was going on at home. She even wrote letters to my fellow Marines to encourage them during those tough times. Sarah is funny and full of compassion, and her letters gave me a connection to the outside world that was, well, indescribable. Now, as a chartered financial analyst, I get to work with Sarah and my dad every day. We work closely as a team to develop investment strategies, so when you trust in us, you have all of us working on your behalf. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com. BOTKIN. That's botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
on eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's Back to School sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back to school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm Mike Dubusky. A state of emergency is now in effect around Reno, Nevada because of a fast-moving brush fire, which authorities say was human-caused. The Hawk Fire has now consumed some 13,000 acres and is prompting wide-scale evacuations. Details from ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
You spoke with residents who said they just were shocked at how quickly this fire grew. It is obviously very stressful for people who are seeing this fire starting to surround their homes. Now, we do know that a local hospital did evacuate staff as well as patients out of an abundance of caution. We also know that the convention center in Reno was opened for evacuees.
The governor is also sending in the state's National Guard to help with evacuations. Canadian goods, including whiskey, steel, and hockey sticks, are under new 50% import tariffs, and Canada is promising to retaliate with trade measures of its own, all after trade negotiations collapsed this weekend. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says both sides are blaming each other for the breakdown.
The Canadians say the U.S. made demands that they couldn't accept, including a demand that Canada decrease its trade with other countries. And that, Mark Carney said, was an encroachment on Canadian sovereignty. The U.S. side of the argument is that America has always given preferential treatment to our neighbors to the north and would continue to under a new framework.
The tensions are expected to raise costs with just a few weeks to go before the midterms. Data centers also expected to be a major issue at the ballot box, with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle instituting moratoriums on data center construction amid concerns they will drive up energy costs. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is one of them.
I am now coming in as governor saying, listen, if you're a data center and you want to operate in Texas, you have to first get the approval of those in local communities. And that's why I set that standard, no data centers disturbing local communities in Texas.
You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Tomorrow, the trial of Lindsay Clancy resumes, with the prosecution calling 3 more witnesses for a brief rebuttal in the case of that Massachusetts mother who admits to killing her children in 2023. ABC News legal contributor Bernanda Villalona says the defense rested on Friday, having made the argument Clancy was suffering from postpartum psychosis.
In terms of the pros and cons, the prosecution has timing on their side, because when her husband had left the house to go to the CVS and to pick up the food, there was about 54 minutes where Lindsay was inside of that home.
Closing arguments are expected towards the middle of next week. 2 Phoenix police officers have been arrested and fired following an investigation into a violent traffic stop earlier this month. Authorities say officers Luis Vasquez Jr. and Antonio Felix assaulted a man and woman during that stop using a taser on them. Police Chief Matthew Giordano.
They're charged with the following crimes: aggravated assault, aggravated robbery, kidnapping, felony assault involving bound or otherwise physically restrained individual, threatening and intimidating, criminal damage, hindering prosecution, and tampering with evidence.
There's no indication the officers knew the victims. And China's space agency has called off a planned mission back to the moon to look for frozen water. They say the launch parameters were not met. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, before I go back to the phone lines, go back to Craig. Let me let you all know I'll be on the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert. He'll be here from 5 to 10 as he is Monday through Friday. I will be here 8 to 9 as I am on every Monday. So tune in to the Big K Morning Show. Craig, go on and proceed, but I got to let you go after this. Go ahead, sir.
I'll make it really quick. You know, Lenny, the same Republicans who call into KDK and talk about El Sayed and Mamdani, you know, we're going to have Sharia law in America. They were the same people who voted for Dr. Oz, who was also a Muslim. The socialism movement in America was born out of counterpunching MAGA, and that's the truth. The MAGA side is what the MAGA side is what is dividing this country. You made the comment that how smart Newt Gingrich is, yet Newt Gingrich got on X and made the comment over and over and over how the 2020 election was stolen and how Democrats have a passion for trying to steal elections year in and year out. How can that's a conflict of interest. But those two things, him being educated and smart and him making those comments, just don't fit. So
whoa. Don't do that, because I'm going to just sit here and tell you, and again, Woodrow Wilson was the president of Princeton and was considered a highly regarded intellectual before he took his toxic bigotry into the White House. So don't do that. It's too easy. It's too easy to refute. It's too easy to refute.
Did you vote for him or against him?
Woodrow Wilson, I wasn't alive.
Exactly. You just got done telling a caller a few callers back, let's get to the future. You told Dave that. You got Dan quoting the Founding Fathers. If you think the Founding Fathers, if they knew what a bump stock was, we'd have a Second Amendment?
Maybe. Because they were, well, here's the reason why, Craig. Because they were fearful of the British. Now, we can make the argument, do you understand how many people you would take down? Do you understand how illegally this could be used and everything else? I'm sure we would have those arguments, and I'm sure there'd be valid arguments to have with them when it came to that. At the same time, if you're asking me from a philosophical perspective, if people that could not resolve the hypocrisy of all men are created equal and we're going to own all these men, if they were going to be able to definitely say that there wouldn't be a Second Amendment if they knew about bump stocks? No, I'm not going to say that, because I watched them be hypocrites in 1776 and in the 1780s when putting together the Constitution we're currently residing under.
Then I'll leave you with this. I am truly, truly glad that we have people like you who are trying to pull this country together. I told you a couple years back, I don't have any more cheeks to turn. So I'm going to stick to who's in office today and make my points about those people, but I'm glad we have people like you around trying to pull people together, because I'm not that person.
Craig, I appreciate your phone call, as I always do. I will tell you, and I'm going to play the clip now. Michaela, give me just a second. But I'm going to play part of the Gingrich interview because I think you can hear my optimism in it, but I think that over the course of doing the PR tour and continuing to put stuff out there for a Venn diagram of one, I'm also understanding all the angst to yet a different level because people are just done with it. Left, right, exhausted middle, you're done with it. And trying to be forces for good that says we can get past this like we did in the 60s and the 70s, like we did after the 1860s and 1870s, after, Reconstruction and after World War II and everything else. It brings a new appreciation for what those people had to do to get the country back on track. Michaela, can you play the Gingrich clip, please?
So in a sense, you had to grow up pretty fast all of a sudden from having not really met your opportunities. You're put in a position where you simply have to rise to the occasion.
Absolutely. And that's one of the beautiful things about America. There's a reason why I tie my personal story into a Venn diagram of one and talk about what we can do collectively, because America is nothing but a collection of second act stories across our history, from the greatest of Americans all the way down to the everyday Americans we interact with every single day. By being able to show how I was able to overcome my first acts, my stumbles, my flaws, and show that vulnerability, there's an opportunity to show folks that if you just have that faith spiritually in something higher, secularly in the beauty and the power of America and what potential it provides us all, you can find that second act, be better, and discover the dreams you never even realized you can have for yourself.
So in that setting, you've begun to mature, and you go back to Davidson, which, as I mentioned, both my oldest daughter and my two grandchildren went to. It's a very good school, and a school that really you can learn a ton if you're willing to. What was it like to go back to Davidson after that break and to be an older student? And you describe having met the woman who became your wife, and you describe these moments as mustard seeds. What does that phrase mean to you?
It's, again, those small steps that you don't realize could be so much bigger and have so much more consequence. When I went back to school, I was a divorcing father of two by that point in time. I expected to know nobody on campus. By the time I get on campus, I realized that a couple of my former classmates were either teaching at the school or working at the school. I had a couple of former professors, so I wasn't completely unaware or uncomfortable. But then my now current wife, she had survived domestic violence in a previous relationship that prompted her to have to drop out of school. She comes back to school. And this is somebody that I had been friends with since 1991, but before Facebook and before cell phones, hadn't talked to her in over 7 years. Come to find out, 3 to 4 weeks on campus, she's back at school as well. And we rekindled our friendship much before it became a romance. And in those mustard seed moments of me being there for her, particularly through a very traumatizing event that we talk about in Chapter 2, but also her being there for me and saying, I can see you doing even more than just getting your degree. I can see you being on a public platform. I can see you transforming lives. Those mustard seed decisions to speak up and be there for each other built this life that both she goes back to school and she wins a Mendelian Award for Excellence in Biology as a 53-year-old grandmother after overcoming the domestic violence. And I end up on a track where I'm at the 2008 RNC convention. I'm on all kind of national media platforms, and I'm having an opportunity to meet people that I used to read about. I used to read about you, Reverend Jackson, Michael Steele. The people that I grew up watching ended up being colleagues amongst this ride that I could have never imagined for myself.
So, yeah, there's sort of a transformation that occurs from when you were not succeeding to suddenly you're succeeding. And that concept of transformation apparently grew from your personal story to your vision for the whole country. Describe that transition. I think it's a very interesting idea.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you look throughout American history, and I know that you're a former history professor, you're well astute at this, but the everyday American doesn't really recognize throughout the course of 250 years, you have these ebbs and flows, both personally and civically, where we haven't been our best. We have allowed our flaws to take over how we act and what we do. But because we are Americans and because we are able to follow our better angels over time, we're able to learn from those flaws. We're able to, in essence, again, like I say in the introductory chapter, take those inflection points throughout history, eventually reflect upon them, and then ask ourselves, what direction do we want to go into moving forward? And again, whether it's from an individual perspective or from a civic and cultural perspective, we have done that over the course of decade after decade. As a result, we end up being that more perfect union. We end up finding a way to get over our flaws. We find a way to reunite after we've been divided for a very long time. And at America 250, it seems as though with all the divisiveness that we have out there, all the angst that we have out there from public policy to the economy and the like, this is a moment for us to once again reflect, figure out where we want to go from there, and take the proper direction, remembering that America is nothing but a collection of second acts, and we can have another second act right now.
So when we come back, I want to talk to you about the growing divisions that we see around us, but also the sort of decline of shared patriotism. You know, you open your book by saying America's reached a critical reflection point in our civic life. I agree with you, but explain what you mean and why you said it that way.
I put it that way, Mr. Speaker, because too many Americans do not look at the United States of America as a united nation. We do not approach international affairs as a united nation any longer. We do not approach economic issues in a united fashion anymore. We do not address how we should raise our kids in our schools and in our culture in a unified way that allows us to be able to share common values moving forward. Unlike other times in history, the divisiveness that we face now goes out in this geopolitical and geoeconomic sphere where China is now a player, where the Russians are now interfering in a lot of different things around the world, including the Middle East. And we are watching ourselves wane in regards to influence around the world. In order to reclaim what we should be as Americans, to be that shining city on a hill that Ronald Reagan talked about, we have to reunite behind some common values and understand that part of our strength is our diversity. We shall not agree upon every single thing. In fact, the founders, all the way back to the Federalist Papers, basically counted on the fact that we're not going to agree on everything, but the counterweight of one versus another would keep the common good moving forward. We seem to have forgotten about that because, again, as I mentioned earlier, most of us are now focused on being trendy, not being historic. We're focused on being viral, not providing value. We have to get back to providing the value that our children and our grandchildren will need to make sure America is strong, vibrant, and successful for the next 100 years.
I agree with that as a goal, but how do you do it?
Well, the premise of the book goes through reuniting ourselves based on those three principles I talked about: security, empowerment, and opportunity. And I break them down into different subsections as well. If Americans don't have security in their personhood, their citizenship, or their potential, they don't believe that their potential has merit to move forward in their lives, they'll never look for true empowerment, and they won't chase those opportunities to make that life better as a result. I talk about empowerment. I talk about how there's educational empowerment, and that's more than just academia. That's learning about oneself. That's learning about our culture. That's learning about what America really is and our place in the world. Then being able to pivot, that entrepreneurial empowerment, the ability to rebrand oneself, like I had to in 1996, like I had to in 2000, like I had to as a new husband in 2002 with 2 young kids, to be able to constantly pivot into better iterations of oneself. That's where empowerment comes into play in America. We've seen that across our history. And then, of course, opportunity. And opportunity really boils down to the ability to hope, to act, and to pivot. You have to be able to have the faith that secularly and spiritually you can make a difference. Then you have to act upon that hope. But once you hit that first obstacle or that second obstacle or that third obstacle, you have to have the ability to pivot, move into the next thing that's going to allow you to move forward. America has been a great nation that's allowed people from all corners of the world to come here and be able to hope, act, and pivot to find their American dream. When we go back to those principles once again, more Americans can find their way and move forward from the angst that we're experiencing today.
So from that perspective, you sort of see once you turn the corner, you just build a momentum of positive achievement. Would that be a fair way to put it?
That would be a fair way to put it. And it allows you to be able to see that failure is not necessarily a stop sign. It might be a yield sign. It might be a yellow sign. Or it might be a red light. It might make you, again, stop, pause, look around, check the intersection at which you're at, and then proceed forward from there. But if you don't have that security, you will not look for empowerment. If you don't have that empowerment, you can't hope, act, or pivot into those opportunities that will allow that pursuit of happiness to take fruit in America. I'll talk a little bit about what it was like to have that interview and kind of what I was going towards. And again, you can comment as well, but I'll do that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Army Private John Rebick of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star Medal for gallantry in action in Italy during World War II on 23 June 1944. Rebick was a member of a reconnaissance patrol when it encountered the enemy. Although outnumbered, the patrol engaged the enemy and forced them to retreat. Hastening to the next hill, they opened fire on a truck, putting it out of action and capturing 3 enemy soldiers. While the patrol gathered prisoners, they were attacked by the enemy but responded with accurate results. The patrol was again attacked from 3 sides. Rebick and his comrades drove off this force. Still under a terrific hail of fire and with their ammunition almost exhausted, they skillfully made their way back to rejoin their company with all members and prisoners intact.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. For more information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
Hey, enjoy some of these end-of-summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $3.99 a pound. In the produce department, jumbo cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, all-natural grande provolone cheese is $7.99 a pound. In additional savings, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
Happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When you see this in your kitchen.
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves. Or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now, that was a little bit of an advertisement. If you want to go check out, I believe it's episode 1032 for Newt's World, Gingrich 360. It's on Apple Podcasts. It's on Spotify. I think it's on YouTube. It's a full 40-minute conversation. You all got a good chunk of it. It goes through the book. It goes through several different examples. It actually talks about a couple of things that have happened here in Western Pennsylvania as well. It was a really interesting interview. Again, one of the things that I've learned over the course, it was humbling. One of the things that I've learned over the course of the last couple of weeks is with the amount of people that I've talked to, and I've talked to the far left, I've talked to the left, I've talked to the center, I've talked to the center right, and I've talked to the far right. Now, whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, in many regards, that's literally living the Venn diagram of one life. Because if I were just trying to sell, clickbait or rage bait, I would just stay in one lane, and I would just sell to that one lane, and I bash the other. I did interviews on KBLA, which is far left progressive black talk radio in Los Angeles. Can't get much further left than that. I've done WVON in Chicago, my former station. I've been here on News Radio KDKA. Your opinions as you see fit. Told you about Major Garrett, Newt Gingrich. You can figure out where he is. I've done XM radio on the far right. And my point is, I've done my very best to be consistent with the message. And I think that there is a consistent need that everybody that interviewed me and talked to me about the book, it's more than just about the book. It's a common set of feelings and emotions and fears and apprehensions and desires for the country moving forward that I try to address in the book and I tried to address in the interviews. And it was just interesting to see somebody that had run for the presidency, that was third or second after the president in the chain of command, the line of succession for the presidency at one point in time, and somebody that dictated policy during one of our better decades, the 1990s. To have that level of interaction and conversation over the course of 40 minutes was very interesting indeed. But it did highlight that we're all asking for the same exact things. We all want the same exact things to transpire in this country. 866-391-1020. I'll go back to the phone lines after the news here on News Radio KDKA.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Tens of thousands of people are under evacuation orders right now in Nevada, where the Hawk Fire is growing outside Reno. 13,000 acres have burned so far, and now we're learning this from Incident Commander Sean Ackerson.
We can confirm that the fire was human-caused. However, that is still undergoing active investigation and don't have further details to provide you at this time.
The state's governor has also called in the National Guard to assist with evacuation efforts. Tensions are ratcheting up between the U.S. and Canada after trade talks collapsed this weekend. Yesterday, $20 billion worth of Canadian goods were hit with new 50% tariffs. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says his country will issue retaliatory tariffs next month. Moments ago, Kyle Kirkwood won the Freedom 250 Grand Prix in Washington, D.C. The first of its kind IndyCar race wove through the nation's capital this afternoon, marking the country's 250th anniversary. This is ABC News.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturday afternoons at 1 to get answers to your retirement planning questions. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, I am part of that Be Here on Monday thing with the Big K Morning Show. I will be here from 8 to 9 tomorrow with Larry Richard. Larry will be here at 5:30, as he always is, Monday through Friday. It will be him. It will be Marty. Colin will be coming back after his back surgery. I believe he said on Tuesday. Hopefully he won't rush back, but he'll be okay, so check that out. And then, of course, Rob Pratt and everybody. You know the schedule Monday through Saturday and Sunday. I'll be here Sundays. That said, phone lines open, 866-391-1020. We can continue to talk about that. I wanted to show a little bit of a preview to, it's actually not a preview, a little bit of a snippet because it's already out, of the Gingrich interview. And I'm doing that, one, because the book's out, a Venn diagram of one, something I've been working on for a little over a year, number one. Number two, doing all these different interviews has been fascinating. I mean, I've done 3 or 4 here at KDKA, and then others across the country. And I will continue to do that. And I can tell you that, and this is what I was touching upon at the beginning of the show, the PR of the book, the writing of the book, the editing of the book, the public speaking of the book, the speeches. I did a speech on teachers in July that kind of had a theme tied to education from the book. Down in Dallas, Texas, I talked about that. Versus the business of the book, the distribution of the book, of the availability and when it's available and how it's available and shipping and stores. And it's been a unique experience for me because I am generally one that's just more about the work than I am about the minutia of the work. And some of this, I mean, it's important, obviously. You got to have books in stores. You got to have, interviews and the like. But that's not the same as the focus on what you're saying. And when you get frustrated or uncomfortable, are you still speaking the truth? Are you being consistent with principles? Or are you flipping a script based on who's cutting a check and how much it's for? And that's a challenge in modern day America. It just is. I understand why so many of you are frustrated. I'm not on your case about it. I am not angry about it. I get it. I understand why you're doing it. I understand why you feel that way. But I also challenge everybody and say that it's not going to change if you don't put your foot down and start changing it. And yes, I will definitely say this. Craig was correct on this. The DSA rising is a counterweight to MAGA. MAGA was supposed to be lower inflation. It was supposed to be a better quality of life. It was not supposed to be tariff wars. And that's all we have gotten. We have gotten tariff wars from MAGA since 2018, 2019. Only got stopped because of COVID. And as soon as MAGA got back in charge, right back to the tariff wars, which is going to impact everyday Americans again. Those are not conservative principles. Those are not Republican principles. They're just not. The interview I did for the Minnesota Spokesman Recorder, I touched upon that. There's a difference between being a Republican and being proud of this Republican Party. And the lack of historical principles that this iteration of the Republican Party has had a adherence to. There's no adherence to it at all. I think that's a fair statement. It's a statement that I stand by. I will say, I do think there's supposed to be an article coming out in the New Pittsburgh Courier this week on a Venn diagram of one. Now, again, one can argue, why such the push? I mean, yeah, I want to sell books. But it's more than that. I really wanted this book to come out during America 250. And if, I've talked to you all about 2 New York Post articles. I've talked to you about multiple articles, interviews, speeches, etc. Because this is a critical point of time, you all. It just is. Because the more of you that check out and say, I've had it, I'm frustrated, as Craig said, I have no more cheeks to turn. And others of you. I mean, I keep quoting how younger generations of Americans are just like, the American dream doesn't work for us. So yeah, you can call us socialists all you want. Can I pay my rent? Oh, rent's not going up for 2 years? Philosophically, I should be against rent control, but the flip side is rent's not going up for 2 years? Okay, I'm down with that. And before anybody sits there and says, these kids just don't understand the American dream, they're just selling out for $1. Well, there are millions of Americans that say the same thing about the big, beautiful bill, quote unquote. Which, just the fact that a whole bunch of grown-ass people named a piece of historic legislation in an alliterated form to appease one person tells you where we are in America these days. Not some kind of crazy acronym like we used to get over the years. No. We're going to name it the one big beautiful bill because that's what he kept saying during the speech, and that's the only way to keep him from being mad at us, because we don't want Daddy to get mad at us. Okay. The bottom line is, it is very hard to look at younger generations and say they don't understand America because they're gravitating towards socialism and we have to stop this, when there's another movement that has done nothing but fill their own pockets for years. We start talking about people getting cut off of SNAP, being cut off of health care insurance, some of the cuts we're seeing in regards to supporting education. There's a big issue going on in Gary, Indiana. We just had powerful storms come through here yesterday. They were bad. Well, there are people in Gary, Indiana that haven't had electricity now for well over a week. And they may not have it for another week. Same school year starting for them that's been starting for us. And I said Gary, Indiana. I didn't say Charleston, South Carolina. I didn't say a city or a region where the median household income is $130 and change. I said Gary, Indiana. So when you have those type of things transpiring on a regular basis, and they know that the Trump boys have ties to Pentagon contracts that are in the billions, and this president has enriched himself over $2 billion, apparently, it's very hard to come back with the argument, well, you gotta understand patriotism and put aside socialism. Well, when you talk about the kleptocracy that's going on right now, and you're talking about the level of corruption that's going on right now, and across politics, everybody seems to be a little self-serving. I'm not saying no one, because, that's generalizing. But most no one. Is that a word? Is that a phrase? Most no one? I like it. I'll use it. Most no one. Yeah, it has a ring to it. Most no one talks like a patriot anymore. They will say all the fancy words, but the sentiment, the reality, the lifestyle, please. Listen, you all don't even realize that America 250 was 6 weeks ago. It was 6 weeks ago. It could have been 6 years ago or 60 years ago at this point in time, because nobody cares. This was supposed to be a period of time where we took a breath and said, yeah, we are one country. Most people were like, F you. I'm going to watch the Freedom 250 going through Washington, D.C. I hope I see Trump. We literally had a secretary of transportation, Sean Duffy, in the midst of promoting his reality show with his family, apparently went on Fox News today and kind of saber-rattled at Canada with the military, which he has no authority over. People are talking about a trade war. He gets all jiggy with it and gets into the war of the trade war phrase. And it's like, yeah, they think they're going to go to war with us. And start saber-rattling. Who are you? Can you please get planes to stop colliding? We just had that in Pennsylvania. We had a helicopter run into a commuter plane. And at one of the schools that I help work with, had kids die on that plane. Can you worry about that? Not your reality show, and not saber rattling with the Canadians, who are going to hit you with a bunch of snowballs in a fight. I get why you all are exhausted. But I will say that the more that I've done over the last month or so, the more that I've done over this last month, the more I realize, one, how exhausted you are. Two, the absolute need for people to step it up. More people to step it up. Be involved. Put your foot down. And it doesn't have to be in a malicious way, but it does need to be done. These job numbers are not going to look good in 2 weeks. I don't care what anybody says. The economy's not going in the right direction. And the fact that, I got to say this, and then again, 866-391-1020. I'll go to the phones again before I go to my, I don't know, we got to name the segment. We got to figure out a way to name the segment. I'll figure out something that commemorates Mr. Moore. He's alive and well. I mean, I saw him. I talked to him. You saw the picture. But I just want to throw a shout out to him. So I think that's what I'm going to do every week at 5. But that said, and I like Tim Scott. So in saying that, to watch Tim Scott try to blame 2 different iterations of trade wars and screwing up the economy on Joe Biden, while completely ignoring the fact that Biden, out of 2 out of 4 years, had to deal with COVID that was mismanaged in 2020 when Biden wasn't the president. And the whole hyperinflation that transpired came about during rounds, of giving money to Americans to make sure the economy didn't collapse because millions of jobs went away over the course of 90 days. And putting that back on Joe Biden? I wasn't a Biden fan. I think you all have heard that. But can we call balls and strikes, please? It's not baseball, but we do need a strike zone. Something has to be consistent. And I can tell you, the American people, the more I talk to people all across this country promoting this book, the more I realize you all are exhausted and sick of all this. But it's going to take all of us to bend it back, not just 1 or 2 of us out there. 866-391-1020. Going to break, coming back here on News Radio KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000 watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Eight 866-391-1020 if you want to chime in. You've noticed I've kind of been talking more about the tone of the country than about very specific current events. And I could pivot into that. I am going to get into whatever we're going to name this segment at 5 o'clock. We got some suggestions. If you want to, hey, I'll give you this. If you don't want to go on the air, 866-391-1020. We already had one person call in and try to give us a suggestion as to what we should name this segment. If you win, I don't know. I don't know what you'll win. We're not, no. Michaela says sushi. We're not giving, it's not a sushi night in Pittsburgh. That's Thursdays. This is a Sunday show. We're not doing that. It's a good idea, but the answer is no. We shan't do that. We shall name your segment, though. That is something we should do. That is more important. So that said, I have talked less about current events and more about current mood. And again, part of it is because of just what I've been doing over the last 3 to 4 weeks with the book tour and the PR hits I've been doing and what I'm hearing from all different types of individuals, right, left, center. The exhaustion is palpable. It's just there. And that's what even with the show, that's what I try to speak to. Even with my speeches, I less try to talk about current events. It's very easy to just pick a side and rail. It's a lot more beneficial, but exhausting and methodical to actually talk from a solution perspective and not get caught up just railing. 866-391-1020. Bob, an expert, you're on KDK.
Yes, hello. First-time caller with you. I was just kind of curious. I listened to part of the show, and I wanted to ask some questions. You made reference a little bit ago about the current President Trump, about money he's making. Well, every president's made money while they've been in office. Aside from the politics I'm talking, he had a company. He actually has 2 companies, and his sons are running it, and they're making money. So why is that even a criteria?
Because he's making money very directly off of the decisions that he's making while he's in office. And his sons are tied. Whoa. You asked me a question, I'm answering it. And his sons are tied to businesses that are uniquely positioned to make money off of decisions that he can influence in order for him to make money. Just the same, we have seen people in his administration literally go into the market and bet on certain current events to transpire and then make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of those current events transpiring. There's never been a president in modern times that has had their fingers in so many business interests that are in direct correlation to the business of being the president of the United States.
All right. Do you understand which businesses he's in?
I know that his sons, for example, have contracts that deal with the Pentagon, which directly tie into this war with Iran.
He's in 2 primary businesses.
No. I just answered your question, and you're talking away. But here's the thing, Bob. Although it's your turn to talk, you don't get to pivot away from a fact because it's inconvenient.
Well, I'm telling you that it's not a matter of not being a fact. It is a fact. He's in the communications business. He's in the cryptocurrency business. He's in the real estate business. That's a fact.
Okay, what about what I just said about his sons having contracts with businesses with the Pentagon. Are you going to talk past that?
You can talk about it if you want, but I'm just saying what he's doing as a president, other presidents have done the same.
They have not done this, Bob. They have not done this, Bob. They have not done this. And just the same, being involved in cryptocurrency and then having all these economic deals and trade wars that he's been initiating that have been manipulating the markets to help him with his cryptocurrency does seem to have a direct correlation, as I previously mentioned about 50 seconds ago. Would you like to whistle past that graveyard as well, sir?
Well, okay, let's pause on that one. On the tariffs.
No, you're not going to pause on it. You're going to put that on the shelf and say that I answered your question.
No,
you cannot refute that.
No. Don't
Keep
put
going.
words in my. You're putting words in my mouth.
I'm clarifying what transpired. Go ahead.
No, I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with you. I'm just saying I had to make that statement, and that's what I know. Okay. So the other question was on these tariffs. Now, are you familiar with any of these particular tariff packages?
I am. What do you want to go to, or in particular, Bob?
Well, just how about this one in particular? How about the dairy tariff with Canada? They want to surcharge us with a tariff of 260%. Now, I don't know. That seems very excessive. Why can't the tariffs be equal? Why wouldn't?
Because we're not equal market. And the reason why to that, Bob, in particular, is because we're not equal tariffs. We're not equal markets. We don't have equal consumer bases, and it impacts our economies in different ways. To sit there and say, hey, I'm going to, for example, I'm going to take the air out of your bike, and you're going to take the air out of one of my 4 cars, but we're both going to be able to travel the highway at the same exact rate of speed, is a foolish argument, considering we know that one is a bike and the other person has 3 other cars they can drive when you took the air out of one of the tires of the 4th car. That's the analogy with the United States and America and Canada when it comes to the economies.
No, I kind of disagree a little bit on this tariff situation.
Because you're seeing things one-to-one and you're seeing things through MAGA-colored glasses, and you're not looking at how the world economy actually works. And, by the way, how the economy was purring to the clip of having 100-some-odd-thousand jobs added per month versus us celebrating losing 20,000 jobs in a month last month. Anything else?
That's your opinion.
No, those are facts, Bob. Those are facts. Bob's.
Okay, well, you're stating it, and we're, unless we were here.
Bob, those are numbers you can look up. This is what's wrong with MAG. I appreciate your phone call. Love you as a child of God, but my goodness. This is what's wrong with America these days. We can't even admit facts when they're sitting there. They're right there for you to look up. But. It's frustrating, folks, because you're going to piddle away the future of this country because you just can't say no. What did Nancy Reagan used to say? Just say no? Wasn't that a Republican thing 40 years ago? Just say no. When it comes to some of these policies that have clearly not been beneficial for the country, even if you voted for Donald Trump at this point in time 6 times because you voted for him in multiple primaries and you voted for him 3 times as a president, sometimes you just got to say no. But, and yes, I'm taking a swipe. That takes a little bit of a backbone and a little bit of guts to do that. Those are also in short supply in America these days. Coming back after the news on News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. sales.com.
Join Pittsburgh's business and community leaders for one of the region's most inspiring events, the 2026 Greater Pittsburgh Athena Awards, Friday, September 11th at the Weston Convention Center. Celebrate outstanding women whose leadership, professional excellence, and commitment to mentoring others are shaping the future of our region. Network with Pittsburgh's brightest minds, enjoy an inspiring luncheon, and be part of an unforgettable celebration of leadership and impact. Early bird pricing is available for a limited time. Reserve your seat today at pghtech.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Evacuation orders are in place across northern Nevada as the Hawk Fire now grows to 13,000 acres. It was first reported yesterday near Reno. Washoe County Sheriff Darren Balaam.
We have almost, if you combine those that have been evacuated and those that are in the get ready, almost 90,000 people that are in those areas. That shows you the magnitude compared to the last fire we had of the population and how the fire is moving into those more heavily urban areas.
Authorities there also now say they believe the fire was human-caused. An escalating trade war between the U.S. and Canada. The Trump administration yesterday imposed a 50% tariff on $20 billion worth of Canadian products. Canada's prime minister announcing retaliatory tariffs set to take effect early next month. It all happened after trade talks collapsed this weekend.
The U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer told the New York Times that the U.S. was prepared to reduce tariffs on lumber and cars, for instance. But Carney ordered his team to walk away at the 11th hour on Friday night, and now the 50% tariffs touching on a variety of Canadian goods have taken effect, touching on about 5% of the goods that Canada exports to the U.S. The U.S. argues that these 50% tariffs are retaliation for bans on alcohol sold in various Canadian provinces and protections for Canadian dairy farmers.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. The checkered flag coming down this afternoon in Washington, D.C. at the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. Kyle Kirkwood coming in first place. ABC's Alex Brochet says it's the latest in a string of events marking 250 years since America's founding.
This is something that he's super excited about, not just for the sport of IndyCar, but also being a part of this 250 celebration. There's been a series of events, whether it be the record-breaking fireworks on the 4th of July, that UFC fight at the White House. And
you're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
In a private memo this week, the National Republican Senatorial Committee issued a warning to top AI companies, saying energy-consuming data center construction could kill the party's chances of holding on to a key Senate seat in Ohio. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze says it comes as several lawmakers are wavering on the controversial facilities.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott once dubbed his state the epicenter of AI development.
That truly is a Texas-sized investment in our state.
An ABC News analysis found Texas is now among the states with the most data centers. But as opposition grows in Texas communities,
this is my investment, my home, and it's being ruined.
The issue roils the governor's re-election campaign. Abbott now reversing course, putting a freeze on new data center projects as the state audits them for energy, water usage, and tax incentives. A move President Trump called a mistake.
Closing arguments are expected this week in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy, accused of killing her 3 children in 2023. ABC legal contributor Bernarda Villalona says she's admitted to the killings, but lawyers say she was suffering from postpartum psychosis.
The defense has strong evidence on their side because there's a documented history of her trying to get mental health services. She went to the emergency room. She went to the hospital. She went to different therapists. She went to different doctors.
I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's back-to-school sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back-to-school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or My Reset.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so what we're going to do, we got a caller who called in and said you should name the segment More Real Moments, or said More Real Moment, or something along those lines. I'm adding the S. So, yes, I'm co-opting the title. Maybe not. Anywho, More Real Moments with Michaela. I am going to start this today because, look, after seeing Mr. Moore and watching him get that Lifetime Achievement Award and just following his career and then being a colleague of his in 2 different media spots, it just hit me about the power of the voice. And I'll leave it at that. That's it. Michaela, good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good. Also, by the way, my headphones don't work, so I will be clicking this on and off.
That is all right. I will be listening to you, and then as you stop, I will be chiming in because I want to know what you want to share with us in our inaugural episode of More Real Moments.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you, Mr. McAllister. Guys, he bullies me. So anytime you hear him talk about, oh, Michaela's beating me up, my producer, just know it's the other way around. But I
Hold on. You know when you say that, people are now going to check the footage to see if that's true or not. You're not the one on camera. The moment you say it's the other way around, they're going to be like, hey, hello, this is Detective, Dick Tracy here. Can I please see the footage between 5 and 5:30 on News Radio KDK? PJ, there's going to be a detective here tomorrow looking at the footage because Michaela put that thread out there.
Right. It's okay, though. It's okay. But we still love you, Lenny,
Maybe.
Okay. But Yeah, so Target, I recently found, possibly not the best source, but through Instagram, there was a post made about a kid who's wearing a Halloween costume. But if you look at a picture of the original Jim Crow blackface, if you compare the pictures together, they look similar. And now social media is on a rampage about the ongoing racial tension that Target possibly has against Black people because the boycott situation, whenever they pulled Black products off of the shelves, that was a situation, and now this is another rising situation. So I wanted your thoughts on it. I know you didn't see the picture, but do you think?
Well, it goes to this, Michaela. Let's just be honest. Number one, it was not only about them pulling the products off of the shelves for Black entrepreneurs, but it was also the fact that Target had committed to putting some stores on HBCU campuses like they have done with some other university campuses. And then once the Trump administration got back in, they declined to do that. And then on top of that, Target ended up having a whole bunch of DEI initiatives, much like Walmart, much like Coca-Cola and other big corporations. And then once the Trump administration came back in and said, later for that DEI stuff, didn't earn it, hashtag, they killed those programs. So between those three things, Target has been targeted by Black churches for over a year. So for this to come out, ma'am, on top of all that, going into the midterm elections, I think politically there's going to be a cost to be paid. And I think Halloween candy time's coming up soon, Thanksgiving food time's coming up soon, and Christmas shopping time is coming up soon. I think there's going to be a cost.
Yeah, there sure is. There's already been a cost with Target thus far since the DEI situation back when the Trump administration came back in the office or whatever. But it's kind of so okay. Do you shop at Target?
Not anymore. No.
Did you stop shopping at Target because of the DEI situation or no?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say you're a progressing conservative.
Okay.
Is that what you would?
I think some would call me nastier names. I'll take that label.
So where do you lie in these types of situations? Because you are also a Black man, but I think it gets a little like wishy-washy.
I'm Black man first.
People. Huh?
Black man first.
Okay, Black man. No, child of God first.
Child of God first, then Black man. Yes.
But I feel like people possibly get wishy-washy when conversations like this come up because it's like, where do you lie when you have these two identities, I guess, that can clash sometimes?
First and foremost, as a child of God and as a Black man, you want justice. You want people to be true to their word, right? So if you're saying that you're going to support these initiatives because you support equity and inclusion, which should include everybody. Diversity is not just Black people. Diversity should be everybody. Diversity can be white women. Diversity can be gay men and gay women. Diversity can be Latino Americans. Diversity can be Native Americans. Diversity can be Asian Americans. Diversity can be white blonde men from Kansas because that's still diverse, right? So if you define diversity that way, and then you're anti-diversity, then you're basically saying there's going to be one segment of the population over others because you're anti-diversity, you're anti-inclusion, you're anti-equity. And that's un-American.
But it seems that when it comes to DEI, a lot of the issues fall back on Black people.
Well, of course, because the way anti-DEI and anti-woke is defined, it's pushed back against that. Look, woke is nothing more than be aware of injustice around you. As a man, be aware of injustices against women. As a Pennsylvanian, be aware of injustices that go on in your community. That's not a bad thing to be. Now, you were saying things can get squishy. The bottom line is, if you're for justice and you believe in a capitalist system, you believe that the power of your dollar can bring about changes, right? I mean, that's what happened in Alabama with the bus boycotts. That's what happened with other boycotts with, in the 60s with the Woolworth lunch counters and the like. There's no difference. There's just simply no difference. People forget that there were anti-gay pieces of legislation that were supposed to pass in Indiana 15 to 20 years ago. And the moment they started targeting Indiana economically, they pulled that legislation. It's the same thing. That people do it because it works. So, no, I think that it's something that if people feel as though they need to pull that economic lever to bring awareness, to allow people to reconsider their positions from a public policy perspective and a free market society, that's a lever to be able to pull.
Great. That's fair. But
Thank
talking
you.
about being aware, were you aware of the Penn State situation?
I was not aware of the Penn State situation until I saw a Penn Stater on a business trip earlier this week that told me about whiteout. And I was like, oh, they're already talking about a whiteout game in October? It's only August. She's like, no, different type of whiteout. So please continue, ma'am.
So this whiteout that Lenny mentioned, it has to deal with, well, there's two ringleaders, Thomas Robinson and then Agostino. Don't know his last name, Abatiello, I believe. But they were two Penn students. Thomas was a current Penn student. Agostino, he's 24, so he graduated already. But they were ringleaders on a cocaine drug deal, whatever the case may be. And they were cutting and packaging cocaine on the campus.
Yeah, on this Penn State campus. And here's the crazy thing about that, Michaela. They had the pledges doing it.
Yes, they did. They had the pledges doing it. It was like 13 to 14 of them. And basically what was going on was they were like, okay, you don't have to do hazing.
Yes.
So they were like, okay, your hazing process will be cutting and packaging cocaine and dealing out to students. And I'm like, okay. So when I read the article about this on BBC and CBS News, I believe, what shocked me was that this happened in 2023 and 2024. So I was a little confused as to why it's coming up now, but it was because the charges, or actually this was going on during 2023 and 2024, but a confidential individual ended up alerting police about it, and that's why the drug bust happened in the fraternity house.
Yeah, and number one, it's, fraternities and sororities, they do really, 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 really good things. But when it comes to hazing, some organizations just have really, 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 really bad reputations.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, back in the day, it was everything. I mean, wasn't that long ago that a kid, I think it was at Penn State as well, got over-intoxicated and died from alcohol poisoning. We hear about that, not annually, but we hear about it enough. We hear about how some fraternities used to beat the hell out of pledges. That was just part of the ritual. We get to beat you up. Which,
it's like trauma bonding.
Yeah, but I was never raised. My dad, no. My folks, no. Neither one of my parents. My parents are not very big people either. My mom's passed away for 20 years. My dad's still around. But I mean, my dad towered over my mother. My dad's 5'8". That tells you how short my mother was. My mother was about 5'1". But she pretty much won every fight that she fought until she was about 13, 14 years old.
Oh.
Boys
13,
and girls.
14?
Boys and
That's
girls.
when
Yes.
people typically start fighting.
No. Oh, please, you never seen a 7 or 8-year-old fight? You never seen a 9 or a 10-year-old fight? We're talking about old school. We're talking about like the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
What?
We're talking about when you walk past through a certain neighborhood, they would call you certain names if you weren't from that ethnicity.
No.
Yeah. You see, you young people don't understand that. You're Irish walking through an Italian neighborhood, there was a name. You're Italian walking through a German neighborhood, there was a name. And then if you were black walking through any other neighborhood, there was a name.
There's always, but.
So you had to be able to fight. Look, you weren't going to Uber your way to school. There was no Ubers back then, Michaela.
What are they doing? What are 8-year-olds knowing how to fight for? What they do? Throw rocks, kick stones at each other?
Yes, they would. And then you would have to put up those dukes. And this is not an endorsement of Duquesne University. No, you'd have to put up your dukes. And you'd have to go at it.
So when did you start fighting?
Oh, I was a lover, not a fighter.
Real child of God of you.
Yeah, well, It is what it is.
Okay, but you were talking about your dad and your mom, how he towered over your mom.
He did. It was true. So, but my point is this. When you go through those experiences, you just like, no, nobody just gets to hit on me. So, like, for a fraternity, for me, that was not something that was, if that was part of the MO, well, you're going to get beat down to be part of this. It was like, I don't know. I wasn't raised that way.
You would have never, would you have joined a fraternity if you could go back in time?
If that were not part of the hazing process and I was 18 years old again and it was available, yes.
And which one would you join?
Alpha.
Really?
We actually, so I'll say this and I'm going to end your segment for the day. Not next, we're coming back next
guys,
week.
I'll be back.
Yeah, she's coming back because we love her. I was part of a cohort that was part of a multi-year, multi-generational effort to bring Alpha Phi Alpha on the campus of Davidson College. It was the first black fraternity to be on the Davidson College campus. And I was part of that move when I was there, part one.
That's really cool. That's really good information.
So it would
Thank you.
have definitely been that.
Yeah, I could see you as an alpha. Maybe Barack Obama as an alpha.
Oh, wow. Listen to you. That said, where can we find more information on you on social media, ma'am, so people can follow you?
Instagram, mi.chaela03.
Say it one more time.
What?
Say it one more time.
Oh, mi.chaela03. Or at LinkedIn, Michaela Maconda.
There you go. Listen, when I come back, I'm going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Ma'am, thank you for that MRM. I think that's a really good one. I think it's a nice way to talk about things that Mr. Moore would care about and does still care about, because I can tell you that from seeing him on Friday. And I think that giving you a platform would be good.
Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. Don't go anywhere. I'm still here till 6, so I still need you to produce my show. Thank you, ma'am. In the meanwhile, I'm going to break here on News Radio KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Get in on some great end-of-summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, regular or bun-sized ballpark Franks, 15-ounce packages, buy one, get one free. In the produce department, red or green seedless grapes are $2.49 a pound. In the deli, Coons Linguine salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Dannon yogurt, 4.5 to 5.3 ounce cups, 4 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, that was our first kickoff of MRM More Real Moments with Michaela. Do appreciate her coming on, and part of what's going to end up happening is, and I'm going to get to the phone lines, I promise. I'm filling time because if I go to you now, by the time you get through, hello, how are you doing? I'm going to be going to break. I don't want to do that to you. So Keith, Bishop, others, stick around, 866-391-1020. The dirty little secret here is this. The producers are not supposed to be here for 90 years. Tamara Rush has been here for a long time, but Tamara did everything behind the scenes. She did news. She did production. She coordinated meetings. And it was a different time back then, too. So Tamara is very much old school, and we tip our cap to her, and she is commended, and she is going to be a legend here when she leaves. But the game's different now with these young folks versus when, she and I, and I'm her age, so I'm putting us in there together, when she and I came on the scene. So what I'm doing is, Michaela's not going to be here much longer. She's going to be like a TV star, and she's not going to know my name by that point in time. She's going to be calling me Lonnie. I promise you that. So I know how that works. That said, while I'm still Lenny and before I become Lonnie, I want to, crack the mic. Let her see, let her do her thing. Because, number one, the young folks have a lot of talent. They come to the table with ideas and perspectives that need to be valued, but also not validated, but kind of like, not even vetted. They all start with V's, but you get where I'm going with it. It's that back and forth, right? To be part of the mesh of the conversation moving forward. So the MRMs are going to allow us to be able to do that. Get some current events, see what she's up to, see what she's thinking, see why. She can bounce a question off me, which she wasn't supposed to do. She wasn't supposed to bounce a question off me. What do you think about that? I didn't ask you to ask me that question. That was not part of the script. But she asked me, and I was able to answer because, a broken clock's right twice a day. So there you go. But no, we're going to be doing that more often because she's a very smart, talented young lady, and she's not going to be here forever. And while she's here, we need to utilize her talent. So we're going to be hearing more from her once a week on MRM. I think I'm going to do it during the 5 o'clock hour because that's when Mr. Moore's show was going to start. As you all well know, he was 5 to 9 or 5 to 10. And so that 5 o'clock hour, he always kicked off the show. He always had some type of, Black History fact. He always had a guest kicking off the show right at 5. So I think MRM, to say thank you to Mr. Moore, we should do MRM at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. So just stick around. You'll see that next week. And anytime Michaela's in here with me, that's my plan. In the meanwhile, after the news, my plan is to go to Keith, then Bishop, then others. But I must go to the news first on News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. An explosive wildfire is now churning through northern Nevada, the Hawk Fire. Authorities now say they're investigating that blaze as human-caused. Strong winds and dry conditions are exacerbating conditions for fire crews. And Sean Ackerson, one of 3 Unified Incident Commanders, says...
Currently, we have 42,000 individuals who are displaced and on an active evacuation, with approximately 45,000 individuals that are in the set status to be prepared to evacuate.
The fire is currently 13,000 acres. 5,000 people have lost power. Canada is vowing to retaliate with tariffs on U.S. goods after the Trump administration imposed 50% import duties on some $20 billion worth of Canadian material. Both sides are blaming each other for the breakdown in trade negotiations. Kyle Kirkland won the Freedom 250 Grand Prix in Washington today, an IndyCar race that wove through some of D.C.'s landmarks. This is ABC News.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been...
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturday afternoons at 1 to get answers to your retirement planning questions. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me go back to these phone lines, 866-391-1020. You and I together until 6 p.m. Keith in the South Hills, thank you for your patience. You're on KDK.
Yeah, Lenny, I heard your books about building from the inside out, what we have in common. That's all sounds good, but until we get the narratives of blaming one side or the other, and the mainstream media news is very biased, and like all they want to dig up is dirt and not actual facts on things. Like, it's hard to build from the inside out when the majority of the people are getting their news from the mainstream media. So that's a fact. And the thing about it is, for the most part, if everyone listened to the mainstream media last time in the 24 election, Trump would never have won, but he had the popular vote and won all the swing states. So my thing is, with the majority of people, 80% or more, Democrats and Republicans agree on voter ID. And I think you saw what happened in Minnesota the other day at the primary, that they had somebody walk in there and they didn't have to show ID, any of them. And some of them were wearing Muslim, the wrappings and the dressing that they had on. He said he had Hamas terrorists with them, and they still were going to let them vote and box raid people. Like, until we can get out of the third world elections with the mail-in voting. Now, absentee voting we used to have, but the mail-in voting is too easy to cheat. It's evidently.
But here's the hypocrisy of that, Keith. Donald Trump is the one that's been championing the anti-mail-in ballot initiative, and he is the person that's been using it the whole time. That's why That's why people do not trust that point of view. Yes, 80% of Democrats and Republicans and me believe in voter validation. I gave a speech on that in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the steps of the Supreme Court in 2012 with the NAACP. That's not the same as saying that you're for the Save America Act. They're not. They're and that's part of the problem. They amalgamate two different positions, and rather than having this nuance, which is what having a democratic republic requires, a nuanced and thoughtful electorate, not just making everything black and white. It's interesting you kept talking about the mainstream media. The mainstream media is not mainstream news. News is reporting facts. Mainstream media is now become what we used to call yellow journalism, where people give their opinion and put just enough of a spin on it where it sounds like something official. And both sides do it, unfortunately. And as a result, we got a bunch of people reporting on opinions as facts. Like, for example, hey, 80% of people want voter ID, which means 80% of the people should be voting for the Save America Act. They're not the same.
Well, here's my question. Like what you were talking about earlier is people are tired throughout the country, and I believe that's true. And the reason why I believe that is because the different narratives that you're getting, and it's either hate on one side or hate on the other side, okay? And that all comes from the media. And when Trump won the election, he won it overwhelmingly with mass deportation. But then when you get up into these blue states, they sit there, and whoever's paid to protest that and then gets shot by accident because it's obstruction of justice. The people in the country, the majority of people in the country voted for mass deportation.
No, they didn't.
Okay?
No. They did not vote for mass deportation. They voted for a secure border. They did not vote for mass because they didn't. No, they didn't, because if you look at the polls, Keith, the moment that ICE started doing the things that they were doing in cities, the polls went in the other direction. Literally, people that voted for Trump said they voted for Trump in 16, Biden in 20, Trump in 24, they said, I knew that we needed to do something at the border. I did not vote for this. Which is a theme that they've been saying about the tariff wars, about immigration, and about the Iran war. That is the same response. I voted for him. I did not vote for those things.
The Iran war, you're definitely right. They didn't vote for any new wars, and that's why Trump's approval rating is so low right now. And the thing about it, though, when you look at that, too, Trump's approval rating is so low basically because of the Iran war. Okay, but other than that, when you look at the Democrats' approval rating as a whole, it's negative. It's minus 25 below zero.
They're up 5 points in the general ballot to win back the House of Representatives.
Yeah, but here's what's going to happen.
And their further wings are advancing. The further left is actually winning elections, which says that people are more inclined to take a chance going deeper into the Republican Party versus staying centrist.
Even communism. That's communistic. The further
and they're
left,
still winning elections. Even you can call it what label you want. They're winning elections.
Mainstream, when you come down to the regular election here in the fall, they're not going to win those seats, and especially if Trump declares an emergency election type of deal. Because if he claims that, you're going to get rid of mail-in voting. So it's proven that he can do that.
Well, I'm going to tell you what my theory is on that, Keith. The moment if he tries to declare some type of emergency, you'll get people like my 84-year-old dad who walked 2 miles in November rain, no pun intended, to Guns N' Roses, to vote for Barack Obama. You'll get a bunch of people that will say, you know what? You don't want mail-in ballots? I'll walk 10 miles to make sure that I vote you off the island, to make sure that you, Mr. Trump.
A couple of years ago, we didn't even have, in 2016, we didn't have no mail-in ballots. In 2018, we had absentee ballots. It's different than everybody voting by mail.
Some states, hold on. Some states had mail-in ballots. That's not true. And the only reason why it became more widespread was because of 2020 and the pandemic.
Yeah, and that was probably, and there's a lot coming out that the mainstream media won't report about that whole stuff. And what did you think about Fauci? Like, do you follow that with Fauci and what they did? Like, everything that he contradicted himself on?
I mean, I'm aware of what transpired on Capitol Hill. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Are you aware that when he contradicted them, like shutting down the whole country, shutting down schools?
He didn't shut down he didn't shut down the country. It's just like saying Donald Trump shut down the country. Donald Trump didn't shut down the country either.
Okay, well, it's all coming down because the reason why people are so weary and tired, like you were saying earlier, which I believe is true, is because of the hatred of one side of the news. Okay. And that's why you're having these shots, like people getting shot. And then the abnormality.
Hold on, Keith. Hold on, Keith. I got to say this, and then I'm going to probably have to let you go and go to Bishop and others. You conveniently forget that Donald Trump in 2016 at a rally said, if somebody came in and disagreed with me back in my day, we'd knock him out. He'd be going out of here on a stretcher. You know what? The next person that comes in there like that, if you take him out, I'll pay for your legal fees. He literally ran in 2024 where they showed up at Madison Square Garden and they just threw out a bunch of slurs there. He literally has done this for 10 years. It's amazing that your focus is on the hatred of the left towards the right, and you're completely forgetting all of this garbage that was spewed since 2015. From right to everybody.
I mean, my memory is as good as.
But you're ignoring. So if your memory's good, Keith, then you're conveniently forgetting it, which then goes to your.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay, so it's both.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. What I'm trying to say, like your definition of woke, is that factual?
It's just about being aware. Yes, it's all ever was supposed to be.
I mean, that's factual because that word was made up like maybe 8 years ago.
And I'm telling you where it came from.
Where did it come from?
I'll explain it again, then I'm going to have to let you go so other callers can get in.
Well,
hold on. I'm explaining, Keith. The whole purpose of the word was to be woke. Be aware of what's going on around you. Be aware of injustice. Make sure that they're not pulling the wool over your eyes because you're too asleep to pay attention. That's where it came from.
My definition of it, and then just explain it real quick, and I'll let you go.
Sure.
My definition of it is Marxism. It's a Marxist term, in this communist term, just like political correctness. And also, if we're going to be so aware, then why are we chopping up kids' private parts and giving them hormone drugs to change their sex when they're under 18 years old? Like, this is what I'm saying.
But
We're so aware.
That's a co-op. But that's because the word, and Keith, I appreciate your call. That's because the word was co-opted to mean that. Because the whole word was about injustice. And the word got co-opted. And it was brilliant the way they co-opted it. They made it mean something else on the campaign trail, and they used it as a slur. And it's been a slur for the last 5 years now. In a very inaccurate way. I'll say it like that and sanitize it. Appreciate your call as always. Appreciate all you all's calls. 866-391-1020. Bishop and Denora, you're on KDKA.
Yeah, Brother Lenny, how are you on this Sunday? But I must say, I was able to see it online of the ceremony of you guys getting the just dues, and in particular, Brother Moore. We try to reach out. Dr. Moore had called me, or text me rather, to try to call Ashley Johnson to get tickets. Never get back. She never got back to me, and that seems to be the problem over there at the Pittsburgh Courier. And I'm going to have a sit-down talk with Mr. Doss, because there's a whole audience that they're not reaching effectively in the Mon Valley, and I don't like it. I hope if somebody's listening, I reached out to Ashley Johnson and tried to buy a ticket, couldn't get it. Didn't even bother to call me back, and that's
well. I don't think it. Hold on. You're now assigning intent to her that may or may not be there. I mean, they mentioned at this. If you saw the ceremony, you also know that they said that it was they have a small staff, that they're trying to put things together sometimes with duct tape and chewing, old chewing gum. So, and they talked about how many African American publications like the Courier are in similar situations. So, I mean, I'm sure there's a way to turn that around and give them a little bit of grace.
No, I'm not giving them nothing.
Okay, well,
it's fake news.
That's not fake news. I just gave you that. Those are true things. You could still feel the way you feel, but them being short-staffed and African-American publications across the country going through same exact things for now 15 to 20 years, those are documented facts.
We would be willing to help them in the Mon Valley if they reached out, and they don't even do that. And Rob Taylor knows it. And let me just say this to you, Brother Lenny. I am very disappointed in you because, as much as I try to support you and others, black authors, etc., you guys don't be on your A game. I've been trying to I was wanting to buy her a book, take it to her, and now nobody has it at Barnes & Noble been for weeks. The brother Cornell West with that thumb, he got an autograph.
First of all, hold on. Hold your knickers. First and foremost, I've known Cornell West probably 5 times as long as I've known you. So yes, he got a copy when he was here. Second of all, wait, hold on, because you're trying to air dirty laundry out there that you don't need to. So I'm just going to clarify things right now. The second thing is, I actually talked about this at the top of the show. One of the things that I have been going through for the last couple of weeks is all the PR work that I've been doing, running into the logjam of getting books over from Barnes & Noble or from Simon & Schuster over to Barnes & Noble. There have been some stores that have had them. I can tell you right now, for example, that the South Hill store has several books. Several of them sold right away. They pulled a couple of those books so that I can go down there and sign them so that the last couple of copies are signed. Other stores got a couple of copies, and they're trying to get more in so that we can have an event. I've also told you that you can order them online and still get a hardcover, and I'll be glad to inscribe it. Go ask Ross from Braddock. He was there Friday night, and I inscribed his book right there on the spot. I would do the same thing for you.
But I will have to, have my cousin access for it. But anyway, and let me just say this, because I know you're short on time. Gary, Indiana, it's a disgrace that 2 things are going on right now, amongst other things, that we better get ourselves out and vote.
You're in a bad region. I can't. You cut out now twice. Call me back. See if we can get you on before I'm off the air. Folks, if you're unable to buy the book at Barnes & Noble, if they don't have it in the store right now, Because I can tell you South Hills is going to put it in the local Authors Bay once I sign a couple of them. I know other stores. I know the Greensburg store. We're going to do an event out there. They wanted to wait until the school year started. I can tell you I've also talked to the folks at the waterfront. Similar situation. I've also talked to the folks at Waterworks. Waterworks is just fine with doing it. My kids went to school, elementary school, right down the road from Waterworks, but they, again, wanted to wait until the school year started. If they don't have them at Barnes & Noble, put in a request, they'll get them. We're working on that right now. That is part of the business process that I told you has been frustrating for me, and it has been, genuinely. I've been trying to have grace, but I've been losing a little bit of patience with it, and I ask God for forgiveness for that. But ask for it. If you don't want to wait for it, ebook's available immediately. Audiobook is available immediately. I recorded the audiobook right here at News Radio KDKA. So check it out. A lot of people, and Mike the Millennial said it last week. He bought a hardcover and an audiobook, and he loves how I read the book. Says I read it like a speech. I just got a text from another friend that's doing the same thing. She already has the hardcover. She's going to order the audiobook because of that experience. I love the hardcover. I love the cover of the book. I helped design it. But order it online or get the ebook or the audiobook. It's available. And we've been getting a lot of good feedback on it. And by the way, if you have the book, leave a review. Go to Goodreads, go to Amazon, leave a review. Brother Bishop, if you can call back, try to give us a call back before we go. We got a little bit of time left. But I'll take a phone call or two if you can squeeze it in here on News Radio KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acrisure Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheese steaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
This back-to-school season, every BIC product you buy helps a teacher in need stock their classroom. In fact, up to 97% of teachers fund their own classroom supplies each year. For every pen or pencil sold, the Kids in Need Foundation gets one too. Up to 5 million pens. Grab BIC in the stationery aisle today and help us bring joy BIC to school. Based on BIC U.S. Teacher Research 2025. Full teen Cs at BIC2School.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss budget-friendly party foods. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me try to get these phone calls real quick. David and Butler, you're on KDK.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on the jobs numbers that you quoted. What did you quote? 20,000 jobs were lost. Was that it?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. And you challenged people to call it up on the internet, which I just did. It was actually 23,000 jobs that were not claimed to be lost by the Department of Labor and Industry. Here's the problem with that figure. This is the month of August. We're only a couple of weeks past July. Those figures have not been seasonally adjusted, and that means there's two things missing from those figures. First, that number, 23,000, excludes farm employment. You're reporting non-farm employment. We know during the summertime, that's when everybody in agriculture,
David, we're going to do one-to-one. These are the numbers that are reported every single month, and the bottom line is we average less than 10,000 jobs added to the American economy a month throughout all of 2025. And right now, I believe we're under 80,000 jobs a month for 2026. So you can, and I know the job numbers are adjusted. They're revised for 2 months backwards as well. So you'll see the July numbers, but June and the prior month was also, May was also revised, and they were revised down. And that's been going on a lot over the last several months. So don't explain to me how the BLS does it, because I know how the BLS does it, because every Sunday at the top of the month, I bring the laptop in here to talk about it. Go ahead.
For the month of July, the primary job losses were in education and government. That's only logical because all the school districts are shut down.
Now do 2025. Now do 12 months. Now do 18 months. Yeah, I didn't think so. Here's the whole thing. This is what I'm talking about. We can see that jobs aren't being added. We can see that gas is still over $4 a gallon, and we can see the cost of living still going up and inflation still being stubborn, but we're going to still make excuses for a person that can't get out of a war that he started on his own and will continue to build projects around Washington, D.C. that we don't need. Peddle that elsewhere. 866-391-1020. Deacon and Dormont, you're last. You're on KDK.
Hi, but I have a quick correction from last week. I said that BV was funding Hamas to $235 million a month. In point of fact, it's $35 million. And the host of the show that I heard it on, her name is not Megan Chakrabarty, but Meghna Chakrabarty. The show's on point. It's been out there. They've been aware that we've been supporting, Israel has been supporting Hamas backdoor. The right in Israel looks at Hamas as useful idiots that that enable them to prevent Palestine from ever getting a independent state.
Statehood. So and so let me do this, Deacon. I need to look that up. The last couple of weeks were not the weeks to look that up. I want to when the next time you call, then I'd like to know a little bit more about where you're getting the numbers from and go from there. So grant me grace on that. The last several weeks, as you can imagine, have not been the best months to do that. Best weeks to do that. But I will. I'll check it out. There have been several calls that have epitomized what I talk about in the book and, honestly, my frustration over the last couple of weeks. We have lost our ability to call balls and strikes. We are justifying everything. If it's our team, we like it. If it's your team, you're the devil. And it's ridiculous. Now, I will continue to try to walk the line in the middle, to do what is right, to try to be a unifying voice. Again, that's why Venn diagram of one is out there. Ebook, audiobook, hardcover, Barnes & Noble, Amazon. If you got it, thank you for buying the book. But folks, I'll say this and I got to go. We got to do better than this. This is clearly not good enough. I'll see y'all 8 a.m. with Larry Richard tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show. In the meanwhile, I love y'all regardless of how I feel. I genuinely love y'all. TCNGB. Take care and God bless. Peace.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Quickly scorching 20 square miles. Video showing one mountain, now a wall of flames. The Hawk Fire in Nevada, 0% contained despite a massive effort. Sheriff Darren Balaam.
We have over 1,000 plus first responders on this fire, and our main priority is the safety of you and our communities.
Structures are burning. A strong wind could burn more. 42,000 out of their homes, 45,000 more being told to leave. This fire, investigators say, is human-caused. New threats on the Strait. Iran saying not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz or any other place in the Persian Gulf if President Trump's economic war continues. Trump waving a green flag at the Freedom 250 Grand Prix, the first Indy-style race ever held in the nation's capital. Trump taking a lap of honor in the Beast. 3 more Republicans have come out over the weekend against President Trump's plans to ease import tariffs on ground beef. All have Senate races coming up. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association represents 180,000 cattle producers in 44 states and says the Trump plan to waive the tariffs is frustrating farm state producers who voted for the president. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met privately with Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic House leader who would become the House Speaker if Democrats win enough seats in November. ABC Stephen Portnoy.
Sources tell us that this meeting happened in recent weeks. We know that they discussed a wide range of topics, including ways they might find common ground. What's really remarkable about this is it indicates outreach on the part of the president's inner circle with the man who would very likely become the next Speaker of the House if Democrats take control in November.
Very hot and very dry across the South into tomorrow and beyond. Heat advisories from California to the Florida Panhandle. That's 65 million sweltering Americans. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The Chicago Bears have put up $200,000 to help out the storm victims in Cook County in northwest Indiana, where the Bears plan to locate. Thousands have been without power since August 11th. That's 12 days. 2 Phoenix cops have been fired for an unreported traffic stop that Chief Matthew Giordano says turned violent, with officers Luis Vasquez Jr. and Antonio Felix assaulting and tasing a man and a woman. The chief saying he has no idea what their motive was. There's no indication the officers even knew the victims.
No community members should suffer what happened here. We recognize this erodes community trust, and I am committed to rebuilding that trust starting today.
The officers have been charged with assault, robbery, and kidnapping. 25 years after the September 11th attacks, New York City is still working to formally identify all of the nearly 3,000 people killed at the World Trade Center. About 40% of the remains still have not been identified, a quarter century after the attacks. But now, in a first-of-its-kind discovery, the chief medical examiner and the NYPD have identified a 9/11 victim by combining DNA testing with family tree research. They found her using what they call genetic genealogy. Unimaginable 25 years ago because the methodology didn't exist. All we know is the victim was an adult female. Her family does not want to go public. She's the 1,651st victim to be formally identified. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's back-to-school sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back-to-school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or kohls.com for details. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
Speaking of driving, I got to tell you about these red light cameras. This is gold. This is actually wild. I went through one. They only have 2 right now. I went through one of the intersections just by happenstance. What's weird, Patrick, what's wild is that Waze notifies you. Kind of cool. You know what I mean? It's smart, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's nice. Other drivers have flagged it and they've added it to their database.
Yeah. So the red
Once
light.
the others are up and running, they'll put them in too.
The red light cameras they're in they're in a test phase in Pittsburgh. And that means for the next month, they're going to let you just ride through them, and then they're going to send warnings. Okay? And then they're going to put in as many as 40 cameras all over the city. And they're going to start automated red light enforcement. Active cameras at high-risk intersections. Okay, it's 60 days warning period. Fines are capped at $100. Treated like parking tickets, no license points, which kind of infers or implies, Patrick, that it's a money thing, doesn't it? If there's no points, right?
Oh, 100%. No points. They don't verify who the driver is. It's just on the vehicle.
Yeah. And they send it to you, and if you pay it, you're cool. And if you don't, they'll come and they'll boot you. It's wild. So we all knew that. That's old news. So they're in the middle of this trial period right now. Let me pull my numbers up. This is actually fascinating. It kind of blows my mind when I heard this. So they checked out. And by the way, they're training a bunch of cops. Bunch of them. And what they'll do is they'll literally sit there for hours. And their job is to identify the license plate and identify that the driver ran the red light. They're kind of the court, the judge and jury, quite frankly. That's part of the argument with this is that you can't testify, you can't argue the process, you're hung, you're found guilty without any due process. That's kind of part of the argument. So anyway, they pulled, this is actually crazy when I heard this. They pulled video from 2 of the cameras that are now up for a 24-hour period. Okay? Okay. And in a 24-hour period, in a 24-hour period, and by the way, they don't even send the cops like questionable calls. The light has to be solid red before you cross the white line, which is kind of like you broke the law. In a 24-hour, they're in this 60-day grace period right now. They're apparently supposed to go active in mid-October. So, in a 24-hour period, just 2 cameras running. I know I'm building up to this. You're going to die. 500 violations. 500 maniacs, idiots. I was asked to guess, Patrick, and I just aimed high. I said, I don't know, 100. No, 500. Patrick, 2 cameras, buddy. 24 hours. That's it. That's a big-ass number. Huh?
I wish I could say I'm shocked.
I
looking
am.
at those 2 intersections.
I am. Why?
I was shocked at first, but then looking back at those intersections, if I'm right, both of those used to be able to turn right on both of those on red.
Yeah.
And they changed all that when they were getting ready for the cameras.
Oh.
Because these are places where people normally have been making right-hand turns.
Oh. Well, you can, though,
so
still.
I think no, they changed them to no turn on red and put the cameras up.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Aha! Oh.
Yeah, that's the rub. You used to be able to turn right at some of these intersections. Then they changed it to no turn on red and put red light cameras up.
What intersections, Patrick?
I have to pull it back up. I think one is Braddock and Penn Avenue.
Wow. 500 tickets, folks. In 24 hours. That's a lot of tickets. Oh, wow. Patrick, one of my boys who went to the training is texting me. He said, you're wrong on this one. He said it's no one turning right. It's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, wow.
He said they're blowing.
Wow. They're just blowing through the lights. Wow.
Oh. They blatantly go through the lights at Dallas and Penn. I didn't go drive through the red light, Woodruff and 51. I saw that one. Wow. So what does that tell you, Patrick? People don't give a flying rat's butt, right?
No, it tells you they don't want to wait for the light. Ugh. Yeah, that's not good.
Wow.
Yeah, I would have lost money on that one, honestly.
Same.
I thought they were turning right on red. But again, same place. You did used to be able to turn right on red at that intersection, Dallas and Penn, but you can't anymore.
So, my man, this is 2 cameras, 24 hours. They're going to have 40 at least. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Huh? Millions of dollars. Thousands and thousands
Maybe
of
they didn't
tickets.
have to raise taxes after all. Jeez.
Wow. 2 cameras, 24 hours, 500 people blew through the red lights. Blew through them. Clear as day. So imagine 40 cameras, 30 days. Whoo! What, 10,000? At least. Wow. It's going to be beautiful, man.
And that $100, I think, is before all the additional fees.
Oh, is
right?
it? Is it? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure the fine is capped at $100. So add on the other fees, and we'll see what that gets up to.
Fines are capped at 100. Wow. I saw it come up on Waze. I don't run red lights all the time, but I do when it's yellow. By the way, the company gets a big chunk of the money, which is kind of what irritates the crap out of people. It's a money grab for everyone. But man, if you're talking about 500 idiots running a light in 24 hours, people need to wake up, pay attention. I mean, right, Patrick? I mean, regardless of who gets the money, obviously people don't care. They better, right?
They absolutely need to start. That is how accidents happen, man. People running lights.
All my cops tell me that there's going to be a lot of rear-end collisions once people start getting tickets, which is what we've seen around the country. I think the deal sucks. I think it's a cash grab. I think it's unfair. And it becomes just something to aggravate us. And that's just me.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Let Beth help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss the Net Worth Financial Hour every Saturday afternoon at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
Spack's right. That editorial's spot on, man. Spot on. All right. Got two things happening right now. One of my boys, Max, who has exposed more grift, grime, disgust on the streets of downtown Pittsburgh than anyone in this town because he wants it better. And my man, who owns a business downtown, Simon, who has been ripped off time and time again, and every time we catch it on camera, and he's fed up. I'm going to grab them both. Max, good morning.
Hey, Marty, how are you?
Man, you just sent me a disturbing couple of pictures. Tell me what's happening there.
So I was having a conversation with a mutual friend, and he said, hold on a second. He goes, I'm walking by the Target, and he goes, there's a guy with a knife in his hand sitting on the ground, twirling it between his fingers.
Yeah.
And, this person appears to be, well, for lack of a better word, we'll just say homeless, but,
right.
Could be mentally ill. Somebody that should not be having a knife out in the public like that could just get up and stab anybody walking by.
Right on.
Not a safe situation. So he called the police, and I don't know if they're going to send somebody to, investigate or take the knife away or whatever, but, a clear and present danger to immediate people walking in the area.
And Max, they're supposed to have these go teams now with experts to handle mental illness. They need to get someone's ass over there now before someone gets hurt.
Yesterday.
Hang on the line, because this is part of something you're very concerned about. Sudan, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you, sir?
So here we go again. Tell folks the name of your business.
Yeah. So I own Sultan Döner Kebab and Baklava on 6th Street.
It's a wonderful restaurant. They make wonderful food. They're amazing people. And he's fed up. So how many times, we just posted this again, how many times have these idiots come into your restaurant and stolen your tip jar on video in the last week?
Yeah, we've been having every week someone coming and doing, and they all know each other. They hang out together.
So now this is the place they go to get a little side money.
Not just me, all my neighbors, the same thing. They step by every one of them and try to steal from everybody, and all panhandling there. So it's been going, not just me, the whole neighborhood.
The whole neighborhood. This is kind of the practice. Let me go steal some tip jars downtown.
Yeah.
And my man, this is right in the heart of the Arts District, right?
Correct.
Hey, Max, this is getting old, brother. It's disgusting, isn't it, Max?
It is. And when your co-worker's bike got stolen last week, I walked down to that 7-Eleven on Penn Ave, and I saw the element that the business owner you're talking to right now was talking about. They all hang right there on Penn Ave in the cultural district, all, smoking weed or whatever they're doing all day long out there. And, like you said, just walking in and grabbing tip jars or doing whatever they're doing. But it's just, that's where they are right now. Next month, they'll be someplace else after they get pushed somewhere. It's a shell game.
Sinan, you sent me a text last night as if the cops were engaged. Are they helping you out some, sir?
So good news. I think we get heard from some people, and the police is handcuffing him and taking a custody. So he's in jail. And I heard from you, Mayor Corey O'Connell, I guess, stepping into.
Yes, I talked to him yesterday.
Finally, our voice been here. So people hearing us, and I think this is gonna be taken care of with your help and mayor help, and hopefully locals gonna help us too.
So you're gonna hang in there, brother. You're gonna hang in there.
I will. Yes.
Hey, Max, it's the only way this works, right? Law and order, right, brother?
law and order, and, people need to speak up, when they see something, say something, and, make the police aware of it so they can do something about it. But then the backside of this are the judges holding these people accountable.
Sure.
There's a big broken link in the system there, and that's, you and I have talked about it several times.
Yeah, that is part of the issue, Sinan, is that they end up on the streets in 24 hours. And I know you've seen that, haven't you?
Yeah, they're going to be on the street the next day. And I'm going to be real, and this is what I heard. The police officer doing their job to put them in.
Yep.
But next day, they're coming out.
Yep.
So I'm going to ask my my followers and my customers and the supporters of downtown people, please call your state representative.
Nice.
Call your city council.
Nice.
To tell them we need help. We want to serve the food. We want to serve the experience. We want to hang out there and have fun, not be scared to come downtown. Please just take a minute and make a call. It will change. Things going to change with your help.
My man, I'll do anything to help you, man. I love you. I love your work ethic. I love your food. I love the way you handle your customers. I love your courage. And I love the fact that you're hanging in there. I'm all over this, my man. I'll do whatever I can. I'm going to come down there and shoot a video with you, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Marty.
Hey, Max, before you go, I've been thinking about you a lot, man. How's your wife?
She's good. She's doing well. She's recovering nicely, up and about, moving around, so making great progress.
You're my brother. Where's this guy with the knife, Max, in case the cops are listening? Where is he?
Right outside the Target, sitting in front of the Target on Smithfield.
Oh, wow. That's unnerving, isn't it, Max?
Very busy area.
That's unnerving.
It is. And, it happens all the time. Maybe not in Pittsburgh, but, you see these stories about some homeless guy with a knife that just stabs some random person. He does not need to be having that knife exposed out and about.
Hell no.
No.
No. Thank you, brother.
Not good.
Thank you.
You got it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Love you both. We're all in.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. A mountaintop is a wall of flames right now. The Hawk Fire outside Reno began yesterday as a little brush fire, but a strong wind has fanned flames over 20 square miles.
Currently, we have 42,000 individuals who are displaced and on an active evacuation, with approximately 45,000 individuals that are in the set status to be prepared to evacuate.
Incident Commander Sean Anderson, the Hawk Fire is 0% contained and apparently human-caused. Iran says not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz or from anywhere else in the Persian Gulf if President Trump's economic war continues. Trump waving the green flag at the first Indy-style race ever at the nation's capital.
President Trump hosting this. We saw him in the Beast with the First Lady take a lap around here before these 25 cars kicked off.
ABC's Alex Perchet reporting. This is ABC News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
Okay, I'm hoping you saw this on social, but if you didn't, it aggravates the hell out of me. I have, and I know Patrick's here, and he knows this. Over the years, a number of folks who work for the city drive cars like idiots. Because, quite frankly, there's a big chunk of us that drive like idiots. But the problem is they're driving vehicles that represent the city. I know Patrick remembers my man Jerry, who owns all these laundromats. One of the public works trucks blasted. You remember this? Patrick blasted into his vehicle.
I do remember this, yeah.
Huh? Right on the street, right in front of his house, right?
Yep.
And they lied.
Sure,
remember this?
I do.
They lied, said they didn't do it. We had to get video. We had to get lawyers. They have several thousand employees, and most of them work really hard. But there's some jag-offs, quite frankly, that shouldn't be behind the wheel. Patrick put this fantastic social media piece together, and before I grab the guy this happened to, kind of mind-boggling how this garbage truck driver in the city was driving. Right, Patrick?
Oh, ridiculous. I couldn't believe that. Well, one, it's a miracle nobody got hurt the way this guy was driving. And when you watch the video, you see him, he crosses a double yellow line and speeds up a hill, and you don't know if there's traffic coming or not.
Yes.
And he's going on the wrong side of the road.
Yes.
Passing all these cars. It's ridiculous.
If you look on our social, we posted it. This jag-off driving this a city of Pittsburgh garbage truck, which is massive, massive. I don't know, was he irritated? I could care less. To Patrick's point, he literally cuts off like 9 cars, crosses the double yellow line, headed up a hill. Could have had a head-on collision. Instead, he ran into my guy. Seriously. It's ignorant, man, and dangerous as hell. And by the way, the city has the video, and by the way, the mayor knows, and by the way, his people know. This is ignorant. This happened to my guest. Good afternoon, Tom. How are you?
Good. How are you, Marty?
That's ridiculous. Tom, that had to scare the hell out of you, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't even see the truck until basically he jackknifed in the middle of the road and cut us off. I was trying to be nice going on my commute to work and letting the guy next to me, and I didn't expect a garbage truck to be hitting me in the back.
Tom, lay this out for us in detail when this happened and how this went down. The video is crazy, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going into work right off of the Glenwood Bridge in Hazelwood, there on 2nd Ave. It's a zipper merge there, so like I said, I let the guy next to me go in, and then all of a sudden this truck just cuts me off, pushing me over the double yellow.
Garbage truck, massive. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was honking at him the entire time, but he didn't seem to care. You can actually see in the video there that he kind of revs his engine a little bit. I don't know why, but I'm scared for my life, so I went around him, and then there's a light there the next street down on Glenwood. I left the car's length so I didn't hit the guy in front of me like you're supposed to, and all of a sudden, 2-3 seconds later, I'm getting hit. In my head, that's intentional because he had time to think about it and stop his actions. He had enough time to stop, but he didn't care. And then
he was mad at you.
Right. And then, like you guys said, all of a sudden he's committing like 3 or 4 different traffic law violations by driving on the wrong side of the road, cutting through a red light, and trying to make his getaway.
He's on the live stream right now. The truck, man, it's wild. So, Tom, he literally goes out over the double yellow line, says, screw it, and passes all these cars. Doesn't give a damn, right?
No, he gunned it, and I was lucky enough the driver behind me stopped and saw the whole thing as well. If I didn't have the footage,
wow,
and said the same thing. She was like, I was glad that it didn't happen to me, but I'm sorry it happened to you.
Wow. Did he say anything, man?
The driver?
Yeah.
No, the driver. No, we never saw him again. So
wow.
I called 911. We had some time figuring out where the truck was from. We thought it was the local division, but apparently it wasn't. By the way, those guys were amazing during this entire time. They were very helpful to all of us.
Who was?
The local division there. There's a branch down there on 2nd Ave in Hazelwood.
The Public Works people.
Yeah, they were amazing. They helped us out. I was able to get the guy's tag, and they were able to tell us exactly what division he came from, which was not local, by the way.
Oh.
It was about 20-30 minutes down the road. So they didn't know why he was around either, but we were able to get the supervisor down to look at the footage, but that was about it, and I haven't heard anything since.
Okay, here's the official statement from the mayor's office, because they are looking into it. The driver of the Public Works vehicle immediately notified his supervisor of the incident, and leadership's initiated standard protocols. Public Works leadership is continuing to look into this. They won't tell me if he's still driving. They won't tell me if he's been punished, and they're examining the video and all other available information. It's your contention, and it looks like he just flat out ran into you, brother. I mean, intentionally, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I feel like. Like I said, I stopped for traffic like normal after I got around him because I was scared. And he had a few seconds to make up his mind on what he was doing, and just appeared that he didn't feel like stopping that day.
So the mayor's office says you need to file a claim with the law department. Did you do that?
I did, but there's the kicker. They won't look at it for at least 3 months.
What?
Online, you fill out the paperwork. You have to find 2 different estimates from 2 different body shops, and then it says on there that it takes at least 8 to 10 weeks for them to even look at your claim.
All right.
And I was told too that I asked about all this stuff of, hey, what about all of these traffic violations? What about the hit and run? Is that anything to it? And they just told me to take it up with the law office. And there would be, there was nothing more they could do on their end.
All right. It's time to get lawyers involved. Would you? I got to get a lawyer involved in this to crawl up there, what. Don't you think, Tom?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I told you when we were talking earlier, that I like you said, I don't know if this guy should be driving. No. I mean, I hope it's clear anger issues. I hope he gets the help that obviously, or therapy or whatever he needs. But What if this was his normal commute and someone accidentally ran in front of his truck, or a kid was going to pick up their ball or something like that?
Hell yeah.
That's what I told you too. It was, what if it was my turn to, I'm a new dad. What if my kid was in the car that day? They don't know who's in the car when they were doing these type of things, and it's just reckless.
It is, man. What's the estimate anyway? It's got to be $1,000. I'm looking at your car. It's got to be, right?
Yeah, the first estimate I got said anywhere between $2,500 and $4,000.
Okay, we'll get a lawyer involved. We'll get you taken care of. Wow, I will find out the status of this, and we'll get this thing heated up. He could have killed someone, and he shouldn't be driving a damn garbage truck for God's sakes.
Oh, for sure. I appreciate that, Marty.
Check out the video on social. It's pretty damn clear. The guy should not be driving, period. End of story. We're on it, brother. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Man. Alonzo, did you see this video? You watching this? Oh, you don't? All right. You should watch the live stream. It's actually fascinating. All right, folks, this driver needs to be off the road. I did not know it took 3 months. We're on this. We got to get this sped up.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
On the day we sweated out on the streets of a runaway American dream. Bruce! Man. Speaking of concerts, I'm going to Chicago on September 4th. with my son to see Ye. It's Ye now. Don't call him Kanye. He's a massive star. Massive. It's kind of wild that I think he's 50. If not, he's 49. And he's odd. Kanye West, if you don't. If you're in my age group, he's Kanye West. He's had a bunch of names. He's a weirdo. Look, this isn't my race. I'm just tagging along. But I'll tell you right now, because I've seen some of his videos, it's insane how a guy who you would think, someone like me who kind of doesn't pay a whole lot of attention, how relevant he remains. My son is 16. So that's kind of the sweet spot, the teenage white boy. I'm being honest about this. He just went to Don Toliver, another big star in that whole genre right now. All teenage white boys. It's a little weird. I'm just making an observation. And him and all his boys love Ye. He's so weird. With the naked wife, he has this wife, I forget her name, I don't pay much attention, but she's always naked, or worse, clothes that she looks like she's naked, and he walks around, he does weird things. And his battles are well documented with his anti-Semitic comments, and he lost they say $1 billion deal with Adidas. He was massive. He sold, I looked this up, he sold like, when he was with that brand, he sold like $300 million worth of tennis shoes in like one friggin' day. Look, I get out of touch with that kind of rap. That's, hip-hop, whatever you want to call it. However common. Now that I'm going to Chicago, Soldier Field, his hometown, Ye, we have been watching him. He's a badass. I'm just keeping it real. He bebops around the world. He did something, was it Bulgaria? Something like that. The largest crowd ever to watch a rap artist in history, ever. Because I've mentioned this to a couple of my friends in my age group, old guys, and they're like, what? He's still around? Yeah, he's around. He's massive. I had no idea. What's wild about music, too, and like hip-hop, is that's my son's thing. That's his thing. And all of his friends. I was into R&B, more Luther Vandross kind of stuff. Seriously. But my point is, there are these moments in your life when you realize they're fleeting, and that your son, this is his favorite artist, and he's in Chicago, and what the hell? Go for it and hang with your boy. Because as I've said before on this show, that window, it closes a little more every day. Because then he'll go to college, and then poof. And I'm cool with all that. We've had magnificent moments. I took Sophia to see Harry Styles at Madison Square Garden in New York. I'd never been. And it was a magnificent event, and it was a magnificent moment. And you know who I stole this from, this little journey thing? Larry Richard. Does it all the time with his grandson and his grandkids and his family. These one-on-one trips. What is funny, though, is I can't stand the hardcore rap stuff and the Don Toliver stuff. And I don't even know the other artist I went to see with Vince, but he was hardcore, and he was so loud. And at one point, and Patrick laughs about this because I told him, I think I even sent him a picture. It was me and the other old folks. This is the truth. We're sitting in the chairs, sitting down, looking at our cell phones at PPG while all the young people, because I brought my son and a couple of his friends, they're going nuts. And we're just sitting there listening to it. I'm thinking, wow, this is fascinating. But, long story short, Chicago, Yee's hometown. And he might bring out Travis, yo. Apparently Travis Scott is another big one. He's apparently bringing him out. Yo. If you don't do this stuff with your kids, you just sit there on the couch and watch Steeler games. Okay, that's cool. But I think that we have limited time, right? And we have limited opportunity to kind of just be in their presence and appreciate the fact that you have them. And just seeing Yee in Chicago, kind of fun. I suggest that if you have kids, I'm an older dad. Everybody knows this. I'm blessed to be able to be. I appreciate them so much more at my age than my friends appreciated their kids when they were in their 20s and had kids. Why? I'm an adult now. I wasn't then. I was a moron. And I'm soaking it all in, man. I don't mind at all going to see this guy. He's a big... Patrick, he's a massive star, isn't he? And that set of his is insane, Patrick, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. He's still huge. Even, he's been very public with his mental health struggles.
Oh, yeah.
And, getting off of his meds. And that's when we've seen a lot of the crazy stuff happen. But he's still a hell of a performer, a hell of an artist. All the struggles aside.
It's fascinating, too, how the young people latch on to him. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Oh, my son's one of those. He still loves him.
Yeah.
I think I introduced him to his music when he was just a little one.
Oh, stop. Please don't act like you're hip. Please don't act like you're like a hip-hop guy. Stop it. Anyway, Yee, September 4th in Chicago. I will see you there, folks. Probably not. We're right back.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop men's suicide attempts.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Slot in some me time with the Hollywood Casino app. Get ready to immerse yourself in all your favorite casino games, including over 2,000 slots, tables, and live dealers. Spin into daily cash jackpots where you could join thousands of other winners. The casino floor is now at your fingertips. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Take a moment. Take a holiday. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Just coming in, details of a quintuple homicide in Washington County, Oregon, with no one caught.
Exercise precaution, lock your doors. If you see anything suspicious, please call us. Again, we still have a heavy presence out in that area.
Detective Shannon Wild reporting 5 deceased individuals and multiple deceased domesticated animals found in the investigation of a fire. Unclear how they died. The sheriff saying she's not seen anything like this in her 22 years and that the incident is deeply concerning to the people in the community. Looks like lava. Footage showing a fire rolling down a hill north of downtown Reno last night, and now less than 24 hours later, the Hawk Fire is at 20 square miles and growing in the wind. Buildings up in flames, 90,000 people under evacuation orders, 0 containment, and says the incident commander, Sean Ackerson.
We can confirm that the fire was human-caused. However, that is still undergoing active investigation and don't have further details to provide you at this time.
A Texas congressman is demanding DHS release a 5-year-old detained by ICE on his way to a soccer game. Congressman Greg Cesar says that Liam should be in kindergarten this week. Instead, he's in a trailer prison in the desert. DHS says Liam and his father are in ICE custody after the dad entered the country illegally. Iran says, quote, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz or from anywhere else in the Persian Gulf if President Trump's economic war continues. Oil prices are high but stable for right now. Gasoline at the pump up 8 cents in a week to the highest August prices on record. A mountain of garbage collapsed at the largest landfill in Guinea's capital this morning, killing 30 people, according to the central government. Authorities say heavy rain, which began at 2 in the morning, triggered a landfill landslide that buried nearby shacks. Search and rescue operation underway. This is ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A lot of horsepower roaring along the streets of the Capitol for the first time. The Freedom 250 Grand Prix. President Trump waving the green flag after checking out the route.
I got a chance to speak with IndyCar President Doug Bowles, telling me that, look, I mean, this is a race that they put together in a really short amount of time. They got a call about this in February. Fast forward, it's August, and this track has already come together. This is something that usually takes a couple of years to do.
ABC's Alex Perchet. Former Vice President Mike Pence attending Independence Day in Ukraine, 35 years after it broke away from the Soviet Union.
It is in the vital national interest of the United States of America to continue to provide Ukraine with the support they need to defeat and repel the Russian invasion.
A 68-year-old from France got stuck in the mud in California's Death Valley National Park and died. No other vehicles around. He and his companion abandoned their car, walked across the salt flats, temperatures of 116. About a mile in, the 68-year-old couldn't go anymore, so his friend continued until flagging down a motorist who called 911. But by the time that the California Highway Patrol helicopter located the man Monday, it was too late. He had died. Death Valley's Park Service telling travelers to stay on paved roads during this extreme heat. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Hey folks, this is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Colin today. Make sure you listen to The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every day at 5 o'clock, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. It was the most predictable thing in the world when the stories about data centers' environmental unfriendliness first emerged. And frankly, it was malpractice from the data center people that they weren't ready for it. There is a certain kind of media fixation where anytime anything is done ever, anytime certainly anything as big is built, certainly anytime corporations, or there's any sort of new development or new kind of construction or new facilities being built, where there's an immediate response to find what the problem is. And to some degree, I get it. I understand that there have been many times through American history and through world history where we've gone too fast to build, and where the costs of a certain kind of construction or a certain kind of facility were not immediately apparent. This is why we have Superfund sites. This is why Love Canal happened. I get it. But let's be real about this. Let's compare just visually a data center to a steel mill, or to the Clairton Coke Works, or to the cracker plant out in Beaver County. What these things are is enormous warehouses full of computers. They do not produce emissions. I remember seeing this kind of headline in some environmental publication or something like that. Oh, the emissions from data centers. And I'm like, they're not producing it. What the hell? And then you read the story, it's like, oh, because you need gas power to power them, then they have emissions. Like, no, you're lying if you say the data centers have emissions in the way that any other industrial site does. You're just lying. Now, if you want to make the point that you need fossil fuels in order to power the data centers, and that's bad, that's a different point. But when you start saying data center emissions, you're lying. There were stories, they tried to say that data centers make communities hot because they generate so much heat. I mean, this is absurd, completely absurd. And this is the water. The water thing became a meme. The water thing became this kind of respectable meme that everybody who wants to feel like they're kind of a respectable person who has respectable opinions is like, oh, data centers, they guzzle all kinds of water. You can have the water conversation in the desert, okay? If you're pulling out of an aquifer that's almost dry, then I think you can have that conversation. But when you're pulling out of a river, I mean, like I said earlier, the biggest data centers in the world use up just a few seconds of the flow of the Ohio River at Pittsburgh every day. That's it. You could do 100 of the world's biggest data centers on the Ohio River, and you would use up what? You'd be using less than 1%, much less than 1% of all the water that flows through Pittsburgh every day. And the using, it's not like it's obliterated. My point is this. Just visually compare the idea that data centers are some kind of a new industrial revolution that's going to blight our communities is massively, massively overblown. To the extent that there's any truth in it, it is the amount of land that they use and where you put them. I think that's a fair conversation to have. My family drove through Northern Virginia on our way to visit my in-laws in Central Virginia for the 4th of July. And there's this one of the most adorable towns you'll find in all of America in northwestern Virginia. It's called Culpeper, Virginia. And a couple years ago, I saw signs in all the neighbors' houses that said, no data center in Culpeper. Well, we drove through last month, and on the highway outside Culpeper, there's a truly massive land moving operation. And I'm almost certain it's for the data center. And it's a lot of land that's being moved. And it's a significant, like if you compare it to the size of the town itself, it's a lot of land being moved. I can see being unsettled by that. I think that once it's done, you probably won't notice it, and it will be nicely graded, and you'll just have an enormous warehouse outside town, and your property taxes are going to go down. I had someone tell me the other day, I don't want to name the school district because I don't have it nailed down exactly, but I had someone who would know tell me the other day that a school district outside Pittsburgh, one big data center project would increase their property tax take, and therefore the budget of the school district, by nearly 50%. So yeah, the harms have been way overstated and the benefits way understated. This is a problem for the data center developers who haven't been on their game. They've let the narrative get away from them. But what frustrates me is when public officials who know better play into that. They play into that by ratifying, by flattering people's misperceptions, by telling you something that you believe, implicitly or explicitly, that something that you believe as a citizen that is actually false, telling you that that's true because they want your vote. And that's not leadership, that's following. And we elect people to be leaders, not followers. And Shapiro's not alone in this. Stacey Garrity said she wanted a moratorium on data center development. And then she's also said she wants them all over rural Pennsylvania. It's complicated. You will probably hear an ad about this on this radio station, in fact. Which just goes to show how data centers have become this political talking point, completely divorced from the reality of what they are, what their consequences are for communities, completely divorced from their necessity for economic competitiveness, completely divorced from their necessity for combating China, completely divorced from all reality. And it's the job of the people we elect to bring us back to reality instead of taking us farther into fantasy land where data centers are just going to go away. They're not. The question is, how do you do it well? How do you do it big and well? You have to do both. And Shapiro was getting there, and now he got away from it. That kills me. Okay, got to get to some news.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
T-Mobile is launching something no other wireless network offers. Introducing Nothing. Pay nothing today and walk out of the store with a new phone.
What did he say?
Nothing.
You definitely said something about nothing.
Exactly. Go to T-Mobile, pay nothing up front, and leave with a new phone.
Wait, nothing rules.
She gets it.
Hey, thanks for nothing.
For the first time ever, switch to T-Mobile, pay nothing. No taxes, no fees, no money down. And walk out with a new phone. There are 250 reasons to choose T-Mobile, and now nothing is holding you back.
On eligible devices with qualifying credit plan and 36-month finance agreement.
With Kohl's back-to-school sale, kids get styles that say, I'm so back. And you get savings that say, I'm so good at this. Save up to 40% on school essentials. Plus, shop in-store this weekend for your chance to get up to $100 instant Kohl's cash. Back-to-school confidence runs in the family. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. Offers end August 23rd. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss budget-friendly party foods. It's the Coons Cooking Hour presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
You recognize Herky Pollock's name if you lived in Pittsburgh for more than 5 minutes. Because he is one of the most prolific, probably the most prolific real estate brokers in the city, commercial real estate. He's a restaurateur. You've seen his name on buildings downtown and around the city. You might remember it with CBRE. Now he has his own company, Legacy Realty. He's a huge booster for downtown and one of the most recognizable names in Pittsburgh. And he had a remarkable experience this past Tuesday, where he was driving on the 40th Street Bridge and saw a young man who was ready to jump off it. And he has his own background within his family, not just with suicide, but with specifically jumping off bridges in Pittsburgh. And so he was at the right place at the right time. He talked with Larry Richert from the Big K Morning Show about it, and we're going to play that interview in full because it's really powerful, and talk a little more about it after that. Go ahead,
This
Logan.
is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. And Paul, I know when you got up, you sent me the story of Herky Pollock, who is well known around the region as a entrepreneur, businessman, commercial real estate magnate, by the way. And it's an incredible story.
Yes, and the headline, I think, says it all. It's an amazing headline. It says, Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt on 40th Street Bridge. But the backstory is even more fascinating to me than even what the headline would tell us.
And Herky joins us from Dallas, Texas this morning. Herky, incredible story, man. I've known you a long time, but the full circle part no one would have ever known. Talk us through what happened on Tuesday on the 40th Street Bridge.
Thanks, Larry, and I appreciate you picking this up. It's a great story of helping a young man that I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. So I was driving from East Liberty to the North Shore, and fate would have it that this time I decided to go through Lawrenceville and then across the 40th Street Bridge, which I rarely do. And as I was driving across the bridge, I saw a young man who was on the other side of the bridge, same side of the road, the other side of the bridge, holding on for dear life while looking at the water. And just without even thinking, just instinctively, I just pulled over and stopped. And there was another young man there as well. And I got out of my car and walked over and just started trying to talk to him and make some sort of a connection with the young man. And that went on for a little while. And then over about 15, 20 minutes, 25 police and EMS and fire showed up, including 3 from Millville, the chief of police from Millville and 2 other officers. And literally the 4 of us then tried for the next 3.5 hours to talk the man down from killing himself and make a connection, do everything we could to tell him that it was a very bad temporary solution to any problem that he may be going through. And fortuitously, we were able to do it, and it was just incredible. I mean, I lost my stepfather, who was my only real true father to me 30 years ago over the Homestead High Level Bridge. And so I was able to relay the impact it's had on my life, and my daughter's named after him. And we just tried any way possible to connect with this young man. And he was down on his luck, and he was just passing through Pittsburgh and coming from D.C., and it was just simply incredible. And he started out, and it was very, very bleak. And over time, we were able just to make some headway with him and build trust and build rapport. And he didn't trust us at all at first. And by the end, we were able to build up a pretty good rapport. And the last 20 minutes or so, the chief of police from Millville, Chief Tim Komorowski, was able to convince him to put his leg over the cement wall and come back up to this side of the bridge, and ultimately he was saved. But it was incredible. It was just an incredible 3.5 hours, and I can't believe that I was put in that place. And I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25 people on this bridge right now, and you have a piece of our heart, each and every one of us, and this can go one of 2 ways. And had it gone the other way, it would be a whole different outcome today.
Herky, I'm curious to know, in all of this, I guess you stayed at the scene during this entire thing as it unfolded. So you talked with this 26-year-old more than once. What message did you keep repeating?
So I kept saying to him that, come on, man, I went through this, and I lived through this, and there's people in your life who is going to live with this the rest of their lives, and it's just no way to do it. And I just kept saying that there has to be a better solution. And he was a very smart young man. He came out of the military, and he was a good-looking man. I said, look, you're a good-looking man. You're intelligent. No matter what you're going through, we can get you. And I kept saying, I can get you an attorney. I can get you a doctor. I can get you food. I own restaurants. I can get you a job. But whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary. And being the victim of a suicide or it's certainly something you don't want to do. And there's a better life out there waiting for you. Just let us all help you. And all 25 of us here are here because we want to be, and we're going to help you through this.
Well, the fact that he was a veteran adds to an unbelievable day. And thank you, Herky, for sharing this story. It's a real blessing and a divine intervention. You were there for a reason, obviously. Thanks for the time today.
My pleasure, and thank you for sharing the story. And the one thing I just want to end with, if I may, is if there's anyone out there that's going through, and I've had 1,000 or thousands of people reach out to me in the last 24 hours. If anyone out there is going through a tough time and needs help, seek help. There are suicide prevention hotlines. There are people who will help you through depression. And I've had two people in my life, my stepfather and my father-in-law, both of whom have taken their lives. And I can just tell you that the end result is horrific for those who were left. It's a horrible solution to a temporary problem. Seek help. Get help for depression. Get help for if you're contemplating suicide. And please don't do anything stupid at the spur of the moment, because it does look bleak, but I promise you it will get better.
Can't thank you enough, Herky. God bless you, brother.
Thank you.
God bless you too, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
And the suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Wow. Wow. What a great story. I love several parts of Herky's message. We got to get to some traffic, but let me, I want to talk about the divine intervention aspect, because I think that's real. And I want to talk about the way he expressed to the young man who was considering killing himself, the impact on others. Because I think we sometimes don't talk about that enough, because we don't want to seem to be too stigmatizing or whatever. But I think that's really, really important to remember that this affects everybody. Hey, Pittsburgh. It's Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Colin Dunlap today. I'm going to be following up on the Herky Pollock interview that we just heard from the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert this morning. Before I do that, I know John in Millville has been patient. So, John, you want to talk about Herky's story?
Yes, I do. In fact, when I called in, you were talking about that sad story about that girl, and I decided to change it up a little from the very bad to the very good.
We were getting there, and I'm probably going to come back to that, because there's a lot about life and death worth talking about. But John, tell me what you want to say about Herky's story.
Well, like I said, I'm from Millville. I thought that was wonderful. I kind of know some of those cops. They take a beating from people that they don't deserve too many times. And that guy Herky, he's like Michael Barkey was talking about how special Pittsburgh was yesterday.
Yes, I heard that.
That's a perfect story.
Yes.
That's a perfect example of what he was talking about.
Absolutely.
Where would that happen at?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And just, I'm going to use the word coincidence, but I mean, I think, Herky said divine intervention. So you could use the word providence, that someone who could speak exactly to what the young man on the bridge was experiencing happened to choose that way to go that day. And, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a coincidence. Yeah, it's just random chance. But let's be honest. I mean, life is life. There's a lot more going on out there than what we can see and feel.
And besides that, a lot of people would have just driven past that and wouldn't have given a damn.
Yep.
He stopped and spent his time there.
Absolutely. That's something I've been thinking about, John, myself. Like, gosh, if I were to see that, what would I do? Like, Herky was in a situation where he knew immediately that this is something that he's experienced in his family and would have something special, something really particularly appropriate to say to the gentleman in question. I mean, obviously, I think everyone could say that they'd call 911. I don't think anybody would.
I think, well, at least I'd stop and like I was talking about with the cops. I called them up to the station and I gave them props. I talked to the guy at the desk. I said, hey, anybody that was involved in that, did you see him today?
Yeah.
Tell them okay from, by me.
That's great. No, I appreciate that, John. Thank you for the call. Thank you for the call, especially getting the Millville perspective, because those Millville cops. And yeah, it's one of those things that you don't know what you do until you're in that situation. I like to think that I would stop and have exactly the right words to say. But I also think I'd be afraid that I would have the wrong words and I would want to leave it to the professionals. And I saw in one of the stories on this that the cops were like, normally we wouldn't want a civilian to be involved because we've been trained for this. But Herky had the words, he had the experiences, he was able to connect in a way that the average person might not be able to. And so that would be the one thing that might hold me back from getting involved would be, is this something for a professional? Is this something where I have the wrong words? I might think I have the right words, but they're actually the wrong words. That would be the terrifying part. Even so, I like to think that if you could safely, stop and be there until the professionals get there, that would be so much of this is just about the human element, the human touch, the human connection. And after the news break, I want to talk about that part of it. I want to talk about the human connections that the lack thereof that can lead to the despair of suicide, but also the importance of remembering those connections in those moments of despair. A, that people love you, and B, that you're not the only one who you'll hurt. And that's important to say. We mustn't be afraid to say it.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jurnavix.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. A fire investigation has led to a gruesome discovery, a quintuple homicide in Washington County, Oregon.
While they were on scene, they discovered human remains, and they called for law enforcement to come take over the investigation.
Detective Shannon Wild reporting 5 deceased individuals, multiple deceased domesticated animals, no one caught. She's telling residents lock their doors. Burning 20 square miles in less than a day, the Hawk Fire outside Reno has consumed buildings and forced 90,000 people to evacuate. Chief Richard Edwards saying with the fire 0% contained, all they can do is pray.
My thoughts and prayers go out to everyone that's been displaced through this incident, or those that have lost their home in this disaster.
They say a human caused the fire. A Texas congressman is demanding DHS release a 5-year-old boy detained by ICE on his way to a soccer game. This is ABC News.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thunder shower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Alrighty, folks, this is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Colin Dunlap. And coming up in just a week or so, a little more than a week, it's the 3rd annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolf Arena. I love saying that. I love saying that. One thing, Woodland Hills, they nailed it on that name. Okay, the 3rd annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolf Arena, August 28th and 29th. Bishop Canavan versus UPrep. Central Catholic versus New Jersey's Bergen Catholic on Friday. On Saturday, it's Westinghouse versus Hickory. Clareton versus Farrell. And Woodland Hills versus Newcastle. $14 per ticket, or weekend passes, just $28. Get your tickets at KDKARadio.com. That'll be great. That'll be a blast. And hope you guys can make it. That's awesome. Okay. So yes, I want to tear down highways. This is something I came onto several years ago when I started reading about other cities that have done it. Buffalo's done it. Milwaukee's done it. Seattle's done it. Highways in the mid to late 20th century were way overbuilt in cities. And honestly, Pittsburgh dodged some bullets. The reason that Birmingham Bridge is so darn big is because it was supposed to be part of a major highway that plowed right through the Hill District and into the South Side. There are ramps. You can see little bits of concrete on the Birmingham Bridge that kind of jut off to the side. They were supposed to be big ramps. There was supposed to be a major highway that plowed right through the middle of the city. Thank goodness that got stopped. We went way overboard on this building back in the day. And I think the best example of this is Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard. It cuts off Manchester from Chateau. It cuts off the new Esplanade project with its big old Ferris wheel and all that. It cuts that off from Manchester. It cuts it off from the rest of the city. It cuts it off from decent transportation. One of the best things the city could do, and I know that the city can't do it itself. It would be probably $100+ million, probably hundreds of millions of dollars project. The state and federal money would be a huge hassle. I understand, but turning Ohio River Boulevard in that part of the city into an actual boulevard instead of a stupid highway would be tremendous. It would right the wrong of cutting up that neighborhood. It would provide better access to this new development. It would juice development going up the river, get rid of some of the old warehouses there, turn that into a riverfront development. And like I said, the number of cars that actually use that stretch of highway every day is actually less than use Route 51 in the South Hills, which I know Route 51 isn't great, but it shows that a surface road, 4-lane surface road with traffic lights can handle the amount of traffic that, and like I said, Route 65 gets less traffic than 51. So I think it would be fine. And here's something else we just learned. We learned from the closure of the Parkway that some of it was people staying home, but a lot of it was people just taking alternate routes. all of the other minor roads were able to absorb a lot of the strain from the loss of the parkway. Now, I'm not saying we should get rid of the parkway. This would be much different and much smaller scale, but I can just about guarantee you that you'd have some drivers would be just fanning out into the neighborhood, and the rest would just have a couple traffic lights going through a neighborhood that would be an actual neighborhood. You could put trees in the median. It's just, okay, I've gone on too long. I got to do traffic. But that, after this, I'll talk more about other highways that I have in my crosshairs. Basically, the big idea for me, this is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Colin Dunlap today. The big idea for me is that Pittsburgh needs big ideas. This is an initiative that I started at the Post-Gazette before the new owners came in when I was running our editorial pages. We just called it Big Ideas for a Better Pittsburgh. We have a lack of big thinking. There's a lot of small ball. There's a lot of ticky-tacky. There's a lot of nibbling around the edges of the city's problems, but there's not a lot of tackling things head on. Today, we've talked about maybe the biggest or maybe the second biggest long-term issue in the city, which is Allegheny County's reassessment system. We kind of hinted at the biggest problem facing the city, which is the fragmentation of government, fragmentation of school districts, fragmentation of municipalities and boroughs and townships. But that's also one of the reasons, that I'm raising this question of highway removal. Yeah, maybe it sounds crazy, removing a highway. Oh, what are we going to do with all the cars? Oh, it just sounds crazy, but it's exactly the kind of blue sky thinking we need to be doing. It's exactly the kind of bold thinking about not just making things slightly better than they are now or slightly less bad, but actually thinking in terms of transformative investments, transformative changes we can make. So that's why I was so glad to see that the city is starting to, take baby steps toward considering doing something about Ohio River Boulevard. The folks, LaShawn Burton Falk she runs the Manchester Citizens Corporation. She's run that for many years, and she's been a huge advocate for this for a long time. She's a tremendously experienced and impressive person. She's now the head of the City Planning Commission, and it just seems like the time's right to consider this kind of big idea. It seems like the time is right. And of course, again, it can't just be done with city money. You would need to get massive state and federal buy-in. It's ultimately, it's a state highway, but it would need, you'd almost certainly need federal money to get it done. And maybe turning it into a boulevard, a flat at-grade boulevard, maybe that's not the right thing. I know one of the opinions in Manchester is that because you have to have a big bridge to go over the railroad, and you also need a bridge to get to the West End Bridge, then maybe the whole thing should just be elevated. But instead of being a huge wall, and if you've been down there, guys, it's a 30-foot wall, concrete wall that separates. It's not even just, if it were just a highway, like just a regular highway bridge, that'd be one thing, but it's a wall. Maybe you keep it elevated, but turn it into a regular bridge with just pylons. There's tons of space to go underneath. And then you can beautify it. That would be less expensive. That may be doable. The other thing I'd say, by the way, speaking of that corridor and speaking of Esplanade, Esplanade needs two things to be successful in the long term. One is something like I've just described. Fix Ohio River Boulevard. Make it connect it to the north side. Make it less ugly, less unattractive, less utilitarian. And this goes, by the way, with fixing the idiotic one-way roads on either side of it, Beaver and Chateau. Esplanade also needs the T to be extended to the development so that it can get through the West End Bridge area and be ready to go up the Ohio River. I find it hard to believe that Esplanade will thrive if it is not connected to the city in both of those ways. If it's just a little island with the river on one side and a highway on the other, it'll be hard to get to. People are not going to be interested in visiting because it'll be difficult to get there. Living there will be less attractive because it'll be less accessible. You'll have less access to even other places on the North Shore. But if it's connected to the transit system and connected to the road system and not surrounded on one side by a 30-foot concrete highway that doesn't really even connect to that area at all, that would make Esplanade a much more attractive development, and I think a much more sustainable development. Now, I don't think that Ohio River Boulevard is the only one that should be on the target list. If I were king of the city, I'd be looking at the 10th Street bypass. It totally cuts off downtown from the Allegheny River. It would be great if we could have better access to the Allegheny River directly from the Cultural District, but the 10th Street bypass cuts that off. I know the reason that's difficult, which is that the convention center says they need the 10th Street bypass to get big trucks to the convention center for big conventions. So maybe that's impossible, but if it could be done, I'd get rid of that one. If I'm being maybe a little bit ambitious, or maybe no, I don't know. I would do something about I-579. The cap, what's now called Frankie Pace Park, that connects the lower hill to downtown. That's fine. It was very expensive. It took a long time to get the federal money. I think this was a former Congressman Mike Doyle, I think, secured that grant. So thanks to him for that. But that little triangle on top of 579, it's good. It's better than nothing. But what if we capped the whole thing? Turned the whole thing into a tunnel? Turn the whole highway into a tunnel, connect it even more, and totally knit together the lower hill and downtown. These are the kinds of big things that I wish we talked about more. I wish we didn't, I feel almost silly, a little bit ridiculous talking about this in public right now here in the air. Because it's like, oh, well, of course that'll never happen. Well, I'll just be honest, that's not always, in other cities, there's a lot more talk about big ideas. There's a lot more talk about, blue sky thinking, a lot more talk about, and here we're like, well, why would I even talk about that? It'll never happen. The only way it will happen is if we start talking about it. The only way it'll happen is that if we show that there's public interest in doing big things in this city. I think it was yesterday when I was on the air. Was it yesterday? Maybe it was earlier in this show. I don't know. It all runs together. I had a caller say, the one thing you can always say about Pittsburgh is that Pittsburgh never changes. And that is I think it's actually one of Pittsburgh's strengths, because it's a city that you can count on. It's a city that you always know what you're going to get. It's a city that knows what it is and has a reputation and has a personality. And that's good, because there are a lot of cities out there that don't have personalities. They tried to keep Austin weird, but it's not weird anymore. What personality does Houston have? Des Moines. Pittsburgh has reputation. Pittsburgh has personality. Pittsburgh has distinctiveness. That's good. But when we just sit here and rest on our laurels as if people are just going to everyone's going to come to love this place and want to move here, that's when we get into trouble. We need to think, how do we take what's good about Pittsburgh and keep it, but how do we need to take what's stupid about Pittsburgh and fix it? That's the kind of thinking I want to hear. I want to hear it from the mayor. I want to hear it from the county executive. I want to hear it from other private and public sector leaders. That's what I want to hear. And until we hear that kind of rhetoric, until we hear that kind of thinking that takes our problems seriously while also taking our strengths seriously, we're only ever going to nibble around the edges of our problems.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com. Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Join Pittsburgh's business and community leaders for one of the region's most inspiring events, the 2026 Greater Pittsburgh Athena Awards, Friday, September 11th at the Westin Convention Center. Celebrate outstanding women whose leadership, professional excellence, and commitment to mentoring others are shaping the future of our region. Network with Pittsburgh's brightest minds, enjoy an inspiring luncheon, and be part of an unforgettable celebration of leadership and impact. Early bird pricing is available for a limited time. Reserve your seat today at pghtech.org.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Hey, Pittsburgh, this is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in for Colin Dunlap today as he continues to get better after his back surgery. The news this week has felt on the heavy side. We've had, as Marty was just talking about earlier, the terrible murder of the 18-year-old girl down in California, Pennsylvania. We've had the Penn State cocaine story, which has, some people have made light of, but is also a serious moment of trauma for the families who were ensnared in the drug itself, but also those who've been ensnared in this case, and certainly for the parents whose kids have now had their names and faces splashed all over the internet. We're going to get to talk about, and by the way, on it's heavy, but also one that ended well, is the story of Pittsburgh real estate broker Herky Pollock, whose name you surely recognize from the, on basically every vacant storefront downtown, in terms of his work to fill those spaces and to make downtown vibrant again, and his story of speaking with a man who was about to jump off the 40th Street Bridge. And we'll hear more from Herky later in the show in his interview with Larry Richert on the Big K Morning Show earlier today about how that happened and how that heavy moment ended happily. We're going to get to all of that, but I do want to start today with something a little bit more policy, a little bit more political, and then we can get to the heavier news of the week. Josh Shapiro announced this week that he is clamping down on data center development in Pennsylvania. He's going to make it a lot more difficult for data centers to get built. He's taking the standards that he announced as an optional measure back in the winter and imposing them as requirements through executive order. He's calling data center developers speculators and bullies. And he's describing his standards as the strictest in the nation. This is a significant change, a significant transformation for Governor Shapiro. It's been a little bit telegraphed. He started to talk about his what they call grid standards, governor's responsible infrastructure development standards back in February. So he has started to talk about, quote unquote, holding data center developers accountable. So it's not completely out of the blue. But I'll tell you right now, I was in the room in October of 2024 at the AI Horizons event in Bakery Square when he was on stage with representatives from NVIDIA, the trillion-dollar chip company, talking about making Pittsburgh in particular a center for AI and data centers. I was in the room last June or July when Shapiro was on stage with Republican Senator Dave McCormick at McCormick's Energy and Innovation Summit at CMU, talking about how Pittsburgh should be a center for AI and energy, and that means energy for compute power. That means energy for data centers. And as recently as February, in his own budget address, Shapiro talked about how excited he was, how proud he was. He touted as an accomplishment of his administration that Amazon is spending $20 billion on data centers in Pennsylvania. He described a competition, a global competition for AI supremacy with China, and said that Pennsylvania has to take a leading role. And that doesn't just mean in the software. That means in the hardware. That means in the building. That means in the construction of gigawatts of energy to power massive data centers, so that even if you or I might have misgivings about AI, China does not. And China's going to keep building. And if we don't keep up, there will be a gap in capabilities that could be exploited. So that was February. But now data center developers are bullies and speculators. Now, in fairness to the governor, I think there's some truth in that. There has been land speculation in order to make a profit off of land that could become data centers. There has been bullying. In a state like this that has lots of small communities, it's not hard for a billion or, even $1 trillion concern to come in to a small community and make it very difficult for 3 or 5 township supervisors or 5 or 7 borough councilmen to be able to fight back or even assert their own interests against the data center people. Spotlight PA has reported on how local officials have signed non-disclosure agreements, which bind them from speaking to their own constituents about data center deals. So yeah, I don't think that it should be the Wild West. As I've said on this show, as I've written in the Post-Gazette, including in the column on this topic that will be coming out soon, I don't like AI. I don't like data centers. I think data centers are ugly. I think AI makes us stupider. But my private assessment of AI and data centers doesn't mean it's not going to happen. My private distaste for data centers and AI doesn't mean that there's not a global competition for compute power. My private distaste for AI and data centers doesn't mean that other states aren't going to start to lap Pennsylvania if we put down our if we don't remain competitive on AI and data centers. And this is something that it's pretty clear that Governor Shapiro understands because he's been arguing for it for years now. So while, yeah, some facts on the ground may have changed in terms of the way data center developers are behaving, I get that. The thing that's really changed, and the primary reason this is happening, is that the public's opinion of data centers has shifted more rapidly than I've seen on almost any issue that I can remember. People either didn't know what they were or didn't care about them, 9 months ago, 12 months ago, unless you live in Northern Virginia where they have data centers on every corner. And by the way, when people say they only put data centers in poor communities who can't fight back, Loudoun County is the center. Loudoun County, Virginia is the center of data centers in all of America, over 200 data centers, and that is literally the wealthiest county in all of America. I'm not saying the data centers made them rich, but I am saying that they don't just put data centers in poor communities. There's no question of that. They put them wherever they can find space, because the gluttony for compute power is not abating. So what's happened is that the public has gone from not particularly caring or even knowing about data centers to being almost uniformly opposed. The most recent poll I've seen on this from the University of Pennsylvania has both Republicans and Democrats, and presumably independents as well, a majority saying they do not want a data center near them. It's a little bit lower for Republicans than for Democrats, but members of both parties, a majority, significant majority, say they do not want a data center near them. I get it for all the reasons I've already said. I think AI makes us stupid. I think data centers are ugly. I think there's something kind of inhumane about the whole operation. But the problem is the whole operation is not going away. And a lot of the reasons people cite for being opposed to data centers are based on fabrications and misinformation. The water situation, if we were living in Phoenix or Scottsdale, we could have a conversation about water. They should always be talking about water down there. We have more than enough water. I did the math on this a long time ago. This is several months ago, so maybe the biggest data center in the world is bigger now. But I'll tell you this, the biggest data center in the world a few months ago uses as much water per day as flows through the point at Pittsburgh every few seconds. A few seconds worth of water a day. That's it. And it's not like the water's obliterated. In some cases, I believe it's just evaporated. It just goes into the sky and it comes back later. In other cases, it can be recycled. In other cases, it gets cleaned up, put right back in the river again. So a lot of the anti-data center stuff isn't necessarily based on principle or based on fact. It's based on misinformation. It's based on fabrication. And some allege based on Chinese propaganda put into our social media channels because they want us to slow down. So it frustrates me when our leaders give in to that. It frustrates me when our leaders say, who know better or absolutely should know better, go in for this populism of flattering people, of sticking up a mirror to people and saying, oh, I believe just what you believe, when of course they don't. I don't want to be flattered by my elected officials. I want them to do what they think is best based on the information that they have, and they probably have more information than I do. I want them to use their wisdom, their reason, their informed judgment to lead. I don't want to be flattered. And I think that's what's happening here. And I think, of course, it has a lot to do with the presidency of the United States. But more on that after this.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey
In Cabot, the descriptions we're hearing from the people who have escaped an explosive wildfire outside Reno that began last night kind of sounds like the fires of hell.
Fire sweeping over our head, and so we're like, we got to get out of here.
Jason Davis telling us how he made it out.
It kind of just felt like an end of the world scene. Every animal was trying to run and make it out as much as it could, but not everything was making it.
One of just tens of thousands forced to evacuate. 3 people and 3 firefighters injured from the blaze.
ABC's Melissa Adon. This fire called the Hawk Fire went from a little brush fire last night to burning 20 square miles and growing in the blowing wind. Homes have burned. 90,000 people have either left their homes or are being told to, escaping a fire investigators think was human-caused. Exercise precaution and lock your doors, says the sheriff of Washington County, Oregon, after investigators discovered the bodies of 5 people and several pets in a fire. Sheriff Caprice Massey says there's no suspect yet.
I recognize that this incident is deeply concerning to our community. Our investigators are working to determine what happened, and we have dedicated every available resource to this case.
Oil prices are high but stable as we await tomorrow's announcement by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on what President Trump calls economic D-Day on Iran. And the winning driver in the Freedom 250 on the streets of downtown Washington, including a stretch along Pennsylvania Avenue not too far from the White House, Kyle Kirkwood, in a race so nice, he hopes they'll do it twice.
I don't know if we're ever going to get another chance at this. I hope we do. I hope we do. This was awesome. But this was what a dream come true.
AP journalist Michelle Price began her story on the race with the opening line, "For once, things were moving fast in the nation's capital." You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
A receptionist for Motown did more than take notes. She wrote them.
The best things in life are free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I need fun. That's what I want.
Janie Bradford, who joined Motown in 1958, wrote songs with Berry Gordy, including this one. 1959 hit for Barrett Strong. It had become one of the Beatles' big hits. Her passing, announced by her family this weekend. Janie Bradford died in Los Angeles after an illness at age 87. Spider-Man Brand New Day continues to dominate the box office. On top for the 4th weekend, The Odyssey just became Christopher Nolan's highest-grossing film. 2 Phoenix cops have been arrested and fired after a violent, unreported traffic stop this month. Police saying Luis Vasquez Jr. and Antonio Felix assaulted a man and woman they didn't know for no known reason.
The male driver claimed he was, quote, repeatedly tased, punched, and had hair pulled out by responding officers. He alleged one officer waved a gun and said, quote, "I'm going to shoot you." Phoenix police launching their own investigation. Probable cause documents state both Vasquez and Felix confirmed their participation at a traffic stop. Both claim the driver and passenger, quote, did not follow commands to exit the vehicle. Neither officer activated their department-issued body cameras.
That's ABC's Jacqueline Lee reporting, and I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad, and I feel very proud to be his son.
That was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
Summer is winding down, making it the perfect time to get your home ready for the fall and holidays with beautiful custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, giving homeowners superior quality, fast turnaround times, and factory direct value. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms. Schedule free shop-at-home service by calling 412-665-4900 or go to LachinaDrapery.com.
Get up to 21% off new Ram 1500s with no strings attached. It's happening now at Monroeville Ram. They have Pittsburgh's best Ram selection up to 21% off. Get to Monroeville Dodge Ram and make this the summer event.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings some sunshine, but the risk for an afternoon thunder shower with a high of 73, and a shower may linger for some tonight, otherwise partly cloudy, low 55, followed by a nice stretch starting tomorrow with a good bit more sun and a high of 71, with more sun than clouds for Tuesday as well. Still another nice day, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. SAILES. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6 amp hour 2-pack of batteries, now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
We check in with Rich Fitzgerald, Executive Director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission. He brings us news from around 10-county area in the city of Pittsburgh. And today we welcome Joanna Dovin, Chief Executive Officer and founder of the AI Strike Team. Joanna, good morning.
Larry, how are you?
Good. Is it School time for the kids yet?
Next week, but this week started the preseason activities, football, and, getting everyone ready.
I don't know how you do it, Joanna, as a mom and head of the strike team for AI here in the region, so I give you a lot of credit.
It's like riding a
Larry,
bicycle,
the timing
right?
couldn't be-
You have to
the timing
keep
couldn't be
going,
better.
keep going.
Yep. The timing couldn't be better to bring Joanna on. I didn't know the governor was going to make his major executive orders yesterday, but I wanted to bring Joanna to talk about the symposium, the AI Horizons that she has had over the last couple of years has become one of the major economic events that we've had. Last year she had Senator McCormick and Governor Shapiro and CEOs from the energy companies and AI companies. And talk about that's coming up in September, but also obviously the work on the data center that she is so involved with the AI strike team. Joanna, go ahead, take a run with all those items I outlined there.
Okay. Well, let's start with AI Horizons. This is the third year we're doing what has really become a global summit. I mean, we're going to have people from the UAE here, from Canada here, and it's a signal that Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania is the place to be when it comes to figuring out how to play in this new AI economy, which is historic, which is picking winners and losers, and which is necessary to understand for whomever you are. If you're a nonprofit, if you're a school district, if you're a corporation, if you're government, how do you responsibly adopt and deploy artificial intelligence to supercharge your organization and then thus your economy? So it's a cross-sector convening, which is also unique. If you look at AI summits that take place, right? Usually, AI for government, AI for technologists. NVIDIA's big summit, it's for people building with the NVIDIA stack. This, however, brings in technological leaders, CEOs from the big tech companies, which we'll talk about when we talk about data centers, but then also the legacy corporations and the startups, right, that are bringing new energy and life to Pittsburgh, new capital to Pittsburgh. How does everybody work together and essentially convene to grow? And we're going to talk about real tough things like AI acceptance. China, they're a competitor of ours, as we know, right? And in China, when the public is told about AI and people's opinions of it, it's positive. And so thus, individuals, organizations, government companies are more apt to adopt AI, to learn AI, to play with AI, to get better and better and iterate. Whereas in America, there's becoming what I'm calling a Luddite movement, where the fear of the unknown, the lack of information in many cases with regard to AI data centers is driving people to not adopt. And that is the worst place we can be as a society. So the main goal of Horizons this year is to talk about the tough issues, talk about how when we empower ourselves with AI, we can become a better society. So we're going to talk about healthcare, right? How AI is helping to quickly discover, health diseases, come to cures, cure rare diseases. I mean, you saw the announcement from RK Medlin, $25 million for rare disease research that's going to be powered by AI. We'll talk about Waymo, Larry, your favorite subject. Waymo is coming to Horizons this year. They're bringing senior executives. If you're a pedestrian, if you're a cyclist, how is Waymo going to impact your daily well-being, right? We'll talk about safety. So the agenda is shaping up to be very exciting, very cross-sector. The governor will be back, as you mentioned, Rich. But, we have to have these tough conversations about artificial intelligence. And we've got to drive people to not looking away from it and just saying, no, it's bad, but to learning more about it, engaging more with it, and talking with each other.
So talk about the governor's, what you heard yesterday, the governor and data centers in general. We know we're going to need them in some form or fashion because we all want this data. We all want the technology that's there. what do you sense of what Governor Shapiro laid out yesterday for his executive actions that's going to happen here in the Commonwealth?
Thanks, Rick. So first and foremost, let's just table set. For all of the viewers, the listeners, if you have a phone and you use social media, you are benefiting from an AI data center. If you are anywhere out in public, on roads, and you go across a red light, you are benefiting from mobility-based technology coming from a data center. Case after case. If you go into, right now, most people are using a Bridge, an AI-powered health platform that makes doctors better at their jobs. When you go to an appointment at UPMC or Highmark, you're benefiting from AI. So table setting, we need as a society, we need to have AI data centers to power a better life for all of us and to power innovation. The question is, where should these data centers go? And what other benefits need to happen for communities in which they reside? What the governor announced yesterday is no surprise. Last year at his budget address, he talked about these grid standards that he has since made into an executive order. And it's 4 basic principles. If you're going to build an AI data center in a community, you have to have local support, which is the case with any development in any community, right, Rich? I mean, this is what you've done for so long, right? Number 2, you have to have some kind of protection around workforce. So should we be, shipping in people from other states or other areas to build these data centers, or should we try our best to use local union labor? Well, we should use our local union labor. And guess what? Data centers and their operators, they actually want to do that. They want ease when it comes to workforce. So we have to prepare and use our local workforce. Number 3, and this is probably the most important thing, and I think what we should talk about is energy. It should not be the case that the customer, that, my grandmother, that your neighbor is paying increased electricity costs because of an AI data center. We need to bring more power on the grid. So what President Trump did, by the way, about 4 months ago, he brought in all the hyperscalers in the White House. They signed a rate protection pledge, and they said, if we build a data center, we're going to pay for everything up front such that there's no increase in electricity cost. What Governor Shapiro is saying is no different than what President Trump is saying, that you have to bring your own energy so that you're not taking it from the grid, increasing demand, and thus increasing price. So they're really, for me, I see it as a positive. And the reason the announcement's a positive is that he's protecting the good data center developers from not being shunned away from communities because they're confused, they're afraid, and they're looking at some of the bad apples and saying, we don't want that here.
So, Joanna,
I'm proud to say, yeah.
Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, I'm proud to say that I support what he's doing, and the expectations are reasonable, very reasonable.
So where can people get more information on the AI Horizon event and all the work that you're doing?
AI Horizons, pgh.com. You can follow us on the website. If you are on social media, and most people are, just Google AI Horizons Pittsburgh on the search bar, and we will come up on everywhere social is found. And look, it'll be live streamed as well, so if you can't attend, check it out. And we look forward to continuing the conversation, and I'll come on anytime. Larry, by the way, Waymo's going to be there, so you're coming and you're getting in a Waymo. We're going to do a live feed, you and Rich.
Count me.
Well, Marty has to come too. Marty's been asking. Everyone. The
count me
KDKA
in.
Larry is our Waymo expert, having experienced it throughout the country. So
I'm looking forward to it.
With Waymo.
All right, Joanna Dovin, Executive Director, founder of the AI Strike Team. Thanks for your time. We'll let you get back to the kids and all you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks
for having me.
We'll
Bye,
see you
guys.
at the Horizons in a few weeks. Thanks.
Here she comes.
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're caring for a loved one on Medicaid, here's something you should know. You may be able to get paid to care for them right in their own home. Through a Medicaid-funded program, family members, friends, and other loved ones can earn hourly pay while providing the care their loved one already depends on. Just call 412-991-1440, and Careway Home Care will help you every step of the way, from getting started to choosing the caregiver that's right for your family. Already getting paid to take care of a loved one? If you're looking for better support and pay, their team makes switching simple and will guide you through the entire onboarding process. And if your loved one isn't enrolled in Medicaid yet, they're here to help with that too. Their experienced team can walk you through the entire eligibility and enrollment process. Just call 412-991-1440. Careway Home Care is proudly based right here in Pittsburgh, providing compassionate local support and competitive pay for caregivers. Just call 412-991-1440. Again, 412-991-1440. Or go to carewayhc.com.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
As parents, we have
a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my two brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I pushed through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot.
It kind of just felt like an end of the world scene. Every animal was trying to run and make it out as much as it could, but not everything was making it.
Jason Davis telling us how he made it out of what is now a 20-square-mile fire, the Hawk Fire outside Reno, which exploded in less than a day from a minor brush fire. Fueled by wind and bone-dry conditions across the West, homes have burned. 90,000 people have left their homes or under orders to. The fire apparently caused by a human. Police in Oregon are asking for the public's help after what they found at a fire scene in Washington County. Detective Shannon Wild.
The remains of 5 people were discovered, as well as multiple deceased domesticated animals.
No suspect has been found, and people in Forest Grove are advised to lock their doors. Oil prices high but stable as we await tomorrow's announcement by Treasury Secretary Bessent on what President Trump calls economic D-Day on Iran. This is ABC News.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Watch for a thundershower in the area this afternoon. Until then, we'll have some sun with a high of 73, followed by a spotty lingering shower for some tonight under a partly cloudy sky, low 55, leading to more sun and a rather nice day tomorrow, high 71, with a good bit of sun for Tuesday as well. The nice streak continues, high 75. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show, and joining us on our live stream, KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, and our KDK Radio YouTube page, now streaming on X, is Brandon Dukes, who is now a darling of the Democratic Party nationally, got recognition for a special election in Butler County on Tuesday, and last count won by 97 votes over Scott Timko in a area that's 53% registered Republicans, 30% Democrats. The first time the House seat in the 12th district will be occupied by a Democrat. Mr. Dukes, good morning and congratulations.
Good morning. Thank you for having me, Larry. I appreciate it.
I'm sure you have heard from people around the country, really, because many kind of looked at this as a harbinger, perhaps, of the midterms. So in this special election, I guess you'll be officially in Harrisburg on September 9th when session is back in. But you got to go through this all over again in November because this is just temporary to fill this seat. So how did you do this? Who is Brandon Dukes?
Well, I'm just a regular, working class guy who grew up in the city of Pittsburgh and, living in Cranberry right now with my wife and kids. And look, we thought this seat was flippable in my mind. I ran for supervisor here in Cranberry last year back in November. And even though I lost, but the results were similar to what we saw last night, except I was on the losing end. So when I saw those results, I knew that there was something changing. I knew the demographics were changing, at least in Cranberry. So I thought with a special election on the horizon, we can definitely flip this seat and peel up some, crossover appeal to some voters. And that's what we did. We knocked on doors every day. I was out every day after work on weekends. We had a great team of volunteers making calls for us and knocking on doors. And we just had a very high contact rate with our voters. And that's what put us over the top on Tuesday.
I don't have to tell you the vibrancy of the Cranberry area in particular. I mean, for those that don't know, the 12th District covers Adams, Jackson Townships, Zealy and Opal, Seven Fields, Evans Cities, Mars, Harmony, Valencia, and Calgary. So this is a growing area. What would make a construction loan administrator, a 2008 University of Pittsburgh graduate, want to run for this office? What is it you want to do and change?
Well, that's like you just said, my background. I mean, I currently work in commercial construction side of the bank. So I get to see firsthand how these big developments that we're seeing out in Cranberry, for instance, how they start from the time you get the building permit to the time you do the ribbon cutting. And I see the funding that goes to it. I see the process. We look at the inspection reports. We make sure the work is done, completed. And some of these projects do take a lot of time and some are done quickly. So I think my background in commercial construction is what's going to help me better serve the district while in Harrisburg, because again, I see with some of these big projects like we're seeing right now here in Cranberry and across the district. So I have a inside knowledge and understanding of how it can be done, and I think that's some information that we can take with us and bring it back to our constituents.
What are you hearing from the people that support you in what they're looking for under your leadership, as temporary as it may be, if you're not able to do this again in November?
Well, listen, when we went to the doors, we reached out to voters. Top issues were the issues we ran on. It was the cost of living in the district, as well as, public education was an important issue. And of course, as we just spoke about the growing rapid growth here in the area, infrastructure updates. We have a lot of traffic congestion up here in the area, and I feel like more investments in our infrastructure and Cranberry to update our roadways, traffic, et cetera. I think that was always a big issue for voters in the district for some time. And that's something that I addressed and said that I would work my hardest in Harrisburg to help come and make roadways safer for people and less traffic time. So those were the top three issues that, voters really, really resonated with. And that's what they wanted to see done in Harrisburg.
This special election actually made national news. Who have you heard from that you didn't expect to hear from in your victory?
It's pretty much who haven't I heard from. I mean, I think election night, Governor Shapiro called me without a heads up, so I was shocked. Secretary Pete Buttigieg actually called, who endorsed this campaign as well. It was a big deal. Yesterday, I heard from the DNC chair, Ken Martin. Of course, our lieutenant governor, our PA state chair, Eugene DePasquale, and of course, the Speaker of the House for the state of Pennsylvania, Joanne McClintock, who's ecstatic that she has an extra individual now that can vote on her side. We had a lot of, Congressman Chris DeLuzio, who was very supportive of this campaign, and especially former Congressman Connor Lamb, who also did a canvas launch with us and even knocked on doors with me. So there was a lot of people who reached out to us. And like I said yesterday, I did interviews with CNN as well. So it's a lot of national attention. And pretty much everybody in the Democratic Party had reached out. I was kind of starstruck there.
97 votes, which really drills home the old saying that every vote counts, because there were over 17,000 voters and split incredibly. And again, first time in 30 years that a Democrat will hold this seat in the 12th District in Harrisburg. So, Brandon, congratulations. Do appreciate your time this morning, and I'll be interested to know how it goes for you, and then we'll see what happens in the midterms. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Brandon Dukes, the winner of the special election in Butler County.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I've always had aspirations to serve my community. I enjoy working at Children's Hospital and being around an environment where I make the kids happy and make the kids smile. Not all hospitals have a dedicated police force, but UPMC does, keeping patients and staff safe. I want families to know that when they come to UPMC, we're here for them.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acrisure Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richard with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. And Paul, I know when you got up, you sent me the story of Herky Pollock, who is well known around the region as a entrepreneur, businessman, commercial real estate magnate, by the way. And it's an incredible story.
Yes, and the headline, I think, says it all. It's an amazing headline. It says, Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt on 40th Street Bridge. But the backstory is even more fascinating to me than even what the headline would tell us.
And Herky joins us from Dallas, Texas this morning. Herky, incredible story, man. I've known you a long time, but the full circle part no one would have ever known. Talk us through what happened on Tuesday on the 40th Street Bridge.
Thanks, Larry, and I appreciate you picking this up. It's a great story of helping a young man that I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. So I was driving from East Liberty to the North Shore, and fate would have it that this time I decided to go through Lawrenceville and then across the 40th Street Bridge, which I rarely do. And as I was driving across the bridge, I saw a young man who was on the other side of the bridge, on the same side of the road, the other side of the bridge, holding on for dear life while looking at the water. And just without even thinking, just instinctively, I just pulled over and stopped. And there was another young man there as well. And I got out of my car and walked over and just started trying to talk to him and make some sort of a connection with the young man. And that went on for a little while. And then over about 15, 20 minutes, 25 police and EMS and fire showed up, including 3 from Millville, the chief of police from Millville and 2 other officers. And literally the 4 of us then tried for the next 3.5 hours to talk the man down from killing himself and make a connection, do everything we could to tell him that there was a very bad temporary solution to any problem that he may be going through. And fortuitously, we were able to do it, and it was just incredible. I mean, I lost my stepfather, who was my only real true father to me 30 years ago over the Homestead High Level Bridge. And so I was able to relay the impact it's had on my life, and my daughter's named after him. And we just tried any way possible to connect with this young man. And he was down on his luck, and he was just passing through Pittsburgh and coming from D.C. And it was just simply incredible. And he started out, and it was very, very bleak. And over time, we were able just to make some headway with him and build trust and build rapport. And he didn't trust us at all at first. And by the end, we were able to build up a pretty good rapport. And the last 20 minutes or so, the chief of police from Millville, Chief Tim Komorowski, was able to convince him to put his leg over the cement wall and come back up to this side of the bridge, and ultimately he was saved. But it was incredible. It was just an incredible 3.5 hours, and I can't believe that I was put in that place. And I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25